Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 1. The towers of Zenith aspired above the morning mist, austere towers of steel and cement and limestone, sturdy as cliffs and delicate as silver rods. They were neither citadels nor churches, but frankly and beautifully office buildings. The mist took pity on the fretted structures of earlier generations, the post office with its shingle-tortured mansard, the red-brick minarets of hulking old houses, factories with stingy and sooted windows, wooden tenements colored like mud. The city was full of such grotesqueries, but the clean towers were thrusting them from the business center, and on the further hills were shining new houses, homes, they seemed, for laughter and tranquility. Over a concrete bridge fled a limousine of long, sleek hood and noiseless engine. These people in evening clothes were returning from an all-night rehearsal of a little theater play, an artistic adventure considerably illuminated by champagne. Below the bridge curved a railroad, a maze of green and crimson lights. The New York Flyer boomed past, and 20 lines of polished steel leaped into the glare. In one of the skyscrapers, the wires of the Associated Press were closing down. The telegraph operators wearily raised their celluloid eye shades after a night of talking with Paris and Peking. Through the building crawled the scrub women, yawning, their old shoes slapping. The dawn mist spun away. Queues of men with lunch boxes clumped toward the immensity of new factories, sheets of glass and hollow tile, glittering shops where 5,000 men worked beneath one roof, pouring out the honest wares that would be sold up the Euphrates and across the veldt. The whistles rolled out in greeting, a chorus cheerful as the April dawn, the song of labor in a city built, it seemed, for giants. There was nothing of the giant in the aspect of the man who was beginning to awaken on the sleeping porch of a Dutch colonial house in that residential district of Zenith known as Floral Heights. His name was George F. Babitt. He was 46 years old now, in April 1920, and he made nothing in particular, neither butter, nor shoes, nor poetry, but he was nimble in the calling of selling houses for more than people could afford to pay. His large head was pink, his brown hair thin and dry, his face was babyish in slumber, despite his wrinkles and the red spectacle dents on the slopes of his nose. He was not fat, but he was exceedingly well fed. His cheeks were pads, and the unroughened hand which lay helpless upon the khaki-colored blanket was slightly puffy. He seemed prosperous, extremely married, and unromantic, and altogether unromantic appeared this sleeping porch, which looked on one sizable elm, two respectable grass plots, a cement driveway, and a corrugated iron garage. Yet Babitt was again dreaming of the fairy child, a dream more romantic than scarlet pagodas by a silver sea. For years the fairy child had come to him. Where others saw but Georgie Babitt, she discerned gallant youth. She waited for him, in the darkness beyond mysterious groves. When at last he could slip away from the crowded house, he darted to her. His wife, his clamoring friends, sought to follow, but he escaped. The girl fleet beside him, and they crouched together on a shadowy hillside. She was so slim, so white, so eager. She cried that he was gay and valiant, that she would wait for him, that they would sail. Rumble and bang of the milk truck. Babitt moaned, turned over, struggled back toward his dream. He could see only her face now beyond misty waters. The furnace man slammed the basement door. A dog barked in the next yard. As Babitt sank blissfully into a dim, warm tide, the paper carrier went by whistling, and the rolled-up advocate thumped the front door. Babitt roused, his stomach constricted with alarm. As he relaxed, he was pierced by the familiar and irritating rattle of someone cranking a Ford. Snap-a-pa! 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 Himself a pious motorist, Babitt cranked with the unseen driver. With him waited through taut hours for the roar of the starting engine. With him agonized as the roar ceased, and again began the infernal patient snap-a-pa. A round, flat sound, a shivering, cold morning sound, a sound infuriating and inescapable. Not till the rising voice of the motor told him that the Ford was moving was he released from the panting tension. He glanced once at his favorite tree, elm twigs against the gold patina of sky, and fumbled for sleep as for a drug. He, who had been a boy very credulous of life, was no longer greatly interested in the possible and improbable adventures of each new day. He escaped from reality till the alarm clock rang at 7:20. It was the best of nationally advertised and quantitatively produced alarm clocks with all modern attachments, including cathedral chime, intermittent alarm, and a phosphorescent dial. Babitt was proud of being awakened by such a rich device. Socially, it was almost as creditable as buying expensive cord tires. He sulkily admitted now that there was no more escape, but he lay and detested the grind of the real estate business, and disliked his family, and disliked himself for disliking them. The evening before he had played poker at Virgil Gunch's till midnight, and after such holidays he was irritable before breakfast. It may have been the tremendous home-brewed beer of the Prohibition era, and the cigars to which that beer enticed him. It may have been resentment of return from this fine, bold man-world to a restricted region of wives and stenographers, and of suggestions not to smoke so much. From the bedroom beside the sleeping porch, his wife's detestably cheerful "Time to get up, Georgie boy," and the itchy sound, the brisk and scratchy sound of combing hairs out of a stiff brush. He grunted. He dragged his thick legs in faded baby-blue pajamas from under the khaki blanket. He sat on the edge of the cot, running his fingers through his wild hair, while his plump feet mechanically felt for his slippers. He looked regretfully at the blanket, forever a suggestion to him of freedom and heroism. He had bought it for a camping trip which had never come off. It symbolized gorgeous loafing, gorgeous cursing, virile flannel sheets. He creaked to his feet, groaning at the waves of pain which passed through behind his eyeballs. Though he waited for their scorching recurrence, he looked blurrily out at the yard. It delighted him, as always. It was the neat yard of a successful businessman of Zenith. That is, it was perfection, and made him also perfect. He regarded the corrugated iron garage. For the 365th time in a year he reflected, "No class to that tin shack. Have to build me a frame garage, but by golly, it's the only thing on the place that isn't up to date." While he stared, he thought of a community garage for his acreage development, Glen Oriole. He stopped puffing and jiggling. His arms were akimbo, his petulant, sleep-swollen face was set in harder lines. He suddenly seemed capable, an official, a man to contrive, to direct, to get things done. On the vigor of his idea, he was carried down the hard, clean, unused-looking hall into the bathroom. Though the house was not large, it had, like all houses on Floral Heights, an altogether royal bathroom of porcelain and glazed tile and metal sleek as silver. The towel rack was a rod of clear glass set in nickel. The tub was long enough for a Prussian guard, and above the set bowl was a sensational exhibit of toothbrush holder, shaving-brush holder, soap dish, sponge dish, and medicine cabinet, so glittering and so ingenious that they resembled an electrical instrument board. But the Babitt, whose god was modern appliances, was not pleased. The air of the bathroom was thick with the smell of a heathen toothpaste. "Verona, been at it again. Instead of sticking to Lilidol like I've repeatedly asked her, she's gone and gotten some confounded stinkum stuff that makes you sick." The bath mat was wrinkled, and the floor was wet. His daughter, Verona, eccentrically took baths in the morning now and then. He slipped on the mat and slid against the tub. He said, "Damn!" Furiously he snatched up his tube of shaving cream. Furiously he lathered with a belligerent slapping of the unctuous brush. Furiously he raked his plump cheeks with a safety razor. It pooled. The blade was dull. He said, "Damn! Oh, damn it!" He hunted through the medicine cabinet for a packet of new razor blades, reflecting, as invariably, "Be cheaper to buy one of these dinguses and strop your own blades." And when he discovered the packet, behind the round box of bicarbonate of soda, he thought ill of his wife for putting it there, and very well of himself for not saying "damn." But he did say it immediately afterwards, when, with wet and soapy, slippery fingers, he tried to remove the horrible little envelope and crisp, clinging oiled paper from the new blade. Then there was the problem, oft-pondered, never solved, of what to do with the old blade, which might imperil the fingers of his young. As usual, he tossed it on top of the medicine cabinet, with a mental note that some day he must remove the 50 or 60 other blades that were also temporarily piled up there. He finished his shaving in a growing testiness increased by his spinning headache and by the emptiness in his stomach. When he was done, his round face smooth and streamy and his eyes stinging from soapy water, he reached for a towel. The family towels were wet and clammy and vile. All of them wet, he found, as he blindly snatched them. His own face towel, his wife's, Verona's, Ted's, Tinker's, and the lone bath towel with the huge welt of initial. Then George F. Babitt did a dismaying thing. He wiped his face on the guest towel. It was a pansy-embroidered trifle which always hung there to indicate that the Babitts were in the best Floral Heights society. No one had ever used it. No guest had ever dared to. Guest secretively took a corner of the nearest regular towel. He was raging. By golly, here they go and use up all the towels, every doggone one of 'em, and they use 'em and get 'em all wet and sopping and never put out a dry one for me. Of course, I'm the goat, and then I want one, and I'm the only person in the doggone house that's got the slightest doggone bit of consideration for other people and thoughtfulness, and consider there may be others that may want to use the doggone bathroom after me, and consider... He was pitching the chill abominations into the bathtub, pleased by the vindictiveness of that desolate flapping sound, and in the midst his wife serenely trotted in, observed serenely, "Why, Georgie, dear, what are you doing? Are you going to wash out the towels? Why, you needn't wash out the towels. Oh, Georgie, you didn't go and use the guest towel, did you?" It is not recorded that he was able to answer. For the first time in weeks, he was sufficiently roused by his wife to look at her. Myra Babitt, Mrs. George F. Babitt, was definitely mature. She had creases from the corners of her mouth to the bottom of her chin, and her plump neck bagged. But the thing that marked her as having passed the line was that she no longer had reticences before her husband, and no longer worried about not having reticences. She was in a petticoat now, and corsets which bulged, and unaware of being seen in bulgy corsets. She had become so dully habituated to married life that, in her full matronliness, she was as sexless as an anemic nun. She was a good woman, a kind woman, a diligent woman, but no one, save perhaps Tinker, her 10-year-old, was at all interested in her, or entirely aware that she was alive. After a rather thorough discussion of all the domestic and social aspects of towels, she apologized to Babitt for his having an alcoholic headache, and he recovered enough to endure the search for a BVD undershirt which had, he pointed out, malevolently been concealed among his clean pajamas. He was fairly amiable in the conference on the brown suit. "What do you think, Myra?" He pawed at the clothes hunched on a chair in their bedroom, while she moved about mysteriously adjusting and patting her petticoat, and, to his jaundiced eye, never seemed to get on with her dressing. "How about it? Shall I wear the brown suit another day?" "Well, it looks awfully nice on you." "I know, but gosh, it needs pressing." "That's so. Perhaps it does." "It certainly could stand being pressed all right." "Yes. Perhaps it wouldn't hurt it to be pressed. But, gee, the coat doesn't need pressing. No sense in having the whole darn suit pressed when the coat doesn't need it." "Well, that's so." "But the pants certainly need it all right. Look at them. Look at those wrinkles. The pants certainly do need pressing." "That's so. Oh, Georgie, why couldn't you wear the brown coat with the blue trousers? We were wondering what we'd do with them." "Good Lord! Did you ever in all my life know me to wear the coat of one suit and the pants of another? What do you think I am, a busted bookkeeper?" "Well, why don't you put on the dark grey suit today and stop in at the tailor's and leave the brown trousers?" "Well, they certainly need... Well, now where the devil is that grey suit? Oh, yes, here we are." He was able to get through the other cries of dressing with comparative resoluteness and calm. His first adornment was the sleeveless dimity BVD undershirt, in which he resembled a small boy humorlessly wearing a cheesecloth tabard at a civic pageant. He never put on BVDs without thanking the God of progress that he didn't wear tight, long, old-fashioned undergarments like his father-in-law and partner, Henry Thompson. His second embellishment was combing and slicking back his hair. It gave him a tremendous forehead, arching up 2 inches beyond the former hairline, but most wonder-working of all was the donning of his spectacles. There is character in spectacles, the pretentious tortoise-shell, the meek pince-nez of the school-teacher, the twisted, silver-framed glasses of the old villager. Babitt's spectacles had huge, circular, frameless lenses of the very best glass. The ear-pieces were thin bars of gold. In them he was the modern businessman, one who gave orders to clerks, and drove a car, and played occasional golf, and was scholarly in regard to salesmanship. His head suddenly appeared not babyish, but weighty, and you noted his heavy, blunt nose, his straight mouth, and thick, long upper lip, his chin over-fleshy but strong. with respect, you beheld him put on the rest of his uniform as a solid citizen. The grey suit was well cut, well made, and completely undistinguished. It was a standard suit. White piping on the V of the vest added a flavour of law and learning. His shoes were black-laced boots, good boots, honest boots, standard boots, extraordinarily uninteresting boots. The only frivolity was in his purple knitted scarf, with considerable comment on the matter to Mrs. Babitt, who, acrobatically fastening the back of her blouse to her skirt with a safety pin, did not hear a word he said. He chose between the purple scarf and a tapestry effect with stringless brown hops among blown palms, and into it he thrust a snake-head pin with opal eyes. A sensational event was changing from the brown suit to the grey the contents of his pockets. He was earnest about these objects. They were of eternal importance, like baseball or the Republican Party. They included a fountain pen and a silver pencil, always lacking a supply of new leads, which belonged in the right-hand upper vest pocket. Without them he would have felt naked. On his watch chain were a gold penknife, silver cigar cutter, 7 keys, the use of 2 of which he had forgotten, and incidentally a good watch. Depending from the chain was a large yellowish elk's tooth proclamation of his membership in the Brotherly and Protective Order of Elks. Most significant of all was his loose-leaf pocket notebook, that modern and efficient notebook which contained the addresses of people whom he had forgotten, prudent memoranda of postal money orders which had reached their destinations months ago, stamps which had lost their mucilage, clippings of verses by T. Cholmondeley Frink, and of the newspaper editorials from which Babitt got his opinions and his polysyllables, notes to be sure, and do things which he did not intend to do, and one curious inscription, DSSDMYPDF. But he had no cigarette case. No one had ever happened to give him one, so he hadn't the habit, and people who carried cigarette cases he regarded as effeminate. Last, he stuck in his lapel the Boosters' Club button. With the conciseness of great art, the button displayed 2 words, Boosters Pep. It made Babitt feel loyal and important. It associated him with good fellows, with men who were nice and human and important in business circles. It was his V.C., his Legion of Honor ribbon, his Phi Beta Kappa key. With the subtleties of dressing ran other complex worries. "I feel kinda punk this morning," he said. "I think I had too much dinner last evening. You oughtn't to serve those heavy banana fritters." "But you asked me to have some." "Oh, I know, but I tell you, when a fellow gets past 40, he has to look after his digestion. There's a lot of fellows that don't take proper care of themselves. I tell you, at 40 a man's a fool, or his doctor, his own doctor. Folks don't give enough attention to this matter of dieting now. I think, of course, a man ought to have a good meal after the day's work, but it would be a good thing for both of us if we took lighter lunches." "But, Georgie, here at home, I always do have a light lunch." "Mean to imply I make a hog of myself eating downtown? Yes, sure. You'd have a swell time if you had to eat the truck that new steward hands out to us at the athletic club. But I certainly do feel out of sorts this morning. Funny. Got a pain down here on the left side, but, well, no, that wouldn't be appendicitis, would it? Last night, when I was driving over to Burge Gunch's, I felt a pain in my stomach, too. Right here it was, kind of a sharp shooting pain. Where'd that dime go to? Oh, why don't you serve more prunes at breakfast? Of course, I eat an apple every evening. An apple a day keeps the doctor away, but still, you ought to have more prunes, and not all these fancy doodads." "The last time I had prunes, you didn't eat them." "Well, I didn't feel like eating them, I suppose. Matter of fact, I think I did eat some of them. Anyway, I tell you, it's mighty important, too. I was saying to Verge Gunch just last evening, most people don't take sufficient care of their Shall we have the Gunches for our dinner next week?" "Why, sure, you bet." "Now, see here, George, I want you to put on your nice dinner jacket that evening." "Oh, rats! The rest of them won't want to dress." "Of course they will. You remember when you didn't dress for the Littlefield supper party, and all the rest did, and how embarrassed you were." "Oh, embarrassed, hell! I wasn't embarrassed. Everybody knows I can put on as expensive a tux as anybody else, and I should worry if I don't happen to have it on sometimes. Well, all a darn nuisance anyway. All right for a woman that stays around the house all the time, but when a fellow's worked like the dickens all day, he doesn't want to go and hustle his head off getting into the soup and fish for a lot of folks that he's seen in just regular ordinary clothes that same day." You know you enjoy being seen in one. The other evening you admitted you were glad I insisted on your dressing. You said you felt a lot better for it, and, oh, Georgie, I do wish you wouldn't say tux. It's dinner jacket. Oh, rats, what's the odds? Well, it's what all the nice folks say. Suppose Lucille McKelvey heard you calling it a tux. Well, that's all right now. Lucille McKelvey can pull anything on me. Her folks are as common as mud, even if her husband and her dad are millionaires. I suppose you're trying to rub in your exalted social position. Well, let me tell you that your revered paternal ancestor, Henry T., doesn't even call it a tux. He calls it a bobtail jacket for a ringtail monkey, and you wouldn't get him into one unless you chloroformed him. Now, don't be horrid, Georgie. Well, I don't want to be horrid, but, Lord, you're getting as fussy as Verona. Ever since she got out of college, she's been too rambunctious to live with. Doesn't know what she wants. Well, I know what she wants. All she wants is to marry a millionaire and live in Europe and hold some preacher's hand and simultaneously at the same time stay right here in Zenith and be some bloomin' kind of socialist agitator or boss charity worker or some damn thing. Lord. And Ted is just as bad. He wants to go to college and he doesn't want to go to college. Only one of the three that knows her own mind is Tinker. Simply can't understand how I ever came to have a pair of shilly-shallying children like Roan and Ted. I may not be any Rockefeller or James J. Shakespeare, but I certainly do know my own mind, and I do keep right on plugging along in the office, and do you know the latest? Far as I can figure out, Ted's newbie is he'd like to be a movie actor, and here, I've told him 100 times if he'll go to college and law school and make good, I'll set him up in business. And Verona, just exactly as bad, doesn't know what she wants. Well, come on, aren't you ready yet? The girl rang the bell 3 minutes ago. Before he followed his wife, Babitt stood at the westernmost window of their room. This residential settlement, Floral Heights, was on a rise, and though the center of the city was 3 miles away, Zenith had between 300,000 and 400,000 inhabitants now, he could see the top of the Second National Tower, an Indiana limestone building of 35 stories. Its shining walls rose against April sky to a simple cornice like a streak of white fire. Integrity was in the tower, and decision. It bore its strength lightly as a tall soldier. As Babitt stared, the nervousness was soothed from his face. His slack chin lifted in reverence. All he articulated was, "That's one lovely sight." But he was inspired by the rhythm of the city, his love of it renewed. He beheld the tower as a temple spire of the religion of business, a faith compassionate, exalted, surpassing common men, and as he clumped down to breakfast he whistled the ballad, "Oh, by gee, by gosh, by jingo," as though it were a hymn, melancholy and noble. The end of Chapter 1 of Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Read by Rick Kishner for Let to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 2. Relieved of Babitt's bumbling and the soft grunts with which his wife expressed the sympathy she was too experienced to feel and much too experienced not to show, their bedroom settled instantly into impersonality. It gave on the sleeping porch. It served both of them as a dressing-room, and on the coldest nights Babitt luxuriously gave up the duty of being manly and retreated to the bed inside to curl his toes in the warmth and laugh at the January gale. The room displayed a modest and pleasant color scheme, after one of the best standard designs of the decorator who did the interiors for most of the speculative builders' houses in Zenith. The walls were gray, the woodwork white, the rug a serene blue, and very much like mahogany was the furniture. The bureau, with its great clear mirror, Mrs. Babitt's dressing table with toilet articles of almost solid silver, the plain twin beds, between them a small table holding a standard electric bedside lamp, a glass for water, and a standard bedside book with colored illustrations. What particular book it was cannot be ascertained, since no one had ever opened it. The mattresses were firm but not hard, triumphant modern mattresses which had cost a great deal of money. The hot water radiator was of exactly the proper scientific surface for the cubic contents of the room. The windows were large and easily opened, with the best catches and cords, and Holland roller shades guaranteed not to crack. It was a masterpiece among bedrooms, right out of cheerful modern houses for medium incomes, only it had nothing to do with the Babitts, nor with anyone else. If people had ever lived and loved here, read thrillers at midnight and lain in beautiful indolence on a Sunday morning, There were no signs of it. It had the air of being a very good room in a very good hotel. One expected the chambermaid to come in and make it ready for people who would stay but one night, go without looking back, and never think of it again. Every second house in Floral Heights had a bedroom precisely like this. The Babitts' house was 5 years old. It was all as competent and glossy as this bedroom. It had the best of taste, the best of inexpensive rugs, a simple and laudable architecture, and the latest conveniences. Throughout, electricity took the place of candles and slatternly hearth fires. Along the bedroom baseboard were 3 plugs for electric lamps, concealed by little brass doors. In the halls were plugs for the vacuum cleaner, and in the living room plugs for the piano lamp, for the electric fan. The trim dining room, with its admirable oak buffet, its leaded glass cupboard, its creamy plaster walls, its modest scene of a salmon expiring upon a pile of oysters, had plugs which supplied the electric percolator and the electric toaster. In fact, there was but one thing wrong with the Babitt house. It was not a home. Often of a morning, Babitt came bouncing and jesting into breakfast, but things were mysteriously awry today. As he pontifically treaded the upper hall, he looked into Verona's bedroom and protested, "What's the use of giving the family a high-class house when they don't appreciate it and tend to business and get down to brass tacks?" He marched upon them. Verona, a dumpy brown-haired girl of 22, just out of Bryn Mawr, given to solicitudes about duty and sex and God and the unconquerable bagginess of the grey sports suit she was now wearing. Ted, Theodore Roosevelt Babitt, a decorative boy of 17. Tinka, Catherine, still a baby at 10, with radiant red hair and a thin skin which hinted of too much candy and too many ice-cream sodas. Babitt did not show his vague irritation as he tramped in. He really disliked being a family tyrant, and his nagging was as meaningless as it was frequent. He shouted at Tinka, "Well, Kitty Doodly?" It was the only pet name in his vocabulary, except the dear and hun with which he recognized his wife, and he flung it at Tinka every morning. He gulped a cup of coffee in the hope of pacifying his stomach and his soul. His stomach ceased to feel as though it did not belong to him, but Verona began to be conscientious and annoying, and abruptly there returned to Babitt the doubts regarding life and families and business which had clawed at him when his dream life and the slim fairy girl had fled. Verona had for 6 months been filing clerk at the Gruensberg Leather Company offices, with a prospect of becoming secretary to Mr. Gruensberg, and thus, as Babitt defined it, getting some good out of your expensive college education till you're ready to marry and settle down. "But now," said Verona, "Father, I was talking to a classmate of mine that's working for the Associated Charities. Oh, Dad, there's the sweetest little babies that come to the milk station there, and I feel as though I ought to be doing something worthwhile like that." "What do you mean, worthwhile? If you get to be Gruensberg secretary, and maybe you would, if you kept up your shorthand and didn't go sneaking off to concerts and talk fests every evening, I guess you'll find 35 or 40 bones a week worthwhile." "Oh, I know, but, I want to contribute. I wish I were working in a settlement house. I wonder if I could get one of the department stores to let me put in a welfare department with a nice restroom and chintzes and wicker chairs and so on and so forth. Or I could—" "Now, you look here. The first thing you got to understand is that all this uplift and flip-flop and settlement work and recreation is nothing in God's world but the entering wedge for socialism. The sooner a man learns he isn't going to be coddled, and he needn't expect a lot of free grub and all these free classes and flip-flops and doodads for his kids unless he earns them, why, the sooner he'll get on the job and produce. That's what the country needs, and not all this fancy stuff that just enfeebles the willpower of the working man and gives his kids a lot of notions above their class. And you, if you'd tend to business instead of fooling and fussing all the time, why, when I was a young man, I made up my mind what I wanted to do and stuck to it through thick and thin, and that's why I'm where I am today. And Myra, what do you let the girl chop the toast up into these dinky little chunks for? Can't you get your fist onto 'em? Half gold anyway." Ted Babitt, junior in the Great East Side High School, had been making hiccup-like sounds of interruption. He blurted now, "Say, Roan, you're going to—" Verona whirled. "Ted, will you kindly not interrupt us when we're talking about serious matters?" "Oh, punk! said Ted judiciously. "Ever since somebody slipped up and let you out of college, ammonia, you've been pulling these nut conversations about whatnots and so-ons and so forth. Are you going to—" "I want to use the car tonight." Babitt snorted. "Oh, you do? May want it myself." Verona protested. "Oh, you do, Mr. Smarty. I'm going to take it myself." Tinker wailed. "Oh, Papa, you said maybe you'd drive us down to Rosedale." And Mrs. Babitt, "Careful, Tinker, your sleeve is in the butter." They glared, and Verona hurled, "Ted, you're a perfect pig about the car." "Of course you're not at all." Ted could be maddeningly bland. "You just want to grab it off right after dinner and leave it in front of some skirt's house all evening while you sit and gas about literature and the highbrows you're going to marry, if they only propose." "Well, Dad oughtn't to ever let you have it. You and those beastly Jones boys drive like maniacs. The idea of your taking the turn on Chautauqua Place at 40 miles an hour. Oh, where do you get that stuff? You're so darn scared of the car that you drive uphill with the emergency brake on." "I do not. And you, always talking about how much you know about motors, and Eunice Littlefield told me you said the battery fed the generator." "You— Why, my good woman, you don't know a generator from a differential." Not unreasonably was Ted lofty with her. He was a natural mechanic, a maker and tinkerer of machines. He lisped in blueprints, for the blueprints came. "That'll do now," Babitt flung in mechanically as he lighted the glorious, satisfying first cigar of the day and tasted the exhilarating drug of the Advocate-Times headlines. Ted negotiated. "Gee, honest, Roan, I don't want to take the old boat, but I promised a couple of girls in my class I'd drive 'em down to the rehearsal of the school chorus, and gee, I don't want to, but a gentleman's got to keep his social engagements." "Well, upon my word, you and your social engagements. In high school." "Oh, ain't we select since we went to that hen college? Let me tell you, there isn't a private school in the state that's got as swell a bunch as we got in Gamma Digamma this year. There's 2 fellas that their dads are millionaires. Say, gee, I ought to have a car of my own like lots of the fellas." Babitt almost rose. "A car of your own? Don't you want a yacht and a house and a lot? That pretty nearly takes the cake. A boy that can't pass his Latin examinations like any other boy ought to, and he expects me to give him a motor car, and I suppose a chauffeur, and an aeroplane maybe, as a reward for the hard work he puts in going to the movies with Eunice Littlefield. Well, when you see me giving you—" Somewhat later, after diplomacies, Ted persuaded Verona to admit that she was merely going to the armory that evening to see the dog and cat show. She was then, Ted planned, to park the car in front of the candy store across from the armory, and he would pick it up. There were masterly arrangements regarding leaving the key and having the gasoline tank filled, and passionately devotees of the great god motor, they hymned the patch on the spare inner tube and the lost jack handle. Their truce dissolving, Ted observed that her friends were a scream of a bunch stuck-up gabby four-flushers. His friends, she indicated, were disgusting imitation sports and horrid little shrieking ignorant girls. Further, "It's disgusting of you to smoke cigarettes and so on and so forth, and those clothes you've got on this morning, they're too utterly ridiculous, honestly, simply disgusting." Ted balanced over to the low-beveled mirror in the buffet, regarded his charms, and smirked. His suit, the latest thing in old Eli togs, was skin-tight with skimpy trousers to the tops of his glaring tan boots, a chorus-man waistline, pattern of an agitated check, and across the back a belt which belted nothing. His scarf was an enormous black silk wad. His flaxen hair was ice-smooth, pasted back without parting. When he went to school, he would add a cap with a long visor like a shovel-blade. Proudest of all was his waistcoat, saved for, begged for, plotted for, a real fancy vest of fawn with polka dots of a decayed red, the points astoundingly long. On the lower edge of it he wore a high school button, a class button, and a fraternity pin. And none of it mattered. He was supple and swift and flushed. His eyes, which he believed to be cynical, were candidly eager. But he was not over-gentle. He waved his hand at poor dumpy Verona and drawled, "Yes, I guess we're pretty ridiculous and disgusticulous, and I rather guess our new necktie is some smear." Babitt barked. "It is, and while you're admiring yourself, let me tell you, it might add to your manly beauty if you wiped some of that egg off in your mouth." Verona giggled, momentary victor in the greatest of great wars, which is the family war. Ted looked at her hopelessly, then shrieked at Tinker, "For the love of Pete, quit pouring the whole sugar bowl on your cornflakes." When Verona and Ted were gone and Tinker upstairs, Babitt groaned to his wife. "Nice family, I must say. I don't pretend to be any lamb, and maybe I'm a little cross-grained at breakfast sometimes, but the way they go on, a jabbering, I simply can't stand it. I swear I feel like going off someplace where I can get a little peace. I do think, after a man spent his lifetime trying to give his kids a chance and a decent education, it's pretty discouraging to hear them all the time scrapping like a bunch of hyenas, and never... Curious. Here in the paper, it says, never silent for one moment. Have you seen the morning paper yet?" "No, dear." In 23 years of married life, Mrs. Babitt had seen the paper before her husband just 67 times. "Lots of trouble. Terrible big tornado in the south. Hard luck, all right. But this is corking. Beginning of the end for these fellas. New York Assembly has passed some bills that ought to completely outlaw the socialists, and there's an elevator runner strike in New York, and a lot of college boys are taking their places. That's the stuff. And a mass meeting in Birmingham's demanded that this Mick agitator, this fella De Valera, be deported. Dead right, by golly. All these agitators paid for with German gold anyway, and we got no business interfering with the Irish or any other foreign government. Keep our hands strictly off. And there's another well-authenticated rumor from Russia that Lenin is dead. That's fine. It's beyond me why we don't just step in there and kick those Bolshevik cusses out." "Well, that's so," said Mrs. Babitt. "And it says here a fellow was inaugurated mayor in overalls. A preacher, too. Now what do you think of that?" Well." He searched for an attitude, but neither as a Republican, a Presbyterian, an elk, nor a real estate broker did he have any doctrine about preacher mayors laid down for him, so he grunted and went on. She looked sympathetic and did not hear a word. Later she would read the headlines, the society columns, and the department store advertisements. "Well, what do you know about this? Charlie McKelvey still doing the sassiest stunt as heavy as ever. Here's what that gushy woman reporter says about last night. Never is society with the big S more flattered than when they are bidden to partake of good cheer at the distinguished and hospitable residence of Mr. and Mrs. Charles L. McKelvey, as they were last night. Said in its spacious lawns and landscaping, one of the notable sights crowning Royal Ridge, but merry and homelike despite its mighty stone walls and its vast rooms famed for their decoration, their home was thrown open last night for a dance in honor of Mrs. McKelvey's notable guest, Miss J. Sneath of Washington. The wide hall is so generous in its proportions that it made a perfect ballroom, its hardwood floor reflecting the charming pageant above its polished surface. Even the delights of dancing paled before the alluring opportunities for tete-a-tetes that invited the soul to loaf in the long library before the baronial fireplace, or in the drawing-room with its deep, comfy armchairs, its shaded lamps, just made for a sly whisper of pretty nothings all ado, or even in the billiard-room, where one could take a cue and show a prowess at still another game than that sponsored by Cupid and Terpsichore. There was more. A great deal more, in the best urban journalistic style of Miss Elnora Pearl Bates, the popular society editor of the Advocate-Times. But Babitt could not abide it. He grunted. He wrinkled the newspaper. He protested. "Can you beat it? I'm willing to hand a lot of credit to Charlie McKelvey. When we were in college together, he was just as hard up as any of us, and he'd made $1 million good bucks out of contracting, and hasn't been any dishonester or bought any more city councils than was necessary. And that's a good house of his, though it ain't any mighty stone walls, and it ain't worth the $90,000 it cost him. But when it comes to talking as though Charlie McKelvey and all that booze-hoisting set of his are any bloomin' bunch of Vanderbilts, why, it makes me tired." Timidly from Mrs. Babitt, "I would like to see the inside of their house, though. It must be lovely. I've never been inside." "Well, I have. Lots of, a couple of times, to see Chaz about business deals in the evening. It's not so much. I wouldn't want to go there to dinner with that gang of high binders, and I'll bet I make a whole lot more money than some of those tin horns that spend all they got on dress suits and haven't got a decent suit of underwear to their name. Hey, what do you think of this?" Mrs. Babitt was strangely unmoved by the tidings from the real estate and building column of the Advocate-Times. "Ashtabula Street, 496. J.K. Dawson to Thomas Mullally, April 17th, 15.7 by 112.2, mortgage $4,000, nominal." And this morning Babitt was too disquieted to entertain her with items from mechanics' liens, mortgages recorded, and contracts awarded. He rose. As he looked at her, his eyebrows seemed shaggier than usual. Suddenly, "Yeah, maybe. Kind of shame to not keep in touch with folks like the McKelveys. We might try inviting them to dinner some evening. Oh, thunder, let's not waste a good time thinking about 'em. Our little bunch has a lot liver times than all those plutes. Just compare a real human like you with those neurotic birds like Lucille McKelvey, all highbrow talk and dressed up like a plush horse. You're a great old girl, hon." He covered his betrayal of softness with a complaining, "Say, don't let Tinker go and eat any more of that poison nut fudge, for heaven's sake. Try to keep her from ruining her digestion, I tell you. Most folks don't appreciate how important it is to have a good digestion and regular habits. I'll be back about usual time, I guess." He kissed her. He didn't quite kiss her. He laid unmoving lips against her unflushing cheek. He hurried out to the garage, muttering, "Lord, what a family! And now Myra's going to get pathetic on me because we don't train with this millionaire outfit. Oh, Lord, sometimes I'd like to quit the whole game, and the whole office worry and detail just as bad, and I act cranky and, well, I don't mean to, but I get so darn tired." The end of Chapter 2 of Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Read by Rick Kishner for Lit to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 3. To George F. Babitt, as to most prosperous citizens of Zenith, his motor car was poetry and tragedy, love and heroism. The office was his pirate ship, but the car his perilous excursion ashore. Among the tremendous crises of each day, none was more dramatic than starting the engine. It was slow on cold mornings. There was the long, anxious whir of the starter, and sometimes he had to drip ether into the cocks of the cylinders, which was so very interesting that at lunch he would chronicle it drop by drop, and hourly calculate how much each drop had cost him. This morning he was darkly prepared to find something wrong, and he felt belittled when the mixture exploded sweet and strong, and the car didn't even brush the door jamb, gouged and splintery with many bruisings by fenders, as he backed out of the garage. He was confused. He shouted, "Mornin'," to Sam Dapplebraw with more cordiality than he had intended. Babitt's green and white Dutch colonial house was one of 3 in that block on Chatham Road. To the left of it was the residence of Mr. Samuel Dapplebraw, secretary of an excellent firm of bathroom fixture jobbers. His was a comfortable house with no architectural manners whatever, a large wooden box with a squat tower, a broad porch, and glossy paint yellow as a yolk. Babitt disapproved of Mr. and Mrs. Dapplebraw as bohemian. From their house came midnight music and obscene laughter. There were neighborhood rumors of bootlegged whiskey and fast motor rides. They furnished Babitt with many happy evenings of discussion, during which he announced firmly, "I'm not straight-laced, and I don't mind seeing a fella throw in a drink once in a while, but when it comes to deliberately trying to get away with a lot of hell-raising all the while like the Dapplebraws do, it's too rich for my blood." On the other side of Babitt lived Howard Littlefield, Ph.D., in a strictly modern house, whereof the lower part was dark red tapestry brick with a leaded oriel, the upper part of pale stucco like spattered clay, and the roof red-tiled. Littlefield was the great scholar of the neighborhood, the authority on everything in the world except babies, cooking, and motors. He was a Bachelor of Arts of Blodgett College and a Doctor of Philosophy and Economics of Yale. He was the employment manager and publicity counsel of the Zenith Street Traction Company. He could, on 10 hours' notice, appear before the Board of Aldermen or the state legislature and prove absolutely, with figures all in rows and with precedents from Poland and New Zealand, that the streetcar company loved the public and yearned over its employees, that all its stock was owned by widows and orphans, and that whatever it desired to do would benefit property owners by increasing rental values and help the poor by lowering rents. All his acquaintances turned to Littlefield when they desired to know the date of the Battle of Saragossa, the definition of the word sabotage, the future of the German mark, the translation of hinc ille lacrimae, or the number of products of coal tar. He awed Babitt by confessing that he often sat up till midnight reading the figures and footnotes in government reports, or skimming, with amusement at the author's mistakes, the latest volumes of chemistry, archaeology, and ichthyology. But Littlefield's great value was as a spiritual example. Despite his strange leanings, he was as strict a Presbyterian and as firm a Republican as George F. Babitt. He confirmed the businessmen in the faith. Where they knew only by passionate instinct that their system of industry and manners was perfect, Dr. Howard Littlefield proved it to them out of history, economics, and the confessions of reformed radicals. Babitt had a good deal of honest pride in being the neighbor of such a savant, and in Ted's intimacy with Eunice Littlefield. At 16, Eunice was interested in no statistics save those regarding the ages and salaries of motion picture stars. But, as Babitt definitively put it, she was her father's daughter. The difference between a light man like Sam Dapplebraw and a really fine character like Littlefield was revealed in their appearances. Dapplebraw was disturbingly young for a man of 48. He wore his derby on the back of his head, and his red face was wrinkled with meaningless laughter. But Littlefield was old for a man of 42. He was tall, broad, thick. His gold-rimmed spectacles were engulfed in the folds of his long face. His hair was a tossed mass of greasy blackness. He puffed and rumbled as he talked. His Phi Beta Kappa key shone against a spotty black vest. He smelled of old pipes. He was altogether funereal and archidiaconal, and to real estate brokerage and the jobbing of bathroom fixtures he added an aroma of sanctity. This morning he was in front of his house, inspecting the grass parking between the curb and the broad cement sidewalk. Babitt stopped his car and leaned out to shout, "Mornin'!" Littlefield lumbered over and stood with one foot up on the running board. "Fine mornin'," said Babitt, lighting illegally early his second cigar of the day. "Yes, it's a mighty fine morning," said Littlefield. "Spring coming along fast now." "Yes, it's real spring now, all right," said Littlefield. "Still cold nights, though. Had to have a couple of blankets on the sleeping porch last night." "Oh, yes, it wasn't any too warm last night," said Littlefield. "But I don't anticipate we'll have any more real cold weather now." "No, but still, there was snow at Tiflis, Montana, yesterday," said the scholar. "And you remember the blizzard they had out west 3 days ago. 30 inches of snow at Greeley, Colorado. And 2 years ago we had a snow squall right here in Zenith on the 25th of April. Is that a fact? Say, old man, what do you think about the Republican candidate? Who will they nominate for president? Don't you think it's about time we had a real business administration?" "In my opinion, what the country needs, first and foremost, is a good, sound business-like conduct of its affairs. What we need is a business administration," said Littlefield. "I'm glad to hear you say that. I certainly am glad to hear you say that. I didn't know how you'd feel about it with all your associations with colleges and so on, and I'm glad you feel that way. What the country needs, just at this present juncture, is neither a college president nor a lot of monkeying with foreign affairs, but a good, sound, economical business administration that will give us a chance to have something like a decent turnover. Yes, it isn't generally realized that even in China the schoolmen are giving way to more practical men, and of course you can see what that implies." "Is that a fact?" Well, breathed Babitt, feeling much calmer and much happier about the way things were going in the world. "Well, it's been nice to stop and parley-vous a second. Hey, I guess I'll have to get down to the office now and sting a few clients. Well, so long, old man. See you tonight. So long." They had labored, these solid citizens. 20 years before, the hill on which Floral Heights was spread, with its bright roofs and immaculate turf and amazing comfort, had been a wilderness of rank second-growth elms and oaks and maples. Along the precise streets were still a few wooded vacant lots and the fragment of an old orchard. It was brilliant today. The apple boughs were lit with fresh leaves like torches of green fire. The first white of cherry blossoms flickered down a gully, and robins clamoured. Babitt sniffed the earth, chuckled at the hysteric robins as he would have chuckled at kittens or at a comic movie. He was, to the eye, the perfect office-going executive, a well-fed man in a correct brown soft hat and frameless spectacles, smoking a large cigar, driving a good motor along a semi-suburban parkway. But in him was some genius of authentic love for his neighborhood, his city, his clan. The winter was over. The time was come for the building, the visible growth, which to him was glory. He lost his dawn depression. He was ruddily cheerful when he stopped on Smith Street to leave the brown trousers and to have the gasoline tank filled. The familiarity of the rite fortified him. The sight of the tall red iron gasoline pump, the hollow tile and terracotta garage, the window full of the most agreeable accessories, shiny casings, spark plugs with immaculate porcelain jackets, tire chains of gold and silver. He was flattered by the friendliness with which Sylvester Moon, dirtiest and most skilled of motor mechanics, came out to serve him. "Morning, Mr. Babitt," said Moon, and Babitt felt himself a person of importance, one whose name even busy garage men remembered, not one of those cheap sports flying around in flivvers. He admired the ingenuity of the automatic dial clicking off gallon by gallon, admired the smartness of the sign, "A fill in time saves getting stuck. Gas today, 31 cents. Admired the rhythmic gargle of the gasoline as it flowed into the tank, and the mechanical regularity with which Moon turned the handle. "How much we taking today?" asked Moon, in a manner which combined the independence of the great specialist, the friendliness of a familiar gossip, and respect for a man of weight in the community like George F. Babitt. "Fill her up." "Who you rooting for a Republican candidate, Mr. Babitt?" "It's too early to make any predictions yet. After all, there's still a good month and 2 weeks. No, 3 weeks. Must be almost 3 weeks. Well, there's more than 6 weeks in all before the Republican convention, and I feel a fellow ought to keep an open mind and give all the candidates a show. Look 'em all over and size 'em up and then decide carefully." "That's a fact, Mr. Babitt. But I'll tell you, and my stand on this is just the same as it was 4 years ago and 8 years ago, and it'll be my stand 4 years from now, yes, and 8 years from now. What I tell everybody, and it can't be too generally understood, is that what we need first, last, and all the time is a good, sound business administration." "By golly, that's right. How do those front tires look to you?" "Fine. Fine. Wouldn't be much work for garages if everybody looked after their car the way you do." "Well, I do try and have some sense about it." Babitt paid his bill, said adequately, "Oh, keep the change," and drove off in an ecstasy of honest self-appreciation. It was with the manner of a good Samaritan that he shouted at a respectable-looking man who was waiting for a trolley car, "Have a lift?" As the man climbed in, Babitt condescended. "Going clear downtown?" "Whenever I see a fellow waiting for a trolley, I always make it a practice to give him a lift, unless, of course, he looks like a bum." "Wish there were more folks that were so generous with their machines," dutifully said the victim of benevolence. "Oh, no, it ain't a question of generosity, hardly. Fact, I always feel, I was saying to my son just the other night, it's a fellow's duty to share the good things of this world with his neighbors, and it gets my goat when a fellow gets stuck on himself and goes around tooting his horn merely because he's charitable." The victim seemed unable to find the right answer. Babitt boomed on. "Pretty punk service the company gives us on these car lines. Nonsense to only run the Portland Road cars once every 7 minutes. Fellow gets mighty cold on a winter morning waiting on a street corner with the wind nipping at his ankles." "That's right. The streetcar company don't care a damn what kind of deal they give us. Something ought to happen to 'em." Babitt was alarmed. "But still, of course, it won't do to just keep knocking the traction company and not realize the difficulties they're operating under, like these cranks that want municipal ownership. The way these workmen hold up the company for high wages is simply a crime, and of course the burden falls on you and me that have to pay a 7-cent fare. Fact, there's remarkable service on all their lines, considering." "Well," uneasily. "Darn fine morning," Babitt explained. "Spring coming along fast." "Oh, yes, it's real spring now." The victim had no originality, no wit, and Babitt fell into a great silence and devoted himself to the game of beating trolley cars to the corner. A spurt, a tail chase, nervous speeding between the huge yellow side of the trolley and the jagged row of parked motors, shooting past just as the trolley stopped, a rare game and valiant. And all the while he was conscious of the loveliness of Zenith. For weeks together he noticed nothing but clients and the vexing-to-rent signs of rival brokers. Today, in mysterious malaise, he raged or rejoiced with equal nervous swiftness, and today the light of spring was so winsome that he lifted his head and saw. He admired each district along his familiar route to the office, the bungalows and shrubs and winding, irregular driveways of Floral Heights, the one-story shops on Smith Street, a glare of plate glass and new yellow brick, groceries and laundries and drugstores to supply the more immediate needs of East Side housewives, the market gardens in Dutch Hollow, their shanties patched with corrugated iron and stolen doors, billboards with crimson goddesses 9 feet tall advertising cinema films, pipe tobacco, and talcum powder, the old mansions along 9th Street, southeast like aged dandies in filthy linen, wooden castles turned into boarding houses with muddy walks and rusty hedges jostled by fast intruding garages, cheap apartment houses and fruit stands conducted by bland, sleek Athenians. Across the belt of railroad tracks, factories with high-perched water tanks and tall stacks factories producing condensed milk, paper boxes, lighting fixtures, motor cars, then the business center, the thickening, darting traffic, the crammed trolleys unloading, and high doorways of marble and polished granite. It was big, and Babitt respected bigness in anything, in mountains, jewels, muscles, wealth, or words. He was, for a spring-enchanted moment, the lyric and almost unselfish lover of Zenith. He thought of the outlying factory suburbs, of the Chalusa River with its strangely eroded banks, of the orchard-dappled Tonawanda Hills to the north, and all the fat dairyland and big barns and comfortable herds. As he dropped his passenger, he cried, "Gosh, I feel pretty good this morning." Epical as starting the car was the drama of parking it before he entered his office. As he turned from Oberlin Avenue, round the corner into 3rd Street Northeast, he peered ahead for a space in the line of parked cars. He angrily just missed a space as a rival driver slid into it. Ahead, another car was leaving the curb, and Babitt slowed up, holding out his hand to the cars pressing on him from behind, agitatedly motioning an old woman to go ahead, avoiding a truck which bore down on him from one side. With front wheels nicking the wrought steel bumper of the car in front, he stopped, feverishly cramped his steering wheel, slid back into the vacant space, and, with 18 inches of room, maneuvered to bring the car level with the curb. It was a viral adventure, masterfully executed. With satisfaction, he locked a thief-proof steel wedge on the front seat and crossed the street to his real estate office on the ground floor of the Reeves Building. The Reeves Building was as fireproof as a rock and as efficient as a typewriter. 14 stories of yellow pressed brick with clean, upright, unornamented lines. It was filled with the offices of lawyers, doctors, agents for machinery, for emery wheels, for wire fencing, for mining stock. Their gold signs shone on the windows. The entrance was too modern to be flamboyant with pillars. It was quiet, shrewd, neat. Along the 3rd Street side were a Western Union telegraph office, the Blue Delft candy shop, Shotwell's stationery shop, and the Babitt Thompson Realty Company. Babitt could have entered his office from the street, as customers did, but it made him feel an insider to go through the corridor of the building and enter by the back door. Thus he was greeted by the villagers. The little unknown people who inhabited the Reeves Building corridors, elevator runners, starter, engineers, superintendent, and the doubtful-looking lame man who conducted the news and cigar stand, were in no way city dwellers. They were rustics, living in a constricted valley, interested only in one another and in the building. Their main street was the entrance hall, with its stone floor, severe marble ceiling, and the inner windows of the shops. The liveliest place on the street was the Reeves Building barber shop, but this was also Babitt's one embarrassment. Himself, he patronized the glittering Pompeian barber shop in the Hotel Thornley, and every time he passed the Reeves shop, 10 times a day, 100 times, he felt untrue to his own village. Now, as one of the squirearchy, greeted with honorable salutations by the villagers, he marched into his office, and peace and dignity were upon him, and the morning's dissonances all unheard. They were heard again immediately. Stanley Graff, the outside salesman, was talking on the telephone with tragic lack of that firm manner which disciplines clients. I think I got just the house that would suit you. The Percival house, in Linton. Oh, you've seen it. Well, how'd it strike you? Huh? Oh, irresolutely. Oh, I see, yeah. As Babitt marched into his private room, a coupe with semi-partition of oak and frosted glass, at the back of the office he reflected how hard it was to find employees who had his own faith that he was going to make sales. There were 9 members of the staff, besides Babitt and his partner and father-in-law, Henry Thompson, who rarely came to the office. The 9 were Stanley Graff, the outside salesman, a youngish man given to cigarettes and the playing of pool; old Matt Penniman, general utility man, collector of rents, and salesman of insurance, broken, silent, gray; a mystery, reputed to have been a crack real estate man with a firm of his own in haughty Brooklyn; Chester Kirby Laylock, resident salesman out at the Glen Oriole acreage development, an enthusiastic person with a silky mustache and much family; Miss Teresa McGowan, the swift and rather pretty stenographer; Miss Wilberta Bannigan, the thick, slow, laborious accountant and file clerk; and 4 freelance part-time commission salesmen. As he looked from his own cage into the main room, Babitt mourned. "McGowan's a good stenog, smart's a whip, but Stan Graff and all those bums." The zest of the spring morning was smothered in the stale office air. Normally he admired the office with a pleased surprise that he should have created this sure lovely thing. Normally he was stimulated by the clean newness of it and the air of bustle, but today it seemed flat, the tiled floor like a bathroom, the ochre-colored metal ceiling, the faded maps on the hard plaster walls, the chairs of varnished pale oak, the desks and filing cabinets of steel painted in olive drab. It was a vault, a steel chapel where loafing and laughter were raw sin. He hadn't even any satisfaction in the new water cooler, and it was the very best of water coolers, up to date, scientific, and right-thinking. It had cost a great deal of money, in itself a virtue. It possessed a non-conducting fiber ice container, a porcelain water jar guaranteed hygienic, a dripless, non-clogging sanitary faucet, and machine-painted decorations in 2 tones of gold. He looked down the relentless stretch of tiled floor at the water cooler and assured himself that no tenant of the Reeves building had a more expensive one. But he could not recapture the feeling of social superiority it had given him. He astoundingly grunted, "I'd like to beat it off to the woods right now, and loaf all day, and go to Gunch's again tonight and play poker, and cuss as much as I feel like, and drink 109,000 bottles of beer." He sighed, and he read through his mail. He shouted, "Miss Gowan," which meant Miss McGowan, and began to dictate. This was his own version of his first letter. "Omar Gribble, send it to his office, Miss McGowan, yours of 20th to hand, and in reply would say, 'Look here, Gribble, I'm awfully afraid if we go on shilly-shallying like this, we'll just naturally lose the Allen sale. I had Allen up on carpet day before yesterday and got right down to cases, and I think I can assure you—' No, change that. All my experience indicates he is all right, means to do business. Looked into his financial record, which is fine. That sentence seems to be a little balled up, Miss McGowan. Make a couple of sentences out of it if you have to. Period, new paragraph. He is perfectly willing to prorate the special assessment, and strikes me, I'm dead sure, there will be no difficulty in getting him to pay for title insurance. So now, for heaven's sake, let's get busy. No, make that, so now let's get to it, and get down. No, that's enough. You can tie those sentences up a little better when you type 'em, Miss McGowan. Yours sincerely, etc., etc." This is the version of his letter which he received, typed from Miss McGowan that afternoon. Babitt Thompson Realty Company, Homes for Folks, Reeves Building, Oberlin Avenue and 3rd Street Northeast, Zenith. Omar Gribble, Esquire, 376 North American Building, Zenith. Dear Mr. Gribble, your letter of the 20th to hand. I must say I'm awfully afraid that if we go on shilly-shallying like this, we'll just naturally lose the Allen sale. I had Allen up on the carpet day before yesterday and got right down to cases. All my experience indicates that he means to do business. I have also looked into his financial record, which is fine. He is perfectly willing to prorate the special assessment, and there will be no difficulty in getting him to pay for title insurance. So let's go. Yours sincerely." As he read and signed it in his correct, flowing business college hand, Babitt reflected, "Now that's a good strong letter, and clears a bell. Now, what the— I never told McGowan to make a 3rd paragraph there. Wish he'd quit trying to improve on my dictation. But what I can't understand is, why can't Stan Graff or Chet Laylock write a letter like that? With punch, with a kick." The most important thing he dictated that morning was the fortnightly form letter to be mimeographed and sent out to 1,000 prospects. It was diligently imitative of the best literary models of the day, of heart-to-heart talk advertisements, sales pooling letters, discourses on the development of willpower, and hand-shaking house organs as richly poured forth by the new school of poets of business. He had painfully written out a first draft, and he intoned it now like a poet delicate and distrait. "Say, old man, I just want to know, can I do you a whale of a favor? Honest. No kidding. I know you're interested in getting a house, not merely a place where you hang up the old bonnet, but a love nest for the wife and kiddies, and maybe for the flivver out beyond. Be sure and spell that B-E-Y-A-N-T, Miss McGowan. The Spud Garden. Say, did you ever stop to think that we're here to save you trouble? That's how we make a living. Folks don't pay us for our lovely beauty. Now take a look. Sit right down at the handsome carved mahogany escritoire and shoot us in a line, telling us just what you want, and if we can find it, we'll come hopping down your lane with the good tidings, and if we can't, we won't bother you. To save your time, just fill out the blank enclosed. On request, we'll also send blank regarding store properties in Floral Heights, Silver Grove, Linton, Bellevue, and all East Side residential districts. Yours for service. P.S. Just a hint of some plums we can pick for you, some genuine bargains that came in today. Silver Grove, cute 4-room California bungalow, AMI, garage, dandy shade tree, swell neighborhood, handy car line, $3,700, $780 down and balance liberal. Babitt Thompson terms, cheaper than rent. Dorchester, our corker, artistic 2-family house, all oak trim, parquet floors, lovely gas log, big porches, colonial, heated all-weather garage, a bargain at $11,250. Dictation over, with its need of sitting and thinking instead of bustling around and making a noise and really doing something, Babitt sat creakily back in his revolving desk chair and beamed on Miss McGowan. He was conscious of her as a girl, of black bobbed hair against demure cheeks, a longing which was indistinguishable from loneliness enfeebled him. While she waited, tapping a long, precise pencil point on the desk tablet, he half identified her with the fairy girl of his dreams. He imagined their eyes meeting with terrifying recognition, imagined touching her lips with frightened reverence, and she was chirping. "Any more, Mr. Babitt?" he grunted. "That winds it up, I guess," and turned heavily away. For all his wandering thoughts, they had never been more intimate than this. He often reflected, "Never forget how old Jake Offutt said a wise bird never goes love-making in his own office or his own home, starts trouble, sure. But in 23 years of married life, he had peered uneasily at every graceful ankle, every soft shoulder. In thought he had treasured them, but not once had he hazarded respectability by adventuring. Now, as he calculated the cost of repapering the Styles house, he was restless again, discontented about nothing and everything, ashamed of his discontentment, and lonely for the fairy girl. The end of Chapter 3 of Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Read by Rick Kishner for Lit to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 6. He forgot Paul Riesling in an afternoon of not unagreeable details. After a return to his office, which seemed to have staggered on without him, he drove a prospect out to view a 4-flat tenement in the Linton district. He was inspired by the customer's admiration of the new cigar lighter. Thrice its novelty made him use it, and thrice he hurled half-smoked cigarettes from the car, protesting, "I got to quit smoking so blame much." Their ample discussion of every detail of the cigar lighter led them to speak of electric flat-irons and bed-warmers. Babitt apologized for being so shabbily old-fashioned as still to use a hot water bottle, and he announced that he would have the sleeping porch wired at once. He had enormous and poetic admiration, though very little understanding of all mechanical devices. They were his symbols of truth and beauty. Regarding each new intricate mechanism, metal lathe, 2-jet carburetor, machine gun, oxyacetylene welder, he learned one good, realistic-sounding phrase and used it over and over with a delightful feeling of being technical and initiated. The customer joined him in the worship of machinery, and they came buoyantly up to the tenement and began that examination of plastic slate roof, calamine doors, and 7/8-inch blind-nailed flooring, began those diplomacies of hurt surprise and readiness to be persuaded to do something they had already decided to do, which would someday result in a sale. On the way back, Babitt picked up his partner and father-in-law, Henry T. Thompson, at his kitchen cabinet works, and they drove through South Zenith, a high-colored, banging, exciting region, new factories of hollow tile with gigantic wire-glass windows, surly old red-brick factories stained with tar, high perched water tanks, big red trucks like locomotives, and, on a score of hectic side-tracks, far-wandering freight cars from the New York Central and apple orchards, the great northern and wheat plateaus, the southern Pacific and orange groves. They talked to the secretary of the Zenith Foundry Company about an interesting artistic project, a cast-iron fence for Linden Lane Cemetery. They drove on to the Zico Motor Company and interviewed the sales manager, Noel Ryland, about a discount on a Zico car for Thompson. Babitt and Ryland were fellow members of the Boosters Club, and no booster felt right if he bought anything from another booster without receiving a discount. But Henry Thompson growled, "Oh, to hell with 'em. I'm not going to crawl around mooching discounts, not from nobody." It was one of the differences between Thompson, the old-fashioned, lean Yankee, rugged, traditional, stage type of American businessman, and Babitt, the plump, smooth, efficient, up-to-the-minute, and otherwise perfected modern. Whenever Thompson twanged, "Put your John Hancock on that line," Babitt was as much amused by the antiquated provincialism as any proper Englishman by any American. He knew himself to be of a breeding altogether more aesthetic and sensitive than Thompson's. He was a college graduate. He played golf. He often smoked cigarettes instead of cigars, and when he went to Chicago, he took a room with a private bath. "The whole thing is," he explained to Paul Riesling, "these old codgers lack the subtlety that you got to have today." This advance in civilization could be carried too far, Babitt perceived. Noel Ryland, sales manager of the Zico, was a frivolous graduate of Princeton, while Babitt was a sound and standard wear from that great department store, the State University. Ryland wore spats. He wrote long letters about city planning and community singing, and, though he was a booster, he was known to carry in his pocket small volumes of poetry in a foreign language. All this was going too far. Henry Thompson was the extreme of insularity, and Noel Ryland the extreme of frothiness, while between them, supporting the state, defending the evangelical churches and domestic brightness and sound business, were Babitt and his friends. With this just estimate of himself, and with the promise of a discount on Thompson's car, he returned to his office in triumph. But as he went through the corridor of the Reeves building, he sighed, "Poor old Paul, I got to... Oh, damn Noel Ryland, damn Charles McKelvey. Just because they make more money than I do, they think they're so superior. I wouldn't be found dead in their stuffy old union club. Or somehow today I don't feel like going back to work. Ah, well." He answered telephone calls. He read the 4 o'clock mail. He signed his morning's letters. He talked to a tenant about repairs. He fought with Stanley Graff. Young Graff, the outside salesman, was always hinting that he deserved an increase of commission, and today he complained. "I think I ought to get a bonus if I put through the Hyler sale. I'm chasing around and working on it every single evening almost." Babitt frequently remarked to his wife that it was better to con your office help along and keep 'em happy, stead of jumping on 'em and poking 'em up. Get more work out of 'em that way. But this unexampled lack of appreciation hurt him, and he turned on Graff. "Look here, Stan, let's get this clear. You've got an idea somehow that it's you that do all the selling. Where do you get that stuff? Where do you think you'd be if it wasn't for our capital behind you, and our lists of properties and all the prospects we find for you? All you got to do is follow up our tips and close the deal. The hall porter could sell Babitt Thompson listings. You say you're engaged to a girl, but have to put in your evenings chasing after buyers. Well, why the devil shouldn't you? What do you want to do, sit around holding her hand? Let me tell you, Stan, if your girl is worth her salt, she'll be glad to know you're out hustling, making some money to furnish the home nest, instead of doing the lovey-dovey. The kind of fellow that kicks about working overtime that wants to spend his evenings reading trashy novels or spooning and exchanging a lot of nonsense and foolishness with some girl. He ain't the kind of upstanding, energetic young man with a future and with vision that we want here. How about it? What's your ideal, anyway? You want to make money and be a responsible member of the community, or do you want to be a loafer with no inspiration or pep?" Graff was not so amenable to vision and ideals as usual. "You bet I want to make money. That's why I want that bonus. Honest, Mr. Babitt. I don't want to get fresh, but this Hyler house is a terror. Nobody'll fall for it. The flooring is rotten and the walls are full of cracks." "That's exactly what I mean. To a salesman with a love for his profession, it's hard problems like that inspire him to do his best. Besides, Stan, matter of fact, Thompson and I are against bonuses as a matter of principle. We like you, and we want to help you so you can get married, but we can't be unfair to the others on the staff. If we start giving you bonuses, don't you see we're going to hurt the feeling and be unjust to Penniman and Laylock? Right's right, and discrimination is unfair, and there ain't going to be any of it in this office. Don't get the idea, Stan, that because during the war salesmen were hard to hire, now when there's a lot of men out of work, there aren't a slew of bright young fellas that would be glad to step in and enjoy your opportunities, and not act as if Thompson and I were his enemies and not do any work except for bonuses. How about it, eh? How about it?" "Oh, well, Gee, of course, sighed Graff as he went out crabwise. Babitt did not often squabble with his employees. He liked to like the people about him. He was dismayed when they did not like him. It was only when they attacked the sacred purse that he was frightened into fury. But then, being a man given to oratory and high principles, he enjoyed the sound of his own vocabulary and the warmth of his own virtue. Today he had so passionately indulged in self-approval that he wondered whether he had been entirely just. After all, Stan isn't a boy any more. Oughtn't to call him so hard. But rats, got to haul folks over the coals now and then for their own good. Unpleasant duty. But I wonder if Stan is sore. What's he going to saying to McGow out there? So chill a wind of hatred blew from the outer office that the normal comfort of his evening home-going was ruined. He was distressed by losing that approval of his employees to which an executive is always slave. Ordinarily, he left the office with 1,000 enjoyable fussy directions to the effect that there would undoubtedly be important tasks tomorrow, and Miss McGowan and Miss Bannigan would do well to be there early, and for heaven's sake remind him to call up Conrad Lights soon's he come in. Tonight he departed with feigned and apologetic liveliness. He was as afraid of his still-faced clerks, of the eyes focused on him, Miss McGowan staring with head lifted from her typing, Miss Bannigan looking over her ledger, Matt Penniman craning around at his desk in the dark alcove, Stanley Graff sullenly expressionless as a parvenu before the bleak propriety of his butler. He hated to expose his back to their laughter, and, in his effort to be casually merry, he stammered and was raucously friendly and oozed wretchedly out of the door. But he forgot his misery when he saw from Smith Street the charms of Floral Heights, the roofs of red tile and green slate, the shining new sun-parlors and the stainless walls. He stopped to inform Howard Littlefield, his scholarly neighbor, that though the day had been spring-like, the evening might be cold. He went in to shout, "Where are you?" at his wife, with no very definite desire to know where she was. He examined the lawn to see whether the furnace-man had raked it properly. With some satisfaction and a good deal of discussion of the matter with Mrs. Babitt, Ted, and Howard Littlefield, he concluded that the furnace-man had not raked it properly. He cut 2 tufts of wild grass with his wife's largest dressmaking scissors. He informed Ted that it was all nonsense having a furnace-man, big, husky fellow like you, ought to do all the work round the house, and privately he meditated that it was agreeable to have it known throughout the neighborhood that he was so prosperous that his son never worked around the house. He stood on the sleeping porch and did his day's exercises, arms out sideways for 2 minutes, up for 2 minutes, while he muttered, "Ought to take more exercise, keep in shape," then went in to see whether his collar needed changing before dinner. As usual, it apparently did not. The Lettish Croat maid, a powerful woman, beat the dinner gong. The roast of beef, roasted potatoes, and string beans were excellent this evening, and, after an adequate sketch of the day's progressive weather states, his $450 fee, his lunch with Paul Riesling, and the proven merits of the new cigar-lighter, he was moved to a benign, "Sort of thinking about buying a new car. Don't believe we'll get one till next year, but still we might." Verona, the older daughter, cried, "Oh, Dad, if you do, why don't you get a sedan? That would be perfectly slick. A closed car is so much more comfy than an open one." "Well, now, I don't know about that. I kind of like an open car. You get more fresh air that way." "Oh, shoot. That's just because you never tried a sedan. Let's get one. It's got a lot more class," said Ted. "A closed car does keep the clothes nicer," from Mrs. Babitt. "You don't get your hair all blown to pieces," from Verona. "It's a lot sportier," from Ted. And from Tinker the youngest, "Oh, let's have a sedan. Mary Ellen's father has got one." Ted wound up, "Oh, everybody's got a closed car now except us." Babitt faced them. "I guess you got nothing very terrible to complain about. Anyway, I don't keep a car just to enable you children to look like millionaires. And I like an open car, so you can put the top down on summer evenings and go out for a drive and get some good fresh air. Besides, a closed car costs more money." "Oh, gee whiz, if the Doppelbraus can afford a closed car, I guess we can," prodded Ted. "Humph. I make $8,000 a year to his 7, but I don't blow it all in and waste it and throw it around the way he does. Don't believe in this business of going and spending a whole lot of money to show off and—" They went, with ardor and some thoroughness, into the matters of streamlined bodies, hill-climbing power, wire wheels, chrome steel, ignition systems, and body colors. It was much more than a study of transportation. It was an aspiration for knightly rank. In the city of Zenith, in the barbarous 20th century, a family's motor indicated its social rank as precisely as the grades of the peerage determined the rank of an English family, indeed, more precisely, considering the opinion of old county families upon newly created brewery barons and woolen mill viscounts. The details of precedence were never officially determined. There was no court to decide whether the second son of a Pierce Arrow limousine should go into dinner before the first son of a Buick Roadster. But of their respective social importance there was no doubt, and where Babitt as a boy had aspired to the presidency, his son Ted aspired to a Packard Twin Six and an established position in the motored gentry. The favor which Babitt had won from his family by speaking of a new car evaporated as they realized that he didn't intend to buy one this year. Ted lamented, "Aw, punk! The old boat looks as if it had fleas and had been scratching its varnish off." Mrs. Babitt said abstractedly, "Snow White talked your father?" Babitt raged, "If you're too much of a high-class gentleman and you belong to the Bon Ton and so on, why, you needn't take the car out this evening." Ted explained, "I didn't mean—" and dinner dragged on with normal domestic delight to the inevitable point at which Babitt protested, Come now, we can't sit here all evening. Give the girl a chance to clear away the table." He was fretting. "What a family! I don't know how we all got to scrapping this way. I'd like to go off someplace and be able to hear myself think. Paul, Maine, wear old pants and loaf and cuss," he said cautiously to his wife. "I've been in correspondence with a man in New York, wants me to see him about a real estate trade. May not come off till summer. Hope it doesn't break just when we and the Reislings get ready to go to Maine. Be a shame if we couldn't make the trip there together. Well, no use worrying now." Verona escaped immediately after dinner, with no discussion save an automatic, "Why don't you ever stay home?" from Babitt. In the living room, in a corner of the Davenport, Ted settled down to his home study, plain geometry, Cicero, and the agonizing metaphors of Comus. "I don't see why they give us this old-fashioned junk by Milton and Shakespeare and Wordsworth and all these has-beens," he protested. "Oh, I guess I could stand it to see a show by Shakespeare if they had swell scenery and put on a lot of dog, but to sit down in cold blood and read 'em? These teachers, how do they get that way?" Mrs. Babitt, darning socks, speculated. "Yes, I wonder why. Of course, I don't want to fly in the face of the professors and everybody, but I do think there's things in Shakespeare, not that I read him much, but when I was young, the girls used to show me passages that weren't at all nice." Babitt looked up irritably from the comic strips in the Evening Advocate. They composed his favorite literature and art, these illustrated chronicles in which Mr. Mutt hit Mr. Jeff with a rotten egg, and Mother corrected Father's vulgarisms by means of a rolling pin. With the solemn face of a devotee breathing heavily through his open mouth, he plodded nightly through every picture, and during the write he detested interruptions. Furthermore, he felt that on the subject of Shakespeare he wasn't really an authority. Neither the Advocate-Times, the Evening Advocate, nor the Bulletin of the Zenith Chamber of Commerce had ever had an editorial on the matter, and until one of them had spoken, he found it hard to form an original opinion. But even at risk of floundering in strange bogs, he could not keep out of an open controversy. "I'll tell you why you have to study Shakespeare and those. It's because they're required for college entrance, and that's all there is to it. Personally, I don't see myself why they stuck 'em into an up-to-date high school system like we have in this state. Be a good deal better if you took business English and learned how to write an ad or letters that would pull. But there it is, and there's no tall argument or discussion about it. Trouble with you, Ted, is you always want to do something different. If you're going to law school, and you are, I never had a chance to, but I'll see that you do, why, you'll want to lay in all the English and Latin you can get." "Oh, punk! I don't see what's the use of law school or even finishing high school. I don't want to go to college specially. Honest, there's a lot of fellows that have graduated from colleges that don't begin to make as much money as fellows that went to work early. Old Jimmy Peters that teaches Latin in the high, he's a what-is-it from Columbia, and he sits up all night reading a lot of greasy books, and he's always spieling about the value of languages, and the poor soak doesn't make but $1,800 a year, and no traveling salesman would think of working for that. I know what I'd like to do. I'd like to be an aviator, or own a corking big garage, or else... A fellow was telling me about it yesterday. I'd like to be one of those fellows that the Standard Oil Company sends out to China, and you live in a compound and don't have to do any work, and you get to see the world and pagodas and the ocean and everything. And then I could take up correspondence courses. That's the real stuff. You don't have to recite to some frosty-faced old dame that's trying to show off to the principal, and you can study any subject you want to. Just listen to these. I clipped out the ads of some swell courses." He snatched from the back of his geometry 100 advertisements of these home study courses which the energy and foresight of American commerce have contributed to the science of education. The first displayed the portrait of a young man with a pure brow, an iron jaw, silk socks, and hair like patent leather, standing with one hand in his trousers pocket and the other extending with shining forefinger. He was bewitching an audience of men with grey beards, paunches, bald heads, and every other sign of wisdom and prosperity. Above the picture was an inspiring educational symbol, no antiquated lamp or torch or owl of Minerva, but a row of dollar signs. The text ran, $, $, power and prosperity in public speaking, a yarn told at the club. Who do you think I ran into the other evening at the Deluxe restaurant? Why, old Freddie Durkee, that used to be a dead-or-alive shipping clerk in my old place. Mr. Mouseman, we used to laughingly call the dear fellow. One time he was so timid he was plumb scared of the super and never got credit for the dandy work he did. Him at the Deluxe. And if he wasn't ordering a Tony feed with all the fixins from celery to nuts, and instead of being embarrassed by the waiters like he used to be at the little dump where we lunched in Old Lang Syne, he was bossing them around like he was a millionaire. I cautiously asked him what he was doing. Freddie laughed and said, "Say, old chum, I guess you're wondering what's come over me. You'll be glad to know I'm now assistant super at the old shop and right on the high road to prosperity and domination. And I look forward with confidence to a 12-cylinder car, and the wife is making things hum in the best society, and the kiddies getting a first-class education. What we teach you, how to address your lodge, how to give toasts, how to tell dialect stories, how to propose to a lady, how to entertain banquets, how to make convincing selling talks, how to build a big vocabulary, how to create a strong personality, how to become a rational, powerful, and original thinker, how to be a master man. Professor W.F. Peet, author of the shortcut course in public speaking, is easily the foremost figure in practical literature, psychology, and oratory. A graduate of some of our leading universities, lecturer, extensive traveler, author of books, poetry, etc., a man with the unique personality of the master minds, he is ready to give you all the secrets of his culture and hammering force in a few easy lessons that will not interfere with other occupations. Here's how it happened. I ran across an ad of a course that claimed to teach people how to talk easily and on their feet, how to answer complaints, how to lay a proposition before the boss, how to hit a bank for a loan, how to hold a big audience spellbound with wit, humor, anecdote, inspiration, etc. It was compiled by the master orator Professor Waldo F. Peet. I was skeptical too, but I wrote, just on a postcard with name and address, to the publisher for the lessons, sent on trial, money back if you're not absolutely satisfied. There were 8 simple lessons in plain language anybody could understand, and I studied them just a few hours a night, then started practicing on the wife. Soon found I could talk right up to the super and get due credit for all the good work I did. They began to appreciate me and advance me fast, and say, old doggo, what do you think they're paying me now? $6,500 per year. And say, I find I can keep a big audience fascinated speaking on any topic. As a friend, old boy, I advise you to send for circular, no obligation, and valuable free art picture too. Shortcut Educational Publication Company, Desk, Washington, Sandpit, Iowa. Are you a 100%er or a 10%er? Babitt was again without a canon which would enable him to speak with authority. Nothing in motoring or real estate had indicated what a solid citizen and regular fellow ought to think about culture by mail. He began with hesitation. Well, sounds as if it covered the ground. It certainly is a fine thing to be able to orate. I've sometimes thought I had a little talent that way myself, and I know darn well that one reason why a 4-flushing old back number like Chan Mott can get away with it in real estate is just because he can make a good talk, even when he hasn't got a doggone thing to say. And it certainly is pretty cute the way they get out all these courses on various topics and subjects nowadays. I'll tell you, though, no need to blow in a lot of good money on this stuff when you can get a first-rate course in eloquence and English and all that right in your own school, in one of the biggest school buildings in the entire country. That's so, said Mrs. Babitt comfortably, while Ted complained. Yeah, but Dad, they just teach a lot of old junk that isn't any practical use, except the manual training and typewriting and basketball and dancing, and in these correspondence courses, gee, you can get all kinds of stuff that would come in handy. Say, listen to this one. Can you play a man's part? If you are walking with your mother, sister, or best girl, and someone passes a slighting remark or uses improper language, won't you be ashamed if you can't take her part? Well, can you? We teach boxing and self-defense by mail. Many pupils have written saying that after a few lessons, they've outboxed bigger and heavier opponents. The lessons start with simple movements practiced before your mirror, holding out your hand for a coin, the breast stroke in swimming, etc. Before you realize it, you are striking scientifically, ducking, guarding, and feinting just as if you had a real opponent before you. Oh, baby, maybe I wouldn't like that, Ted chanted. I'll tell the world, gosh, I'd like to take one fellow I know in school that's always shooting off his mouth and catch him alone. Nonsense. The idea, most useless thing I ever heard of, Babitt fulminated. Well, just suppose I was walking with Mama or Roan and somebody passed a slighting remark or used improper language. What would I do? You'd probably bust the record for the 100-yard dash. I would not. I'd stand right up to any mucker that passed a slighting remark on my sister, and I'd show him. Look here, young Dempsey, if I ever catch you fighting, I'll whale the everlasting daylights out of you, and I'll do it without practicing holding out my hand for a coin before the mirror, too. Why, Ted, dear, Mrs. Babitt said placidly, it's not at all nice you're talking of fighting this way. Well, gosh almighty, that's a fine way to appreciate. And then, suppose I was walking with you, Ma, and somebody passed a slighting remark. Nobody's going to pass no slighting remarks on nobody, Babitt observed. Not if they stay home and study their geometry and mind their own affairs instead of hanging around a lot of pool rooms and soda fountains and places where nobody's got any business to be. But gosh, Dad, if they did. Mrs. Babitt chirped. Well, if they did, I wouldn't do them the honor of paying any attention to them. Besides, they never do. You always hear about these women that get followed and insulted and all, but I don't believe a word of it, or it's their own fault, the way some women look at a person. I certainly never have been insulted by... Oh, shoot, Mother. Just suppose you were sometime. Just suppose. Can't you suppose something? Can't you imagine things? Certainly I can imagine things. The idea. Certainly your mother can imagine things and suppose things. Think you're the only member of this household that's got an imagination? Babitt demanded. But what's the use of a lot of supposing? Supposing never gets you anywhere. No sense supposing when there's lots of real facts to take into consider. Look here, Dad. Suppose... Well, I mean, just suppose you were in your office and some rival real estate man, realtor, some realtor that you hated came in. I don't hate any realtor, but suppose you did. I don't intend to suppose anything of the kind. There's plenty of fellows in my profession that stoop and hate their competitors, but if you were a little older and understood business instead of always going to the movies and running around with a lot of fool girls with their dresses up to their knees and powdered and painted and rouged and God knows what all as if they were chorus girls, then you'd know, and you'd suppose, that if there's any one thing that I stand for in the real estate circles of Zenith, it is that we ought to always speak of each other only in the friendliest terms and institute a spirit of brotherhood and cooperation, and so I certainly can't suppose and I can't imagine my hating any realtor, not even that dirty four-flushing society sneak Cecil Roundtree. And there's no if and or but about it. But if I were going to lambaste somebody, I wouldn't require any fancy ducks or swimming strokes before a mirror, or any of these doodads and flip-flops. Suppose you were out someplace and a fellow called you vile names. Think you'd want to box and jump around like a dancing master? Why, you'd just lay him out cold. At least I certainly hope any son of mine would. And then you'd dust off your hands and go on about your business. And that's all there is to it. And you aren't going to have any boxing lessons by mail either. Well, yes, I just wanted to show you how many different kinds of correspondence courses there are, instead of all the camembert they teach us in the high. But I thought they taught boxing in the school gymnasium. Well, that's different. They stick you up there and some big stiff amuses himself pounding the stuffings out of you before you have a chance to learn. Not any. But anyway, we'll listen to some of these others. The advertisements were truly philanthropic. One of them bore the rousing headline, Money, Money, Money. The second announced that Mr. P.R., formerly making only 18 a week in a barber shop, writes to us that since taking our course, he is now pulling down $5,000 as an osteovitalic physician. And the third, that Miss J.L., recently a wrapper in a store, is now getting 10 real dollars a day teaching our Hindu system of vibratory breathing and mental control. Ted had collected 50 or 60 announcements from annual reference books, from Sunday school periodicals, fiction magazines, and journals of discussion. One benefactor implored, "Don't be a wallflower, be more popular, and make more money. You can ukulele, or sing yourself into society. By the secret principles of a newly discovered system of music teaching, any one, man, lady, or child can, without tiresome exercises, special training, or long, drawn-out study, and without waste of time, money, or energy, learn to play by note, piano, banjo, cornet, clarinet, saxophone, violin, or drum, and learn sight singing." The next, under the wistful appeal, "Fingerprint detectives wanted. Big incomes," confided. "You, red-blooded men and women, this is the profession you have been looking for. There's money in it, big money. And that rapid change of scene, that entrancing and compelling interest and fascination which your active mind and adventurous spirit crave. Think of being the chief figure and directing factor in solving strange mysteries and baffling crimes. This wonderful profession brings you into contact with influential men on the basis of equality, and often calls upon you to travel everywhere, maybe to distant lands, all expenses paid. No special education required." "Oh, boy, I guess that wins the fire-brick necklace. Wouldn't it be swell to travel everywhere and nab some famous crook?" whooped Ted. "Well, I don't think much of that. Doggone likely to get hurt. Still, that music study stunt might be pretty fair, though. There's no reason why, if efficiency experts put their minds to it, the way they have to routing products in a factory, they couldn't figure out some scheme so a person wouldn't have to monkey with all this practicing and exercising that you get in music." Babitt was impressed, and he had a delightful parental feeling that they two, the men of the family, understood each other. He listened to the notices of mailbox universities which taught short story writing and improving the memory, motion picture acting and developing the soul power, banking and Spanish, chiropody and photography, electrical engineering and window trimming, poultry raising and chemistry. "Well, well," Babitt sought for adequate expression of his admiration. "I'm a son of a gun. I knew this correspondence school business had become a mighty profitable game, makes suburban real estate look like 2 cents, but I didn't realize it got to be such a regular key industry. Must rank right up with groceries and movies. Always figured somebody'd come along with the brains to not leave education to a lot of bookworms and impractical theorists, but make a big thing out of it. Yes, I can see how a lot of these courses might interest you. I must ask the fellows at the Athletic if they ever realized. But same time, Ted, you know how advertisers, I mean, some advertisers exaggerate. I don't know as they'd be able to jam you through these courses as fast as they claim they can." "Oh, sure, Dad, of course." Ted had the immense and joyful maturity of a boy who is respectfully listened to by his elders. Babitt concentrated on him with grateful affection. "I can see what an influence these courses might have on the whole educational works. Of course, I'd never admit it publicly, fellow like myself, a State U graduate. It's only decent and patriotic for him to blow his horn and boost the alma mater. But, as a matter of fact, there's a whole lot of valuable time lost, even at the U, studying poetry and French and subjects that never brought in anybody a cent. I don't know but what maybe these correspondence courses might prove to be one of the most important American inventions. Trouble with a lot of folks is they're so blame material. They don't see the spiritual and mental side of American supremacy. They think that inventions like the telephone and the aeroplane and wireless— oh, no, that was a WAP invention. But anyway, they think these mechanical improvements are all that we stand for, whereas to a real thinker, he sees that spiritual and, dominating movements like efficiency and Rotarianism and prohibition and democracy are what compose our deepest and truest wealth. And maybe this new principle in education at home may be another factor. I tell you, Ted, we've got to have vision." "I think those correspondence courses are terrible." The philosophers gasped. It was Mrs. Babitt who had made this discord in their spiritual harmony, and one of Mrs. Babitt's virtues was that, except during dinner parties, when she was transformed into a raging hostess, she took care of the house and didn't bother the males by thinking. She went on firmly. "It sounds awful to me the way they coax these poor young folks to think they're learning something and nobody around to help them, and You two learn so quick, but me, I always was slow. But just the same." Babitt attended to her. "Nonsense. Get just as much studying at home. You don't think a fellow learns any more because he blows in his father's hard-earned money and sits around in Morris chairs in a swell Harvard dormitory with pictures and shields and table covers and all those doodads, do you? I tell you, I'm a college man, I know. There is one objection you might make, though. I certainly do protest against any effort to get a lot of fellows out of barber shops and factories into the professions. They're too crowded already. And what do we do for workmen if all these fellows go and get educated?" Ted was leaning back, smoking a cigarette without reproof. He was, for the moment, sharing the high, thin air of Babitt's speculation as though he were Paul Risling or even Dr. Howard Littlefield. He hinted, "Well, what do you think then, Dad? Wouldn't it be a good idea if I could go off to China or some peppy place and study engineering or something by mail?" "No, and I'll tell you why, son. I found out it's a mighty nice thing to be able to say you're a B.A. Some client that doesn't know what you are and thinks you're just a plug businessman, he gets to shooting off his mouth about economics or literature or foreign trade conditions, and you just ease in something like, 'When I was in college, 'course I got my B.A. in sociology and all that junk.' Oh, it puts an awful crimp in their style. But there wouldn't be any class to saying, 'I got the degree of stamp liquor from the Bezizus mail-order university.' You see, my dad was a pretty good old coot, but he never had much style to him, and I had to work darn hard during my way through college. Well, it's been worth it to be able to associate with the finest gentlemen in Zenith, at the clubs and so on, and I wouldn't want you to drop out of the gentleman class, the class that are just as red-blooded as the common people, but still have power and personality. It would kind of hurt me if you did that, old man." "I know, Dad. Sure. All right, I'll stick to it. Say, gosh, gee whiz, I forgot all about those kids I was going to take to the chorus rehearsal. I'll have to duck." "But you haven't done all your homework." "We'll do it first thing in the morning." Well, 6 times in the past 60 days, Babitt had stormed, "You will not do it first thing in the morning. You'll do it right now." But tonight he said, "Well, better hustle," and his smile was the rare, shy radiance he kept for Paul Risling. "Ted's a good boy," he said to Mrs. Babitt. "Oh, he is." "Who's these girls he's going to pick up? Are they nice, decent girls?" "I don't know." "Oh, dear, Ted never tells me anything anymore. I don't understand what's come over the children of this generation. I used to have to tell Papa and Mama everything, but seems like the children today have just slipped away from all control." "I hope they're decent girls. Of course, Ted's no longer a kid, and I wouldn't want him to, get mixed up and everything." "George, I wonder if you oughtn't to take him aside and tell him about things." She blushed and lowered her eyes. "Well, I don't know. Way I figure it, Myra, no sense suggesting a lot of things to a boy's mind. Think up enough devilment by himself. But I wonder, well, it's kind of a hard question. Wonder what Littlefield thinks about it." "Of course, Papa agrees with you. He says all this instruction he says, well, it isn't decent." "Oh, he does he? Well, let me tell you that whatever Henry T. Thompson thinks about morals, I mean, though, of course, you can't beat the old duffer." "Why, what a way to talk of Papa. Simply can't beat him at getting in on the ground floor of a deal. But let me tell you, whenever he springs any ideas about higher things in education, then I know I think just the opposite. You may not regard me as any great brain shark, but believe me, I'm a regular college president compared with Henry T. Yes, sir, by golly. I'm going to take Ted aside and tell him why I lead a strictly moral life." "Oh, will you? When?" When? Well, what's the use of trying to pin me down to when and why and where and how and when? That's the trouble with women. That's why they don't make high-class executives. They haven't any sense of diplomacy. When the proper opportunity and occasion arises so it just comes in natural, why, then I'll have a friendly little talk with him oh, say, was that Tinker hollering upstairs? She ought to have been asleep long ago." He prowled through the living room and stood in the sun parlor, that glass-walled room of wicker chairs and swinging couch in which they loafed on Sunday afternoons. Outside, only the lights of Doppelbrau's house and the dim presence of Bavitt's favorite elm broke the softness of April night. "Good visit with the boy. Getting over feeling cranky way I did this morning, and restless. Though by golly, I will have a few days alone with Paul and Maine. That devil Zilla. But Ted's all right. Whole family all right, and good business. Not many fellas make $450 practically half of $1,000 easy as I did today. Maybe when we all get to rowing, it's just as much my fault as it is theirs. Oughtn't to get grouchy like I do, but, well, wish I'd been a pioneer, same as my granddad. But then, wouldn't have a house like this. Gosh, I don't know. He thought moodily of Paul Risling, of their youth together, of the girls they had known. When Babitt had graduated from the State University 24 years ago, he had intended to be a lawyer. He had been a ponderous debater in college. He felt that he was an orator. He saw himself becoming governor of the state. While he read law, he worked as a real estate salesman. He saved money, lived in a boarding house, supped on poached eggs on hash. The lively Paul Risling, who was certainly going off to Europe to study violin next month or next year, was his refuge, till Paul was bespelled by Zillah Colbeck, who laughed and danced and drew men after her plump and gaily wagging finger. Babitt's evenings were barren then, and he found comfort only in Paul's second cousin, Myra Thompson, a sleek and gentle girl who showed her capacity by agreeing with the ardent young Babitt that of course he was going to be governor some day. Where Zillah mocked him as a country boy, Myra said indignantly that he was ever so much solider than the young dandies who had been born in the great city of Zenith, an ancient settlement in 1897, 105 years old, with 200,000 population, the queen and wonder of all the state, and to the Catawba boy, George Babitt, so vast and thunderous and luxurious that he was flattered to know a girl ennobled by birth in Zenith. Of love there was no talk between them. He knew that if he was to study law, he could not marry for years, and Myra was distinctly a nice girl. One didn't kiss her. One didn't think about her that way at all, unless one was going to marry her. But she was a dependable companion. She was always ready to go skating, walking, always content to hear his discourses on the great things he was going to do, the distressed poor whom he would defend against the unjust rich, the speeches he would make at banquets, the inexactitudes of popular thought which he would correct. One evening, when he was weary and soft-minded, he saw that she had been weeping. She had been left out of a party given by Zillah. Somehow her head was on his shoulder, and he was kissing away the tears, and she raised her head to say trustingly, "Now that we're engaged, shall we be married soon, or shall we wait?" Engaged? It was his first hint of it. His affection for this brown, tender woman thing went cold and fearful. But he could not hurt her, could not abuse her trust. He mumbled something about waiting and escaped. He walked for an hour trying to find a way of telling her that it was a mistake. Often in the month after he got near to telling her, but it was pleasant to have a girl in his arms, and less could he insult her by blurting that he didn't love her. He himself had no doubt. The evening before his marriage was an agony, and the morning wild with a desire to flee. She made him what is known as a good wife. She was loyal, industrious, and at rare times merry. She passed from a feeble disgust at their closer relations into what promised to be ardent affection. But it drooped into bored routine, yet she existed only for him and for the children, and she was as sorry, as worried as himself when he gave up the law and trudged on in a rut of listing real estate. Poor kid. She hasn't had much better time than I have, Babitt reflected, standing in the dark sun-parlor. But I wish I could have had a whirl at law and politics, seen what I could do. Well, maybe I've made more money as it is. He returned to the living room, but before he settled down, he smoothed his wife's hair, and she glanced up, happy and somewhat surprised. The end of Chapter 6 of Babitt by Sinclair Lewis, read by Rick Kishner for Lit to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 5. Babitt's preparations for leaving the office to its feeble self during the hour and a half of his lunch period were somewhat less elaborate than the plans for a general European war. He fretted to Miss McGowan, "What time you going to lunch? Well, make sure Miss Bannigan is in then. Explain to her that if Weidenfeld calls up, she's to tell him I'm already having the title traced. And oh, by the way, remind me tomorrow to have Penniman trace it. Now, if anybody comes in looking for a cheap house, remember we got to shove that Bangor Road place off onto somebody. If you need me, I'll be at the athletic club, and I'll be back by 2. He dusted the cigar ashes off his vest. he placed a difficult unanswered letter on the pile of unfinished work that he might not fail to attend to it that afternoon. For 3 noons now he had placed the same letter on the unfinished pile. He scrawled on a sheet of yellow backing paper the memorandum, "See about apartment hutch doors," which gave him an agreeable feeling of having already seen about the apartment house doors. He discovered that he was smoking another cigar. He threw it away, protesting, "Darn it, I thought you'd quit this darn smoking." He courageously returned the cigar box to the correspondence file, locked it up, hid the key in a more difficult place, and raged, "Ought to take care of myself, and need more exercise, walk to the club every single noon. Just what I'll do, every noon cut out this motoring all the time." The resolution made him feel exemplary. Immediately after it, he decided that this noon it was too late to walk. It took but little more time to start his car and edge it into the traffic than it would have taken to walk the 3.5 blocks to the club. As he drove, he glanced with the fondness of familiarity at the buildings. A stranger suddenly dropped into the business center of Zenith could not have told whether he was in a city of Oregon or Georgia, Ohio or Maine, Oklahoma or Manitoba. But to Babitt, every inch was individual and stirring. As always, he noted that the California building across the way was 3 stories lower, therefore 3 stories less beautiful than his own Reeves building. As always, when he passed the Parthenon Shoeshine Parlor, a 1-story hut which, beside the granite and red brick ponderousness of the old California building, resembled a bathhouse under a cliff, he commented, "Gosh, ought to get my shoes shined this afternoon, keep forgetting it." At the Simplex Office Furniture Shop, the National Cash Register Agency, he yearned for a dictaphone, for a typewriter which would add and multiply as a poet yearns for quartos or a physician for radium. At the Nobby menswear shop, he took his left hand off the steering wheel to touch his scarf, and thought well of himself as one who bought expensive ties, and could pay cash for 'em too, by golly. And at the United Cigar Store, with its crimson and gold alertness, he reflected, "Wonder if I need some cigars. Oh, idiot, plumb forgot. Going to cut down my full smoking." He looked at his bank, the Miners and Drovers National, and considered how clever and solid he was to bank with so marbled an establishment. His high moment came in the clash of traffic when he was halted at the corner beneath the lofty Second National Tower. His car was banked with 4 others in a line of steel, restless as cavalry, while the crosstown traffic, limousines and enormous moving vans and insistent motorcycles poured by. On the farther corner, pneumatic riveters rang on the sun-plated skeleton of a new building, and out of this tornado flashed the inspiration of a familiar face, and a fellow booster shouted, "How are you, George?" Babitt waved in neighborly affection and slid on with the traffic as the policeman lifted his hand. He noted how quickly his car picked up. He felt superior and powerful, like a shuttle of polished steel darting in a vast machine. As always, he ignored the next 2 blocks, decayed blocks not yet reclaimed from the grime and shabbiness of the Zenith of 1885. While he was passing the 5 and 10 cent store, the Dakota Lodging House, Concordia Hall with its lodge rooms and the offices of fortune-tellers and chiropractors, he thought of how much money he made, and he boasted a little and worried a little and did old familiar sums. 450 plunks this morning from the light deal. The taxes due, let's see, I ought to pull out 8,000 net this year and save 1,500 of that. No, not if I put up a garage and, let's see, 640 clear last month, and 12 times 640 makes, let's see, 6 times 12 is 7,200, and, rats. Anyway, I'll make 8,000. Gee, now, that's not so bad. Mighty few fellas pulling down $8,000 a year. 8,000 good hard iron dollars. Bet there isn't more than 5% of the people in the whole United States that makes more than Uncle George does, by golly. Right up at the top of the heap. But way expenses are, family wasting gasoline and always dressed like millionaires and sending that 80 a month to mother, and all these stenographers and salesmen gouging me for every cent they can get. The effect of his scientific budget planning was that he felt at once triumphantly wealthy and perilously poor, and in the midst of these dissertations he stopped his car, rushed into a small news and miscellany shop, and bought the electric cigar lighter which he had coveted for a week. He dodged his conscience by being jerky and noisy and by shouting at the clerk, "Guess this will pretty near pay for itself in matches, eh?" It was a pretty thing, a nickeled cylinder with an almost silvery socket to be attached to the dashboard of his car. It was not only, as the placard on the counter observed, a dandy little refinement, lending the last touch of class to a gentleman's auto, but a priceless time-saver. By freeing him from halting the car to light a match, it would, in a month or two, easily save 10 minutes. As he drove on, he glanced at it. "Pretty nice. Always wanted one," he said wistfully. "The one thing a smoker needs, too." Then he remembered that he had given up smoking. "Darn it," he mourned. Well, I suppose I'll hit a cigar once in a while, and be a great convenience for other folks. Might make just the difference in getting chummy with some fella that would put over a sail. And certainly looks nice there. Certainly is a mighty clever little jigger. Gives the last touch of refinement and class. By golly, I guess I can afford it if I want to. Not going to be the only member of this family that never has a single doggone luxury." Thus, laden with treasure, after 3.5 blocks of romantic adventure, he drove up to the club. The Zenith Athletic Club is not athletic, and it isn't exactly a club, but it is Zenith in perfection. It has an active and smoke-misted billiard room. It is represented by baseball and football teams, and in the pool and the gymnasium 1/10 of the members sporadically try to reduce. But most of its 3,000 members use it as a cafe in which to lunch, play cards, tell stories, meet customers, and entertain out-of-town uncles at dinner. It is the largest club in the city, and its chief hatred is the conservative Union Club, which all sound members of the Athletic call a rotten, snobbish, dull, expensive old hole, not one good mixer in the place, you couldn't hire me to join. Statistics show that no member of the Athletic has ever refused election to the Union, and of those who are elected, 67% resign from the Athletic and are thereafter heard to say in the drowsy sanctity of the Union Lounge, "The Athletic would be a pretty good hotel if it were more exclusive." The Athletic Club building is 9 stories high, yellow brick with glassy roof garden above and portico of huge limestone columns below. The lobby, with its thick pillars of porous cane stone, its pointed vaulting, and a brown glazed tile floor like well-baked bread crust, is a combination of cathedral, crypt, and rathskeller. The members rush into the lobby as though they were shopping and hadn't much time for it. Thus did Babitt enter, and to the group standing by the cigar counter he whooped, "How's the boys? How's the boys? Well, fine day." Jovially they whooped back. Virgil Gunch, the coal dealer, Sidney Finkelstein, the ladies' ready-to-wear buyer for Parcher and Stein's department store, and Professor Joseph K. Pumphrey, owner of the Right Way Business College and instructor in public speaking, business English, scenario writing, and commercial law. Though Babitt admired this savant and appreciated Sidney Finkelstein as a mighty smart buyer and a good liberal spender, it was to Virgil Gunch that he turned with enthusiasm. Mr. Gunch was president of the Boosters Club, a weekly lunch club, local chapter of a national organization which promoted sound business and friendliness among regular fellows. He was also no less an official than esteemed leading knight in the benevolent and protective Order of Elks, and it was rumored that at the next election he would be a candidate for exalted ruler. He was a jolly man, given to oratory and to chumminess with the arts. He called on the famous actors and vaudeville artists when they came to town, gave them cigars, addressed them by their first names, and sometimes succeeded in bringing them to the Boosters' lunches to give the boys a free entertainment. He was a large man with hair on brosse, and he knew the latest jokes, but he played poker close to the chest. It was at his party that Babitt had sucked in the virus of today's restlessness. Gunch shouted, "How's the old Bolsheviki? Ha, ha! How do you feel the morning after the night before?" "Oh, boy. Some head that was a regular party you threw, Virg. Hope you haven't forgotten I took that last cute little jackpot," Babitt bellowed. He was 3 feet from Gunch. "Well, that's all right now. What I'll hand you next time, Georgie. Say, did you notice in the paper the way the New York Assembly stood up to the Reds?" "You bet I did. That was fine, huh? Nice day today." "Yes, it's one mighty fine spring day, but night's still cold." "Yeah, you're right they are. Had to have a couple of blankets last night out on the sleeping porch." "Say, Sid," Babitt turned to Finkelstein the buyer, "got something I want to ask you about. I went out and bought me an electric cigar lighter for the car this noon, and—" "Good hunch," said Finkelstein, while even the learned Professor Pumphrey, a bulbous man with a pepper and salt cutaway and a pipe organ voice, commented, "That makes a dandy accessory. A cigar lighter gives tone to the dashboard." "Yep, finally decided I'd buy me one. Got the best on the market, the clerk said it was. Paid $5 for it. Just wondering if I got stuck. What do they charge for 'em at the store, Sid?" Finkelstein asserted that $5 was not too great a sum, not for a really high-class lighter, which was suitably nickeled and provided with connections of the very best quality. "I always say, and believe me, I base it on a pretty fairly extensive mercantile experience, the best is the cheapest in the long run. Of course, if a fellow wants to be a Jew about it, he can get cheap junk, but in the long run, the cheapest thing is the best you can get. Now, you take care, just the other day, I got a new top for my old boat and some upholstery, and I paid out $126.50, and of course a lot of fellas would say that was too much. Lord of the old folks. Well, they live in one of these hick towns upstate, and they simply can't get into the way a city fellow's mind works, and then, of course, they're Jews, and they'd lie right down and die if they knew Sid had anted up 126 bones, but I don't figure I was stuck, George, not a bit. Machine looks brand new now. Not that it's so darned old, of course. Had it less than 3 years, but I give it hard service. Never drive less than 100 miles on Sunday, and, I don't really think you got stuck, George. In the long run, the best is, you might say, it's unquestionably the cheapest." "That's right," said Virgil Gunch. "That's the way I look at it. If a fella is keyed up to what you might call intensive living, the way you get it here in Zenith, all the hustle and mental activity, what's going on with a bunch of live wires like the boosters, and here in the ZAC, why, he's got to save his nerves by having the best." Babitt nodded his head at every fifth word in the roaring rhythm, and by the conclusion in Gunch's renowned humorous vein, he was enchanted. "Still, at that, George, don't know as you can afford it. I've heard your business has been kind of under the eye of the government since you stole the tail of Ethorne Park and sold it." "Oh, you're a great little Joshua, Verg, but when it comes to kidding, how about this report that you stole the black marble steps off in the post office and sold them for high-grade coal?" In delight, Babitt patted Gunch's back, stroked his arm. "That's all right. But what I want to know is, who's the real estate shark that bought that coal for his apartment houses?" "I guess that'll hold you for a while, George," said Finkelstein. "I'll tell you, though, boys, what I did here. George's missus went into the gents' wear department at Parcher's to buy him some collars, and before she could give his neck size, the clerk slips her some 13s. "How'd you know the size?" said Mrs. Babitt, and the clerk says, "Men that let their wives buy collars for 'em always wear 13, madam." "How's that? That's pretty good, huh? How's that, eh? I guess that'll about fix you, George." Babitt sought for amiable insults in answer. He stopped, stared at the door. Paul Risling was coming in. Babitt cried, "See you later, boys," and hastened across the lobby. He was, just then, neither the sulky child of the sleeping porch, the domestic tyrant of the breakfast table, the crafty money-changer of the light Purdy conference, nor the blaring good fellow, the josher and regular guy of the athletic club. He was an older brother to Paul Risling, swift to defend him, admiring him with a proud and credulous love passing the love of women. Paul and he shook hands solemnly. They smiled as shyly as though they had been parted 3 years, not 3 days, and they said, "How's the old horse thief? All right, I guess. How are you poor shrimp?" "I'm first-rate, you second-hand hunk of cheese." Reassured thus of their high fondness, Babitt grunted, "You're a fine guy, you are, 10 minutes late." Risling snapped, "Well, you're lucky to have a chance to lunch with a gentleman." They grinned and went into the Neronian washroom, where a line of men bent over the bowls inset along a prodigious slab of marble, as in religious prostration before their own images in the massy mirror. Voices thick, satisfied, authoritative, hurtled along the marble walls, bounded from the ceiling of lavender-bordered milky tiles, while the lords of the city, the barons of insurance and law, and fertilizers and motor tires laid down the law for Zenith, announced that the day was warm indeed, indisputably of spring, that wages were too high, and the interest on mortgages too low, that Babe Ruth, the eminent player of baseball, was a noble man, and that those two nuts at the Climax Vaudeville Theatre this week certainly are a slick pair of actors. Babitt, though ordinarily his voice was the surest and most episcopal of all, was silent. In the presence of the slight, dark reticence of Paul Risling, he was awkward. He desired to be quiet and firm and deft. The entrance lobby of the athletic club was Gothic, the washroom Roman Imperial, the lounge Spanish Mission, and the reading room in Chinese Chippendale. But the gem of the club was the dining room, the masterpiece of Ferdinand Reitman, Zenith's busiest architect. It was lofty and half-timbered, with Tudor leaded casements, an oriel, a somewhat musicianless musicians' gallery, and tapestries believed to illustrate the granting of Magna Carta. The open beams had been hand-adzed at Jake Offutt's Carbody Works. The hinge were of hand-wrought iron, the wainscot studded with handmade wooden pegs, and at one end of the room was a heraldic and hooded stone fireplace which the club's advertising pamphlet asserted to be not only larger than any of the fireplaces in European castles, but of a draught comparatively more scientific. It was also much cleaner, as no fire had ever been built in it. Half of the tables were mammoth slabs, which seated 20 or 30 men. Babitt usually sat at the one near the door with a group including Gunch, Finkelstein, Professor Pumphrey, Howard Littlefield, his neighbor T. Cholmondeley Frink, the poet and advertising agent, and Orville Jones, whose laundry was in many ways the best in Zenith. They composed a club within a club, and merrily called themselves the Roughnecks. Today, as he passed their table, the Roughnecks greeted him. "Come on, sit in. You and Paul too proud to feed with poor folks? Afraid somebody might stick you for a bottle of Bevo, George? Strikes me you swells are getting awful darned exclusive." He thundered. "You bet. We can't afford to have our reps ruined by being seen with you tightwads," and guided Paul to one of the small tables beneath the musicians' gallery. He felt guilty. At the Zenith Athletic Club, privacy was very bad form, but he wanted Paul to himself. That morning he had advocated lighter lunches, and now he ordered nothing but English mutton chop, radishes, peas, deep-dish apple pie, a bit of cheese, and a pot of coffee with cream, adding, as he did invariably, and you might give me an order of French-fried potatoes." When the chop came, he vigorously peppered it and salted it. He always peppered and salted his meat, and vigorously before tasting it. Paul and he took up the spring-like quality of the spring, the virtues of the electric cigar lighter, and the action of the New York State Assembly. It was not till Babitt was thick and disconsolate with mutton grease that he flung out, "I wound up a nice little deal with Conrad Light this morning that put 500 good round plunks in my pocket. Pretty nice, pretty nice. And yet, I don't know what's the matter with me today. Maybe it's an attack of spring fever, or staying up too late at Verge Gunch's, or maybe it's just the winter's work piling up. But I felt kind of down in the mouth all day long. Of course, I wouldn't beef about it to the fellows at the Roughnecks table there, but you ever feel that way, Paul? Kind of comes over me. Here I've pretty much done all the things I ought to, supported my family, got a good house and a 6-cylinder car, and built up a nice little business, and I haven't any vices, specially, except smoking, and I'm practically cutting that out, by the way, and I belong to the church and play enough golf to keep in trim, and only associate with good decent fellas, and yet even so, I don't know that I'm entirely satisfied." It was drawled out, broken by shouts from the neighboring tables, by mechanical love-making to the waitress, by stertorous grunts as the coffee filled him with dizziness and indigestion. He was apologetic and doubtful, and it was Paul with his thin voice who pierced the fog. "Good Lord, George, you don't suppose it's any novelty to me to find that we hustlers that think we're all so all-fired successful aren't getting much out of it? You look as if you expected me to report you as seditious. You know what my own life's been." "I know, old man. I ought to have been a fiddler, and I'm a peddler of tar roofing and Zilla. Oh, I don't want to squeal, but you know as well as I do about how inspiring a wife she is. Typical instance last evening. We went to the movies. There was a big crowd waiting in the lobby, us at the tail end. She began to push right through it with her, 'Sir, how dare you' manner. Honestly, sometimes when I look at her and see how she's always so made up and stinking of perfume and looking for trouble and kind of always yelping, I tell you I'm a lady, damn you. Why, I want to kill her. Well, she keeps elbowing through the crowd, me after her, feeling good and ashamed, till she's almost up to the velvet rope and ready to be the next let in. But there was a little squirt of a man there, probably been waiting half an hour. I kind of admired the little cuss, and he turns on Zilla and says, perfectly polite, 'Madam, why are you trying to push past me?' And she simply, oh, God, I was so ashamed. She rips out at him, 'You're no gentleman,' and she drags me into it and hollers, 'Paul, this person insulted me,' and the poor skate, he got ready to fight. I made out I hadn't heard them, sure, same as you wouldn't want to hear a boiler factory, and I tried to look away. I can tell you exactly how every tile looks in the ceiling of that lobby. There's one with brown spots on it like the face of the devil. And all the time the people there, they were packed in like sardines. They kept making remarks about us, and Zilla went right on talking about the little chap and screeching that folks like him oughtn't to be admitted in a place that's supposed to be for ladies and gentlemen. And, Paul, will you kindly call the manager so I can report this dirty rat? And, oh, maybe I wasn't glad when I could sneak inside and hide in the dark. After 24 years of that kind of thing, you don't expect me to fall down and foam at the mouth when you hint that this sweet, clean, respectable, moral life isn't all it's cracked up to be, do you? I can't even talk about it except to you, because anybody else would think I was yellow. Oh, maybe I am. Don't care any longer, gosh. You've had to stand a lot of whining from me, first and last, Georgie. Rats, now, Paul, you've never really what you could call whined. Sometimes I'm always blowing to Myra and the kids about what a whale of a realtor I am, and yet sometimes I get a sneaking idea I'm not such a Pierpont Morgan as I let on to be. But if I ever do help by jollying you along, old Polsky, I guess maybe St. Pete may let me in after all. Yeah, you're an old blowhard, Georgie, you cheerful cutthroat, but you've certainly kept me going. Well, why don't you divorce Zilla? Why don't I? If I only could, if she'd just give me the chance. You couldn't hire her to divorce me. No, nor desert me. She's too fond of her 3 squares and a few pounds of nut-scented chocolates in between. If she'd only be what they call unfaithful to me. George, I don't want to be too much of a stinker. Back in college, I'd have thought a man who could say that ought to be shot at sunrise. But honestly, I'd be tickled to death if she'd really go making love with somebody. Fat chance. Of course, she'll flirt with anything. You know how she holds hands and laughs. That laugh, that horrible, brassy laugh. The way she yaps, you naughty man, you better be careful or my big husband will be after you. And the guy looking me over and thinking, well, you cute little thing, you run away now or I'll spank you. And she'll let him go just far enough so she gets some excitement out of it, and then she'll begin to do the injured innocent and have a beautiful time wailing, I didn't think you were that kind of a person. They talk about these demi-verges in stories. These what? But the wise, hard-corseted old married women like Zilla are worse than any bob-haired girl that ever went boldly out into this here storm of life and kept her umbrella slid up her sleeve. But rats, you know what Zilla is. How she nags, how she wants everything I can buy her and a lot that I can't, and how absolutely unreasonable she is. And when I get sore and try to have it out with her, she plays the perfect lady so well that even I get fooled and get all tangled up in a lot of why did you says and I didn't means, and I'll tell you, Georgie, you know my tastes are pretty fairly simple, in the matter of food at least. Of course, as you're always complaining, I do like decent cigars, not those Flor de Cabagos you're smoking. That's all right now. That's a good twofer. By the way, Paul, did I tell you I decided to practically cut out smoke? Yes, you... At the same time, if I can't get what I like, why, I can do without it. I don't mind sitting down to burnt steak with canned peaches and store cake for a thrilling little dessert afterwards, but I do draw the line at having to sympathize with Zilla because she's so rotten bad-tempered that the cook has quit, and she's been so busy sitting in a dirty lace negligee all afternoon reading about some brave, manly Western hero that she hasn't had time to do any cooking. You're always talking about morals, meaning monogamy, I suppose. You've been the Rock of Ages to me, all right, but you're essentially a simp. Where do you get that simp, little man? Let me tell you. Love to look earnest and inform the world that it's the duty of responsible businessmen to be strictly moral as an example to the community. In fact, you're so earnest about morality, old Georgie, that I hate to think how essentially immoral you must be underneath. All right, you can... Wait now. What? Talk about morals all you want to, old thing, but believe me, if it hadn't been for you and an occasional evening playing the violin to Terrell O'Farrell's cello and 3 or 4 darling girls that let me forget this beastly joke they call respectable life, I'd have killed myself years ago. And business. The roofing business. Oh, roofs for cowsheds. Oh, I don't mean I haven't had a lot of fun out of the game, out of putting it over on the labor unions and seeing a big check coming in and the business increasing. But what's the use of it? You know, my business isn't distributing roofing. It's principally keeping my competitors from distributing roofing. Same with you. All we do is cut each other's throats and make the public pay for it. Oh, look here now, Paul. You're pretty darn near talking socialism. Oh, yes, of course. I don't really exactly mean that, I suppose. Of course, competition brings out the best, survival of the fittest, but I mean, Well, take all these fellows we know, the kind right here in the club now, that seem to be perfectly content with their home life and their businesses, and that boost Zenith and the Chamber of Commerce and holler for a million population. I bet if you could cut into their heads, you'd find that 1/3 of them are sure enough satisfied with their wives and kids and friends in their offices, and 1/3 feel kind of restless but won't admit it, and 1/3 are miserable and know it. They hate the whole peppy, boosting, go-ahead game, and they're bored by their wives and think their families are fools. At least, when they come to 40 or 45, they're bored, and they hate business, and they'd go, "Well, why do you suppose there's so many mysterious suicides? Why do you suppose so many substantial citizens jumped right into the war? Think it was all patriotism?" Babitt snorted. "What do you expect? Think we were sent into the world to have a soft time and, float on flowery beds of ease, just made to be happy? Why not? Though I've never discovered anybody that knew what the deuce man really was made for." "Well, we know. Not just in the Bible alone, but, well, it stands to reason a man who doesn't buckle down and do his duty, even if it does bore him sometimes, is nothing but he's simply a weakling, mollycoddle, in fact. And what do you advocate? Come down to cases. If a man is bored by his wife, do you seriously mean he has a right to chuck her and take a sneak or even kill himself?" "Oh, good Lord, I don't know what rights a man has, and I don't know the solution of boredom. If I did, I'd be the one philosopher that had the cure for living. But I do know that about 10 times as many people find their lives dull, and unnecessarily dull, as ever admit it, and I do believe that if we busted out and admitted it sometimes, instead of being nice and patient and loyal for 60 years and then nice and patient and dead for the rest of eternity, why, maybe, possibly, we might make life more fun." They drifted into a maze of speculation. Babitt was elephantishly uneasy. Paul was bold, but not quite sure about what he was being bold. Now and then Babitt suddenly agreed with Paul in an admission which contradicted all his defense of duty and Christian patience, and at each admission he had a curious, reckless joy. He said at last, "Look here, old Paul, you do a lot of talking about kicking things in the face, but you never kick. Why don't you?" "Nobody does. Habit too strong. But, Georgie, I've been thinking of one mild bat. Don't worry, old pillar of monogamy. It's highly proper. It seems to be settled now, isn't it? Though, of course, Zilla keeps rooting for a nice, expensive vacation in New York and Atlantic City, with the bright lights and the bootlegged cocktails and a bunch of lounge lizards to dance with. But the Babitts and the Reislings are, sure enough, going to Lake Sunasquam, aren't we? Why couldn't you and I make some excuse, say, business in New York, and get up to Maine 4 or 5 days before they do, and just loaf by ourselves and smoke and cuss and be natural?" "Great idea," Babitt admired. Not for 14 years had he taken a holiday without his wife, and neither of them quite believed they could commit this audacity. Many members of the athletic club did go camping without their wives, but they were officially dedicated to fishing and hunting, whereas the sacred and unchangeable sports of Babitt and Paul Reisling were golfing, motoring, and bridge. For either the fishermen or the golfers to have changed their habits would have been an infraction of their self-imposed discipline, which would have shocked all right-thinking and regularized citizens. Babitt blustered. "Why don't we just put a foot down and say we're going on ahead of you, and that's all there is to it? Nothing criminal in it. Simply say to Zilla—" "You don't say anything to Zilla simply. Why, Georgie, she's almost as much of a moralist as you are, and if I told her the truth, she'd believe we were going to meet some dames in New York. And even Myra, she never nags you the way Zilla does, but she'd worry. She'd say, 'Don't you want me to go to Maine with you?' I shouldn't dream of going unless you wanted me, and you'd give in to save her feelings. Oh, the devil. Let's have a shot at duck-pins." During the game of duck-pins, a juvenile form of bowling, Paul was silent. As they came down the steps of the club, not more than half an hour after the time at which Babitt had sternly told Miss McGowan he would be back, Paul sighed. "Look here, old man, oughtn't to talked about Zilla the way I did." "Rats, old man, it lets off steam." "Oh, I know. After spending all noon sneering at the conventional stuff, I'm conventional enough to be ashamed of saving my life by busting out with my fool troubles." "Old Paul, your nerves are kind of on the bum. I'm going to take you away. I'm going to rig this thing. I'm going to have an important deal in New York, and sure, of course, I'll need you to advise me on the roof of the building, and the whole deal will fall through, and there'll be nothing for us but to go on ahead to Maine. Paul, when it comes right down to it, I don't care whether you bust loose or not. I do like having a rep for being one of the bunch. But if you ever needed me, I'd chuck it and come out for you every time. Not, of course, but what you're... Well, of course I don't mean you'd ever do anything that would put a decent position on the Fritz, but, see how I mean? I'm kind of a clumsy old codger, and I need your fine Italian hand. Oh, hell, I can't stand here gassing all day. On the job. So long. Don't take any wooden money, Paulibus. See you soon. So long. The end of Chapter 5 of Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Read by Rick Kishner for Lit to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 4. It was a morning of artistic creation. 15 minutes after the purple prose of Babitt's form letter, Chester Kirby Laylock, the resident salesman at Glen Oriole, came in to report a sale and submit an advertisement. Babitt disapproved of Laylock, who sang in choirs and was merry at home over games of hearts and old maid. He had a tenor voice, wavy chestnut hair, and a mustache like a camel's hair brush. Babitt considered it excusable in a family man to growl, "Seen this new picture of the kid? Husky little devil, huh?" But Laylock's domestic confidences were as bubbling as a girl's. "Say, I think I got a peach of an ad for the Glen, Mr. Babitt. Why don't we try something in poetry? Honest. It'd have wonderful pulling power. Listen. Mid pleasures and palaces, wherever you may roam, you just provide the little bride, and we'll provide the home. You get it? See? Like Home Sweet Home. Don't you?" Yes, hell yes, of course I get it, but I think we'd better use something more dignified and forceful, like we lead, others follow, or eventually, why not now? Of course, I believe in using poetry and humor and all that junk when it turns the trick, but with a high-class restricted development like the Glen, we better stick to the more dignified approach. See how I mean? Well, I guess that's all this morning, Chet. By a tragedy familiar to the world of art, the April enthusiasm of Chet Laylock served only to stimulate the talent of the older craftsman, George F. Babitt. He grumbled to Stanley Graff, "That tan-colored voice of Chet's gets on my nerves." Yet he was aroused, and in one swoop he wrote, "Do you respect your loved ones? When the last sad rites of bereavement are over, do you know for certain that you have done your best for the departed? You haven't, unless they lie in the cemetery beautiful. Linden Lane, the only strictly up-to-date burial place in or near Zenith, where exquisitely gardened plots look like daisy-dotted hill slopes across the smiling fields of Dorchester. Sole agents, Babitt Thompson Realty Company, Reeves Building." He rejoiced. "I guess that'll show Chan Martin his weedy old Wildwood Cemetery something about modern merchandising." He sent Matt Penniman to the recorder's office to dig out the names of the owners of houses which were displaying for rent signs of other brokers. He talked to a man who desired to lease a store building for a pool room. He ran over the list of home leases which were about to expire. He sent Thomas Bywaters, a streetcar conductor who played at real estate in spare time, to call on side street prospects who were unworthy the strategies of Stanley Graff. But he had spent his credulous excitement of creation, and these routine details annoyed him. One moment of heroism he had in discovering a new way of stopping smoking. He stopped smoking at least once a month. He went through with it like the solid citizen he was, admitted the evils of tobacco, courageously made resolves, laid out plans to check the vice, tapered off his allowance of cigars, and expounded the pleasures of virtuousness to everyone he met. He did everything, in fact, except stop smoking. 2 months before, by ruling out a schedule, noting down the hour and minute of each smoke, and ecstatically increasing the intervals between smokes, he had brought himself down to 3 cigars a day. Then he had lost the schedule. A week ago, he had invented a system of leaving his cigar case and cigarette box in an unused drawer at the bottom of the correspondence file in the outer office. "I'll just naturally be ashamed to go poking in there all day long, making a fool of myself before my own employees," he reasoned. By the end of 3 days he was trained to leave his desk, walk to the file, take out and light a cigar without knowing that he was doing it. This morning it was revealed to him that it had been too easy to open the file. Lock it, that was the thing. Inspired, he rushed out and locked up his cigars, his cigarettes, and even his box of safety matches, and the key to the file drawer he hid in his desk. But the crusading passion of it made him so tobacco-hungry that he immediately recovered the key, walked with forbidding dignity to the file, took out a cigar and a match, but only one match. If old cigar goes out, it'll by golly have to stay out. Later, when the cigar did go out, he took one more match from the file, and when a buyer and seller came in for a conference at 11:30, naturally he had to offer them cigars. His conscience protested. "Why are you smoking with them?" But he bullied it. "Oh, shut up. I'm busy now. Of course, by and by." There was no by and by, yet his belief that he had crushed the unclean habit made him feel noble and very happy. When he called up Paul Risling, he was, in his moral splendor, unusually eager. He was fonder of Paul Risling than of anyone on earth except himself and his daughter Tinka. They had been classmates, roommates in the State University, but always he thought of Paul Risling with his dark slimness, his precisely parted hair, his nose glasses, his hesitant speech, his moodiness, his love of music, as a younger brother, to be petted and protected. Paul had gone into his father's business after graduation. He was now a wholesaler and small manufacturer of prepared paper roofing. But Babitt strenuously believed and lengthily announced to the world of good fellows that Paul could have been a great violinist or painter or writer. "Why, say, the letters that boy sent me on a trip to the Canadian Rockies, they just absolutely make you see the place, as if you were standing there. Believe me, he could have given any of these bloomin' authors a whale of a run for their money." Yet on the telephone they said only, "South 343. No, I said south. South 343. Say, operator, what the dickens is the trouble? Can't you get me South 343? Why, certainly they'll answer. Oh, hello? 343? Want to speak, Mr. Risling, Mr. Babitt talking. Hello, Paul? Yeah. It's George speaking. Yeah. How's old Socks? Oh, fair to middlin'. How are you? Fine, Paulibus. Well, what do you know? Oh, nothing much. Where you been keeping yourself? Oh, just sticking round. What's up, Georgie? How about a little lunch noon? Be all right with me, I guess. Club? Yeah, I'll meet you there 12:30. Right. 12:30. So long, Georgie. His morning was not sharply marked into divisions. Interwoven with correspondence and advertisement writing were 1,000 nervous details. Calls from clerks who were incessantly and hopefully seeking 5 furnished rooms and bath at $60 a month. Advice to Matt Penniman on getting money out of tenants who had no money. Babitt's virtues as a real estate broker, as the servant of society in the department of finding homes for families and shops for distributors of food, was steadiness and diligence. He was conventionally honest. He kept his records of buyers and sellers complete. He had experience with leases and titles, and an excellent memory for prices. His shoulders were broad enough, his voice deep enough, his relish of hearty humor strong enough to establish him as one of the ruling caste of good fellows. Yet his eventual importance to mankind was perhaps lessened by his large and complacent ignorance of all architecture, save the types of houses turned out by speculative builders, all landscape gardening, save the use of curving roads, grass, and 6 ordinary shrubs, and all the commonest axioms of economics. He serenely believed that the one purpose of the real estate business was to make money for George F. Babitt. True, it was a good advertisement at Boosters' Club lunches and all the varieties of annual banquets to which good fellows were invited, to speak sonorously of unselfish public service, the broker's obligation to keep inviolate the trust of his clients, and a thing called ethics, whose nature was confusing, but if you had it, you were a high-class realtor, and if you hadn't, you were a shyster, a piker, and a fly-by-night. These virtues awakened confidence and enabled you to handle bigger propositions, but they didn't imply that you were to be impractical and refuse to take twice the value of a house if a buyer was such an idiot that he didn't Jew you down on the asking price. Babitt spoke well and often at these orgies of commercial righteousness about the realtor's function as a seer of the future development of the community and as a prophetic engineer clearing the pathway for inevitable changes, which meant that a real estate broker could make money by guessing which way the town would grow. This guessing he called vision. In an address at the Boosters' Club, he had admitted, "It is at once the duty and the privilege of the realtor to know everything about his own city and its environs, where a surgeon is a specialist on every vein and mysterious cell of the human body, and the engineer upon electricity in all its phases, or every bolt of some great bridge majestically arching o'er a mighty flood. The realtor must know his city inch by inch, and all its faults and virtues." Though he did know the market price inch by inch of certain districts of Zenith, he did not know whether the police force was too large or too small, or whether it was in alliance with gambling and prostitution. He knew the means of fireproofing buildings and the relation of insurance rates to fireproofing, but he did not know how many firemen there were in the city, how they were trained and paid, or how complete their apparatus. He sang eloquently the advantages of proximity of school buildings to rentable homes, but he did not know that it was worthwhile to know whether the city schoolrooms were properly heated, lighted, ventilated, furnished. He did not know how the teachers were chosen, and though he chanted, "One of the boasts of Zenith is that we pay our teachers adequately," that was because he had read the statement in the Advocate-Times. Himself, he could not have given the average salary of teachers in Zenith or anywhere else. He had heard it said that conditions in the county jail and the Zenith city prison were not very scientific. He had, with indignation at the criticism of Zenith, skimmed through a report in which the notorious pessimist Seneca Doane, the radical lawyer, asserted that to throw boys and young girls into a bullpen crammed with men suffering from syphilis, delirium tremens, and insanity was not the perfect way of educating them. He had controverted the report by growling, "Folks that think a jail ought to be a bloomin' Hotel Thornley make me sick. If people don't like a jail, let 'em behave themselves and keep out of it. Besides, these reform cranks always exaggerate." That was the beginning, and quite completely the end of his investigations into Zenith's charities and corrections. And as to the vice districts, he brightly expressed it, "Those are things that no decent man monkeys with. Besides, matter of fact, I'll tell you confidentially, it's a protection to our daughters and to decent women to have a district where tough nuts can raise Cain. Keeps them away from our own homes." As to industrial conditions, however, Babitt had thought a great deal, and his opinions may be coordinated as follows. "A good labor union is of value because it keeps out radical unions, which would destroy property. No one ought to be forced to belong to a union, however. All labor agitators who try to force men to join a union should be hanged. In fact, just between ourselves, there oughtn't to be any unions allowed at all. And as it's the best way of fighting the unions, every businessman ought to belong to an employers' association and to the Chamber of Commerce. In union there is strength, so any selfish hog who doesn't join the Chamber of Commerce ought to be forced to." In nothing, as the expert on whose advice families moved to new neighborhoods to live there for a generation, was Babitt more splendidly innocent than in the science of sanitation. He did not know a malaria-bearing mosquito from a bat. He knew nothing about tests of drinking water, and in the matters of plumbing and sewage he was as unlearned as he was voluble. He often referred to the excellence of the bathrooms in the houses he sold. He was fond of explaining why it was that no European ever bathed. Someone had told him when he was 22 that all cesspools were unhealthy, and he still denounced them. If a client impertinently wanted him to sell a house which had a cesspool, Babitt always spoke about it before accepting the house and selling it. When he laid out the Glen Oriole acreage development, when he ironed woodland and dipping meadow into a glenless, orioleless, sunburnt flat prickly with small boards displaying the names of imaginary streets, he righteously put in a complete sewage system. It made him feel superior. It enabled him to sneer privily at the Martin Lumsden development, Avonlea, which had a cesspool, and it provided a chorus for the full-page advertisements in which he announced the beauty, convenience, cheapness, and supererogatory healthfulness of Glen Oriole. The only flaw was that the Glen Oriole sewers had insufficient outlet, so that waste remained in them not very agreeably, while the Avonlea cesspool was a wearing septic tank. The whole of the Glen Oriole project was a suggestion that Babitt, though he really did hate men recognized as swindlers, was not too unreasonably honest. Operators and buyers prefer that brokers should not be in competition with them as operators and buyers themselves, but attend to their clients' interests only. It was supposed that the Babitt-Thompson Company were merely agents for Glen Oriole, serving the real owner, Jake Offutt. But the fact was that Babitt and Thompson owned 62% of the Glen. The president and purchasing agent of the Zenith Street Traction Company owned 28%, and Jake Offutt, a gang politician, a small manufacturer, a tobacco-chewing old farceur who enjoyed dirty politics, business diplomacy, and cheating at poker, had only 10%, which Babitt and the traction officials had given to him for fixing health inspectors and fire inspectors and a member of the State Transportation Commission. But Babitt was virtuous. He advocated, though he did not practice, the prohibition of alcohol. He praised, though he did not obey, the laws against motor speeding. He paid his debts. He contributed to the church, the Red Cross, and the YMCA. He followed the custom of his clan and cheated only as it was sanctified by precedent, and he never descended to trickery, though, as he explained to Paul Reisling, "Of course I don't mean to say that every ad I write is literally true, or that I always believe everything I say when I give some buyer a good, strong-selling spiel. You see, it's like this. In the first place, maybe the owner of the property exaggerated when he put it into my hands, and it certainly isn't my place to go proving my principal a liar. And then most folks are so darned crooked themselves that they expect a fellow to do a little lying, so if I was fool enough to never whoop the ante, I'd get the credit for lying anyway. In self-defense, I got to toot my own horn like a lawyer defending a client, his bounden duty, ain't it, to bring out the poor dub's good points? Why, the judge himself would bawl out a lawyer that didn't, even if they both knew the guy was guilty. But even so, I don't pad out the truth like Cecil Roundtree or Thayer or the rest of these realtors. In fact, I think a fella that's willing to deliberately up and profit by lying ought to be shot." Babitt's value to his clients was rarely better shown than this morning in the conference at 11:30 between himself, Conrad Light, and Archibald Purdy. Conrad Light was a real estate speculator. He was a nervous speculator. Before he gambled, he consulted bankers, lawyers, architects, contracting builders, and all of their clerks and stenographers who were willing to be cornered and give him advice. He was a bold entrepreneur, and he desired nothing more than complete safety in his investments, freedom from attention to details, and the 30 or 40% profit which, according to all authorities, a pioneer deserves for his risks and foresight. He was a stubby man with a cap-like mass of short gray curls and clothes, which, no matter how well cut, seemed shaggy. Below his eyes were semicircular hollows, as though silver dollars had been pressed against them and had left an imprint. Particularly and always, Light consulted Babitt and trusted in his slow cautiousness. 6 months ago, Babitt had learned that one Archibald Purdy, a grocer in the indecisive residential district known as Linton, was talking of opening a butcher shop beside his grocery. Looking up the ownership of adjoining parcels of land, Babitt found that Purdy owned his present shop, but did not own the one available lot adjoining. He advised Conrad Light to purchase this lot for $11,000, though an appraisal on the basis of rents did not indicate its value as above $9,000. The rents, declared Babitt, were too low, and by waiting they could make Purdy come to their price. This was vision. He had to bully Light into buying. His first act as agent for Light was to increase the rent of the battered store building on the lot. The tenant said a number of rude things, but he paid. Now, Purdy seemed ready to buy, and his delay was going to cost him $10,000 extra, the reward paid by the community to Mr. Conrad Light for the virtue of employing a broker who had vision and who understood talking points, strategic values, key situations, under appraisals, and the psychology of salesmanship. Light came to the conference exultantly. He was fond of Babitt this morning and called him Old Hoss. Purdy, the grocer, a long-nosed man and solemn, seemed to care less for Babitt and for vision, but Babitt met him at the street door of the office and guided him toward the private room with affectionate little cries of "This way, Brother Purdy." He took from the correspondence file the entire box of cigars and forced them on his guests. He pushed their chairs 2 inches forward and 3 inches back, which gave an hospitable note, then leaned back in his desk chair and looked plump and jolly. But he spoke to the weakling grocer with firmness. "Well, Brother Purdy, we've been having some pretty tempting offers from butchers and a slew of other folks for that lot next to your store, but I persuaded Brother Light that we ought to give you a shot at the property first. I said to Light, "It'd be a rotten shame," I said, "if somebody went and opened a combination grocery and meat market right next door and ruined Purdy's nice little business. Especially," Babitt leaned forward, and his voice was harsh, "it would be hard luck if one of these cash-and-carry chain stores got in there and started cutting prices below cost till they got rid of competition and forced you to the wall." Purdy snatched his thin hands from his pockets, pulled up his trousers, thrust his hands back into his pockets, tilted in the heavy oak chair, and tried to look amused as he struggled. "Yes, they're bad competition, but I guess you don't realize the pulling power that personality has in a neighborhood business." The great Babitt smiled. "That's so. Just as you feel, old man. We thought we'd give you first chance. All right, then." "Now look here," Purdy wailed. "I know for a fact that a piece of property about same size right near sold for less than $8,500 2 years ago, and here you fellows are asking me $24,000. Why, I'd have to mortgage. I wouldn't mind so much paying $12,000, but why, good God, Mr. Babitt, you're asking more than twice its value and threatening to ruin me if I don't take it." "Purdy, I don't like your way of talking. I don't like it one little bit. Supposing Light and I were stinking enough to want to ruin any fellow human, don't you suppose we know it's to our own selfish interest to have everybody in Zenith prosperous? But all this is beside the point. Tell you what we'll do. We'll come down to $23,000, $5,000 down and the rest on mortgage, and if you want to wreck the old shack and rebuild, I guess I can get Light here to loosen up for a building mortgage on good liberal terms. Heavens, man, we'd be glad to oblige you. We don't like these foreign grocery trusts any better than you do. But it isn't reasonable to expect us to sacrifice $11,000 or more just for neighborliness, is it? How about it, Light? You willing to come down?" By warmly taking Purdy's part, Babitt persuaded the benevolent Mr. Light to reduce his price to $21,000. At the right moment, Babitt snatched from a drawer the agreement he had Miss McGowan type out a week ago and thrust it into Purdy's hands. He genially shook his fountain pen to make certain that it was flowing, handed it to Purdy, and approvingly watched him sign. The work of the world was being done. Light had made something over $9,000. Babitt had made a $450 commission. Purdy had, by the sensitive mechanism of modern finance, been provided with a business building, and soon the happy inhabitants of Linton would have meat lavished upon them at prices only a little higher than those downtown. It had been a manly battle, but after it, Babitt drooped. This was the only really amusing contest he had been planning. There was nothing ahead save details of leases, appraisals, mortgages. He muttered, "Makes me sick to think of Light carrying off most of the profit when I did all the work, the old skinflint. And what else have I got today? Like to take a good long vacation, motor trip, something." He sprang up, rekindled by the thought of lunching with Paul Reisling. The end of Chapter 4 of Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Read by Rick Kishner for Let to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 9. Babitt was fond of his friends. He loved the importance of being host and shouting, "Certainly you're going to have some more chicken. The idea!" And he appreciated the genius of T. Cholmondeley Frink. But the vigor of the cocktails was gone, and the more he ate, the less joyful he felt. Then the amity of the dinner was destroyed by the nagging of the Swansons. In Floral Heights and the other prosperous sections of Zenith, especially in the young married set, there were many women who had nothing to do. Though they had few servants, yet with gas stoves, electric ranges, and dishwashers, and vacuum cleaners, and tiled kitchen walls, their houses were so convenient that they had little housework, and much of their food came from bakeries and delicatessens. They had but 2, 1, or no children, and despite the myth that the Great War had made work respectable, their husbands objected to their wasting time and getting a lot of crank ideas in unpaid social work, and still more to their causing a rumor by earning money that they were not adequately supported. They worked perhaps 2 hours a day, and the rest of the time they ate chocolates, went to the motion pictures, went window shopping, went in gossiping 2s and 3s to card parties, read magazines, thought timorously of the lovers who never appeared, and accumulated a splendid restlessness which they got rid of by nagging their husbands. The husbands nagged back. Of these naggers, the Swansons were perfect specimens. Throughout the dinner, Eddie Swanson had been complaining publicly about his wife's new frock. It was, he submitted, too short, too low, too immodestly thin, and much too expensive. He appealed to Babitt. "Honest, George, what do you think of that rag Louetta went and bought? Don't you think it's the limit?" What's eating you, Eddie? I call it a swell little dress. Oh, it is, Mr. Swanson. It's a sweet frock, Mrs. Babitt protested. There now, do you see, Smarty? You're such an authority on clothes. Louetta raged while the guests ruminated and peeped at her shoulders. That's all right now, said Swanson. I'm authority enough, so I know it was a waste of money, and it makes me tired to see you not wearing out a whole closet full of clothes you got already. I've expressed my idea about this before, and you know good and well you didn't pay the least bit of attention. I have to camp on your trail to get you to do anything. There was much more of it, and they all assisted, all but Babitt. Everything about him was dim, except his stomach, and that was a bright scarlet disturbance. I had too much grub. Oughtn't to eat this stuff, he groaned, while he went on eating, while he gulped down a chill and glutinous slice of the ice cream brick and coconut cake, as oozy as shaving cream. He felt as though he had been stuffed with clay. His body was bursting, his throat was bursting, his brain was hot mud, and only with agony did he continue to smile and shout as became a host on Floral Heights. He would, except for his guests, have fled outdoors and walked off the intoxication of food. But in the haze which filled the room they sat forever, talking, while he agonized. Darn fool to be eating all this, not another mouthful, and discovered that he was again tasting the sickly welter of melted ice cream on his plate. There was no magic in his friends. He was not uplifted when Howard Littlefield produced from his treasure house of scholarship the information that the chemical symbol for raw rubber is C10H16, which turns into isoprene or 2C5H8. Suddenly, without precedent, Babitt was not merely bored, but admitting that he was bored. It was ecstasy to escape from the table, from the torture of a straight chair, and loll on the davenport in the living room. The others, from their fitful, unconvincing talk, their expressions of being slowly and painfully smothered, seemed to be suffering from the toil of social life and the horror of good food as much as himself. All of them accepted with relief the suggestion of bridge. Babitt recovered from the feeling of being boiled. He wanted bridge. He was again able to endure Virgil Gunch's inexorable heartiness. But he pictured loafing with Paul Reisling beside a lake in Maine. It was as overpowering and imaginative as homesickness. He had never seen Maine, yet he beheld the shrouded mountains, the tranquil lake of evening. "That boy Paul's worth all these ballyhooing highbrows put together," he muttered, "and I'd like to get away from everything." Even Louetta Swanson did not rouse him. Mrs. Swanson was pretty and pliant. Babitt was not an analyst of women, except as to their taste in furnished houses to rent. He divided them into real ladies, working women, old cranks, and fly chickens. He mooned over their charms, but he was of opinion that all of them, save the women of his own family, were different and mysterious. Yet he had known by instinct that Louetta Swanson could be approached. Her eyes and lips were moist. Her face tapered from a broad forehead to a pointed chin. Her mouth was thin, but strong and avid, and between her brows were two out-curving and passionate wrinkles. She was 30, perhaps, or younger. Gossip had never touched her, but every man naturally and instantly rose to flirtatiousness when he spoke to her, and every woman watched her with stilled blankness. Between games, sitting on the davenport, Babitt spoke to her with the requisite gallantry, that sonorous Floral Heights gallantry which is not flirtation, but a terrified flight from it. "You're looking like a new soda fountain tonight, Louetta." "Am I?" "Old Eddie kind of on the rampage." "Yes, I get so sick of it." "Well, when you get tired of hubby, you can run off with Uncle George." "If I ran away. Oh, well. Anybody ever tell you your hands are awful pretty?" She looked down at them. She pulled the lace of her sleeves over them, but otherwise she did not heed him. She was lost in unexpressed imaginings. Babitt was too languid this evening to pursue his duty of being a captivating, though strictly moral, male. He ambled back to the bridge tables. He was not much thrilled when Mrs. Frink, a small, twittering woman, proposed that they try and do some spiritualism and table-tipping. "You know, Chum can make the spirits come, honest. He just scares me." The ladies of the party had not emerged all evening, but now, as the sex given to things of the spirit, while the men warred against base things material, they took command and cried, "Oh, let's!" In the dimness the men were rather solemn and foolish, but the good wives quivered and adored as they sat about the table. They laughed. "Now you be good, or I'll tell," when the men took their hands in the circle. Babitt tingled with a slight return of interest in life as Louetta Swanson's hand closed on his with quiet firmness. All of them hunched over, intent.
They startled as someone drew a strained breath. In the dusty light from the hall they looked unreal. They felt disembodied. Mrs. Gunch squeaked, and they jumped with unnatural jocularity. But at Frink's hiss they sank into subdued awe. Suddenly, incredibly, they heard a knocking. They stared at Frink's half-revealed hands and found them lying still. They wriggled and pretended not to be impressed. Frink spoke with gravity. "Is someone there?" A thud. "Is one knock to be the sign for yes?" A thud. "And two for no?" A thud. "Now, ladies and gentlemen, shall we ask the guide to put us into communication with the spirit of some great one passed over?" Frink mumbled. Mrs. Orville Jones begged. "Oh, let's talk to Dante. We studied him at the reading circle. You know who he was, Orvie?" "Certainly I know who he was. The wop poet. Where do you think I was raised?" From her insulted husband. "Sure, the fellow that took the cook's tour of hell. I never waded through his poetry, but we learned about him at the U," said Babitt. "Page Mr. Dante," intoned Eddie Swanson. "You ought to get him easy, Mr. Frink, you and he being fellow poets," said Louetta Swanson. "Fellow poets, rats. Where do you get that stuff?" protested Virgil Gunch. "I suppose Dante showed a lot of speed for an old-timer, not that I've actually read him, of course, but to come right down to hard facts, he wouldn't stand 1, 2, 3 if he had to buckle down to practical literature and turn out a poem for the newspaper syndicate every day like Chum does." "Now that's so," from Eddie Swanson. "Those old birds could take their time. Judas Priest, I could write poetry myself if I had a whole year for it, and just wrote about that old-fashioned junk like Dante wrote about." Frink demanded, "Hush now, I'll call him." "Oh, laughing eyes, emerge forth into the ultimates, and bring hither the spirit of Dante, that we mortals may list to his words of wisdom." "You forgot to give the address, 1658 Brimstone Avenue, Fiery Heights, Hell," Gunch chuckled, but the others felt that this was irreligious. And besides, probably it was just Chum making the knocks, but still, if there did happen to be something to all this, be exciting to talk to an old fella belonging to way back in early times. A thud. The spirit of Dante had come to the parlor of George F. Babitt. He was, it seemed, quite ready to answer their questions. He was glad to be with them this evening. Frink spelled out the messages by running through the alphabet till the spirit interpreter knocked at the right letter. Littlefield asked in a learned tone, "Do you like it in the Paradiso, Messier?" "We are very happy on the higher plane, Signor. We are glad that you are studying this great truth of spiritualism," Dante replied. The circle moved with an odd creaking of stays and shirt-fronts. Suppose there was something to this. Babitt had a different worry. Suppose Chum Frink was really one of those spiritualists. Chum had, for a literary fellow, always seemed to be a regular guy. He belonged to the Chatham Road Presbyterian Church and went to the boosters' lunches and liked cigars and motors and racy stories. But suppose that secretly, after all, you never could tell about these darn highbrows, and to be an out-and-out spiritualist would be almost like being a socialist. No one could long be serious in the presence of Virgil Gunch. "Ask Dant how Jack Shakespeare and old Virg, the guy they named after me, are getting along, and don't they wish they could get into the movie game?" he blared, and instantly all was mirth. Mrs. Jones shrieked, and Eddie Swanson desired to know whether Dante didn't catch cold with nothing on but his wreath. The pleased Dante made humble answers. But Babitt, the cursed discontent, was torturing him again, and heavily in the impersonal darkness he pondered, Well, we're all so flip and think we're so smart. There'd be a fellow like Dante. I wish I'd read some of his pieces. I don't suppose I ever will now." He had, without explanation, the impression of a slaggy cliff, and on it, in silhouette against menacing clouds, a lone and austere figure. He was dismayed by a sudden contempt for his surest friends. He grasped Louetta Swanson's hand, and found the comfort of human warmth. Habit came, a veteran warrior, and he shook himself. "What the deuce is the matter with me this evening?" He patted Louetta's hand to indicate that he hadn't meant anything improper by squeezing it, and demanded of Frink, "Say, see if you can get old Dant to spiel us some of his poetry. Talk up to him. Tell him, Buena giorno, signor. Come savi, Weigate? Kesker Sekerska, a little poem, senor?" The lights were switched on. The women sat on the fronts of their chairs in that determined suspense whereby a wife indicates that, as soon as the present speaker has finished, she is going to remark brightly to her husband, "Well, dear, I think perhaps it's about time for us to be saying good night." For once Babitt did not break out in blustering efforts to keep the party going. He had. There was something he wished to think out, but the psychical research had started them off again. Why didn't they go home? Why didn't they go home? Though he was impressed by the profundity of the statement, he was only half enthusiastic when Howard Littlefield lectured, "The United States is the only nation in which the government is a moral ideal and not just a social arrangement." True, true. Now, weren't they ever going home? He was usually delighted to have an inside view of the momentous world of motors, but tonight he scarcely listened to Eddie Swanson's revelation. "If you want to go above the javelin class, the Zico is a mighty good buy. A couple of weeks ago, and mind you, this was a fair square test, they took a Zico stock touring car and they slid up the Tonawanda Hill on high, and fella told me, Zico good boat, but were they planning to stay all night? They really were going with a flutter of, we did have the best time." Most aggressively friendly of all was Babitt, yet, as he burbled, he was reflecting, "I got through it, but for a while there I didn't hardly think I'd last out." He prepared to taste that most delicate pleasure of the host, making fun of his guests in the relaxation of midnight. As the door closed, he yawned voluptuously, chest out, shoulders wriggling, and turned cynically to his wife. She was beaming. "Oh, it was nice, wasn't it? I know they enjoyed every minute of it, don't you think so?" He couldn't do it. He couldn't mock. It would have been like sneering at a happy child. He lied ponderously. "You bet. Best party this year by a long shot." "Wasn't the dinner good? And honestly, I thought the fried chicken was delicious." "You bet. Fried to the Queen's taste. Best fried chicken I've tasted for a coon's age." "Didn't Matilda fry it beautifully? And don't you think the soup was simply delicious?" "It certainly was. It was corking. Best soup I've tasted since Heck was a pup." But his voice was seeping away. They stood in the hall under the electric light, in its square box, light shade of red glass bound with nickel. She stared at him. "Why, George, you sound as if you hadn't really enjoyed it." "Sure I did. Of course I did." "George, what is it?" "Oh, I'm kind of tired, I guess. Been pounding pretty hard at the office. Need to get away and rest up a little." "Well, we're going to Maine in just a few weeks now, dear." "Yeah." Then he was pouring it out, nakedly, robbed of reticence. "Myra, I think it'd be a good thing for me to get up there early." "But you have this man you have to meet in New York about business." "What man?" "Oh, sure, him. Oh, well, that's all off. But I want to hit Maine early, get in a little fishing, catch me a big trout, by golly." A nervous, artificial laugh. "Well, why don't we do it? Verona and Matilda can run the house between them, and you and I can go any time if you think we can afford it. But well, I've been feeling so jumpy lately. I thought maybe it might be a good thing if I kind of got off by myself and sweat it out of me." "George, don't you want me to go along?" She was too wretchedly in earnest to be tragic, or gloriously insulted, or anything save dumpy and defenseless and flushed to the red steaminess of a boiled beet. "Of course I do. I just meant—" Remembering that Paul Riesling had predicted this, he was as desperate as she. "I mean, sometimes it's a good thing for an old grouch like me to go off and get it out of his system." He tried to sound paternal. "Then when you and the kids arrive, I figure maybe I might skip up to Maine just a few days ahead of you. I'd be ready for a real bat. See how I mean?" He coaxed her with large booming sounds, with affable smiles, like a popular preacher blessing an Easter congregation, like a humorous lecturer completing his stint of eloquence, like all perpetrators of masculine wiles. She stared at him, the joy of festival drained from her face. "Do I bother you when we go on vacations? Don't I add anything to your fun?" He broke. Suddenly, dreadfully, he was hysterical. He was a yelping baby. "Yes, yes, yes, hell yes. But can't you understand? I'm shot to pieces. I'm all in. I got to take care of myself, I tell you. I got to. I'm sick of everything and everybody. I got to." It was she who was mature and protective now. "Why, of course. You shall run off by yourself. Why don't you get Paul to go along, and you boys just fish and have a good time?" She patted his shoulder, reaching up to it, while he shook with palsied helplessness, and in that moment was not merely by habit fond of her, but clung to her strength. She cried cheerily, "Now upstairs you go and pop into bed. We'll fix it all up. I'll see to the doors. Now skip." For many minutes, for many hours, for a bleak eternity, he lay awake, shivering, reduced to primitive terror, comprehending that he had won freedom and wondering what he could do with anything so unknown and so embarrassing as freedom. The end of Chapter 9 of Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Read by Rick Kishner for Lit2Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 8. The great events of Babitt's spring were the secret buying of real estate options in Linton for certain street traction officials before the public announcement that the Linton Avenue car line would be extended, and a dinner which was, as he rejoiced to his wife, not only a regular society spread, but a real sure-enough highbrow affair with some of the keenest intellects and the brightest bunch of little women in town. It was so absorbing an occasion that he almost forgot his desire to run off to Maine with Paul Risling. Though he had been born in the village of Catawba, Babitt had risen to that metropolitan social plane on which hosts have as many as 4 people at dinner without planning it for more than an evening or 2. But a dinner of 12, with flowers from the florists and all the cut glass out, staggered even the Babitts. For 2 weeks they studied, debated, and arbitrated the list of guests. Babitt marveled. "Of course we're up to date ourselves, but still, think of us entertaining a famous poet like Chum Frink, a fellow that on nothing but a poem or so every day and just writing a few advertisements pulls down 15,000 berries a year." "Yes, and Howard Littlefield. Do you know the other evening Eunice told me her papa speaks 3 languages?" said Mrs. Babitt. "Huh, that's nothing. So do I. American, baseball, and poker." "I don't think it's nice to be funny about a matter like that. Think how wonderful it must be to speak 3 languages, and so useful, and with people like that, I don't see why we invite the Orville Joneses." "Well, now, Orville is a mighty up-and-coming fellow." "Yes, I know, but a laundry—" "Well, I'll admit a laundry hasn't got the class of poetry or real estate, but just the same, Orvie is mighty deep. Ever start him spieling about gardening? Say, that fella can tell you the name of every kind of tree and some of their Greek and Latin names, too. Besides, we owe the Joneses a dinner. Besides, gosh, we got to have some boob for audience when a bunch of hot-air artists like Frink and Littlefield get going." "Well, dear, I meant to speak of this. I do think that as host you ought to sit back and listen and let your guests have a chance to talk once in a while." "Oh, you do you? Sure. I talk all the time, and I'm just a businessman. Oh, sure, I'm no Ph.D. like Littlefield and no poet, and I haven't anything to spring. Well, let me tell you, just the other day your darn chum Frink comes up to me at the club begging to know what I thought about the Springfield school bond issue. And who told him? I did. You bet your life I told him. Little me, I certainly did. He came up and asked me, and I told him all about it. You bet. And he was darn glad to listen to me, and duty as a host. I guess I know my duty as a host, and let me tell you—" In fact, the Orville Joneses were invited. On the morning of the dinner, Mrs. Babitt was restive. "Now, George, I want you to be sure and be home early tonight. Remember, you have to dress." "Aha. I see by the Advocate that the Presbyterian General Assembly has voted to quit the interchurch world movement. That—" "George, did you hear what I said? You must be home in time to dress tonight." "Dress? Hell, I'm dressed now. Think I'm going down to the office in my BVDs?" "I will not have you talking indecently before the children, and you do have to put on your dinner jacket." "I guess you mean my tux. I tell you, of all the doggone nonsensical nuisances that was ever invented—" 3 minutes later, after Babitt had wailed, "Well, I don't know whether I'm going to dress or not," in a manner which showed that he was going to dress, the discussion moved on. "Now, George, you mustn't forget to call in at Vecchia's on the way home and get the ice cream. Their delivery wagon is broken down, and I don't want to trust them to send it by—" "All right, you told me that before breakfast." "Well, I don't want you to forget. I'll be working my head off all day long, training the girl that's to help with the dinner." All nonsense anyway, hiring an extra girl for the feed. Matilda could perfectly well. "And I have to go out and buy the flowers and fix them and set the table and order the salted almonds and look at the chickens and arrange for the children to have their supper upstairs, and I simply must depend on you to go to Vecchia's for the ice cream." "All right. gosh, I'm gonna get it. All you have to do is go in and say you want the ice cream that Mrs. Babitt ordered yesterday by phone, and it will be all ready for you. At 10:30, she telephoned to him not to forget the ice cream from Vecchia's. He was surprised and blasted then by a thought. He wondered whether Floral Heights dinners were worth the hideous toil involved, but he repented the sacrilege in the excitement of buying the material for cocktails. Now, this was the manner of obtaining alcohol under the reign of righteousness and prohibition. He drove from the severe rectangular streets of the modern business center into the tangled byways of Old Town, jagged blocks filled with sooty warehouses and lofts, on into the arbor, once a pleasant orchard, but now a morass of lodging-houses, tenements, and brothels. Exquisite shivers chilled his spine and stomach, and he looked at every policeman with intense innocence as one who loved the law and admired the force and longed to stop and play with them. He parked his car a block from Healy Hanson's saloon, worrying, "Well, rats, if anybody did see me, they'd think I was here on business." He entered a place curiously like the saloons of ante-prohibition days, with a long, greasy bar with sawdust in front and streaky mirror behind, a pine table at which a dirty old man dreamed over a glass of something which resembled whiskey, and with two men at the bar drinking something which resembled beer, and giving that impression of forming a large crowd which two men always give in a saloon. The bartender, a tall, pale Swede with a diamond in his lilac scarf, stared at Babitt as he stalked plumply up to the bar and whispered, A friend of Hanson sent me here. Like to get some gin." The bartender gazed down on him in the manner of an outraged bishop. "I guess you got the wrong place, my friend. We sell nothing but soft drinks here." He cleaned the bar with a rag which would itself have done with a little cleaning, and glared across his mechanically moving elbow. The old dreamer at the table petitioned the bartender. "Say, Oscar, listen." Oscar did not listen. Say, Oscar, listen, will you? Say, listen." The decayed and drowsy voice of the loafer, the agreeable stink of beer dregs, threw a spell of inanition over Babitt. The bartender moved grimly toward the crowd of two men. Babitt followed him as delicately as a cat, and wheedled, "Say, Oscar, I want to speak to Mr. Hanson." "What'd you want to see him for?" "I just want to talk to him. Here's my card." It was a beautiful card, an engraved card, a card in the blackest black and the sharpest red, announcing that Mr. George F. Babitt was estates, insurance, rents. The bartender held it as though it weighed 10 pounds, and read it as though it were 100 words long. He did not bend from his episcopal dignity, but he growled, "I'll see if he's around." From the back room he brought an immensely old young man, a quiet, sharp-eyed man in tan silk shirt, checked vest hanging open, and burning brown trousers, Mr. Healy Hanson. Mr. Hanson said only, "Yeah?" But his implacable and contemptuous eyes queried Babitt's soul, and he seemed not at all impressed by the new dark gray suit for which, as he had admitted to every acquaintance at the Atlantic Club, Babitt had paid $125. "Glad to meet you, Mr. Hanson. Say, I'm George Babitt of the Babitt-Thompson Realty Company. I'm a great friend of Jake Offutt's." "Well, what of it?" "Well, say, I'm going to have a party, and Jake told me you'd be able to fix me up with a little gin." In alarm, in obsequiousness, as Hanson's eyes grew more bored, "You telephone to Jake about me if you want to." Hanson answered by jerking his head to indicate the entrance to the back room, and strolled away. Babitt melodramatically crept into an apartment containing 4 round tables, 11 chairs, a brewery calendar, and a smell. He waited. Thrice he saw Healy Hanson saunter through, humming, hands in pockets, ignoring him. By this time Babitt had modified his valiant morning vow. "I won't pay 1 cent over $7 a quart," to "I might pay 10. On Hanson's next weary entrance he besought, "Could you fix that up?" Hanson scowled and grated. "Just a minute, Pete's sake, just a minute." In growing meekness, Babitt went on waiting till Hanson casually reappeared with a quart of gin, what is euphemistically known as a quart, in his disdainful, long white hands. $12, he snapped. Say, Captain, Jake thought you'd be able to fix me up for 8 or 9 a bottle." "Nope, 12. This is the real stuff smuggled from Canada. This is none of your neutral spirits with a drop of juniper extract," the honest merchant said virtuously. 12 bones, if you want it. Of course, you understand, I'm just doing this anyway as a friend of Jake's." Sure, I understand. Babitt gratefully held out $12. He felt honored by contact with greatness as Hanson yawned, stuffed the bills uncounted into his radiant vest, and swaggered away. He had a number of titillations out of concealing the gin bottle under his coat and out of hiding it in his desk. All afternoon he snorted and chuckled and gurgled over his ability to give the boys a real shot in the arm tonight. He was, in fact, so exhilarated that he was within a block of his house before he remembered that there was a certain matter mentioned by his wife of fetching ice cream from Vecchia's. He explained, "Well, darn it," and drove back. Vecchia was not a caterer, he was the caterer of Zenith. Most coming-out parties were held in the white and gold ballroom of the Maison Vecchia. At all nice teas, the guests recognized the 5 kinds of Vecchia sandwiches and the 7 kinds of Vecchia cakes, and all really smart dinners ended, as on a resolving chord, in Vecchia Neapolitan ice cream in one of the 3 reliable molds: the melon mold, the round mold, like a layer cake, and the long brick. Vecchia's shop had pale blue woodwork, tracery of plaster roses, attendants in filled aprons, and glass shelves of kisses, with all the refinement that inheres in whites of eggs. Babitt felt heavy and thick amidst this professional daintiness, and as he waited for the ice cream he decided, with hot prickles at the back of his neck, that a girl customer was giggling at him. He went home in a touchy temper. The first thing he heard was his wife's agitated, "George, did you remember to go to Vecchia's and get the ice cream?" "Say, look here. Do I ever forget to do things?" "Yes, often." "Well, now, it's darn seldom I do, and it certainly makes me tired after going into a pink tea joint like Vecchia's and having to stand around looking at a lot of half-naked young girls all rouged up like they were 60 and eating a lot of stuff that simply ruins their stomachs." "Oh, it's too bad about you. I've noticed how you hate to look at pretty girls." With a jar, Babitt realized that his wife was too busy to be impressed by that moral indignation with which males rule the world, and he went humbly upstairs to dress. He had an impression of a glorified dining room of cut glass, candles, polished wood, lace, silver roses. With the odd swelling of the heart suitable to so grave a business as giving a dinner, he slew the temptation to wear his plaited dress shirt for a 4th time, took out an entirely fresh one, tightened his black bow, and rubbed his patent leather pumps with a handkerchief. He glanced with pleasure at his garnet and silver studs. He smoothed and patted his ankles, transformed by silk socks from the sturdy shanks of George Babitt to the elegant limbs of what is called a clubman. He stood before the pier-glass, viewing the trim dinner coat, his beautiful triple-braided trousers, and murmured in lyric beatitude, "By golly, I don't look so bad. I certainly don't look like Catawba. If the hicks back home could see me in this rig, they'd have a fit." He moved majestically down to mix the cocktails. As he chipped ice, as he squeezed oranges, as he collected vast stores of bottles, glasses, and spoons at the sink in the pantry, he felt as authoritative as the bartender at Healy Hanson's saloon. True, Mrs. Babitt said he was underfoot, and Matilda and the maid hired for the evening brushed by him, elbowed him, shrieked, "Please open the door," as they tottered through with trays, but in this high moment he ignored them. Besides the bottle of gin, his cellar consisted of 1 half-bottle of bourbon whiskey, a quarter of a bottle of Italian vermouth, and approximately 100 drops of orange bitters. He did not possess a cocktail shaker. A shaker was proof of dissipation, the symbol of a drinker, and Babitt disliked being known as a drinker even more than he liked to drink. He mixed by pouring from an ancient gravy boat into a handleless pitcher. He poured with a noble dignity, holding his alembics high beneath the powerful Mazda globe, his face hot, his shirt front a glaring white, the copper sink a scoured red gold. He tasted the sacred essence. "Now, by golly, if that isn't pretty near one fine old cocktail. Kind of a Bronx, and yet like a Manhattan. Hey, Myra, want a little nip before the folks come?" Bustling into the dining room, moving each glass a quarter of an inch, rushing back with resolution implacable on her face, her gray and silver lace party frock protected by a denim towel, Mrs. Babitt glared at him and rebuked him. "Certainly not." "Well," in a loose, jocose manner, "I think the old man will." The cocktail filled him with a whirling exhilaration behind which he was aware of devastating desires, to rush places in fast motors, to kiss girls, to sing, to be witty. He sought to regain his lost dignity by announcing to Matilda, "I'm going to stick this picture of cocktails in the refrigerator. Be sure you don't upset any of them." "Yeah." "Well, be sure now. Don't go putting anything on this top shelf." "Yeah." Well, He was dizzy. His voice was thin and distant. With enormous impressiveness, he commanded, "Well, be sure now," and minced into the safety of the living room. He wondered whether he could persuade as slow a bunch as Myra and the Littlefields to go someplace after dinner and raise Cain and maybe dig up more booze. He perceived that he had gifts of profligacy which had been neglected. By the time the guests had come, including the inevitable late couple for whom the others waited with painful amiability, a great grey emptiness had replaced the purple swirling in Babitt's head, and he had to force the tumultuous greeting suitable to a host on Floral Heights. The guests were Howard Littlefield, the doctor of philosophy, who furnished publicity and comforting economics to the Street Traction Company, Virgil Gunch, the coal dealer, equally powerful in the Elks and in the Boosters Club, Eddie Swanson, the agent for the Javelin motor car, who lived across the street, and Orville Jones, owner of the Lily White Laundry, which justly announced itself the biggest, busiest, bulliest cleanery shop in Zenith. But naturally the most distinguished of all was T. Cholmondeley Frink, who was not only the author of Poemulations, which, syndicated daily in 67 leading newspapers, gave him one of the largest audiences of any poet in the world, but also an optimistic lecturer and the creator of Ads That Add. Despite the searching philosophy and high morality of his verses, they were humorous and easily understood by any child of 12, and it added a neat air of pleasantry to them that they were set not as verse, but as prose. Mr. Frink was known from coast to coast as Chum. With them were 6 wives, more or less. It was hard to tell so early in the evening, as at first glance they all looked alike, and as they all said, "Oh, isn't this nice?" in the same tone of determined liveliness. To the eye, the men were less similar. Littlefield, a hedge scholar, tall and horse-faced; Chum Frink, a trifle of a man with soft and mouse-like hair, advertising his profession as poet by a silk cord on his eyeglasses; Virgil Gunch, broad, with coarse black hair and brosse; Eddie Swanson, a bald and bouncing young man who showed his taste for elegance by an evening waistcoat of figured black silk with glass buttons; Orville Jones, a steady-looking, stubby, not very memorable person with a hemp-colored toothbrush moustache. Yet they were all so well fed and clean, they all shouted, "Evening, Georgie!" with such robustness that they seemed to be cousins, and the strange thing is that the longer one knew the women, the less alike they seemed, while the longer one knew the men, the more alike their bold patterns appeared. The drinking of the cocktails was as canonical a rite as the mixing. The company waited, uneasily, hopefully, agreeing in a strained manner that the weather had been rather warm and slightly cold, but still Babitt said nothing about drinks. They became despondent, but when the late couple, the Swansons, had arrived, Babitt hinted, "Well, folks, do you think you could stand breaking the law a little?" They looked at Chum Frink, the recognized lord of language. Frink pulled at his eyeglass cord, as, at a bell-rope, he cleared his throat, and said that which was the custom. "I'll tell you, George, I'm a law-abiding man, but they do say Virg Grunch is a regular yegg, and of course he's bigger than I am, and I just can't figure out what I'd do if he tried to force me into anything criminal." Gunch was roaring. "Well, I'll take a chance," when Frink held up his hand and went on. "So if Virg and you insist, Georgie, I'll park my car on the wrong side of the street, because I take it for granted that's the crime you're hinting at." There was a great deal of laughter. Mrs. Jones asserted, "Mr. Frink is simply too killing. You'd think he was so innocent." Babitt clamored, "How'd you guess it, Chum? Well, you all just wait a moment while I go out and get the keys to your cars." Through a froth of merriment, he brought the shining promise, the mighty tray of glasses with the cloudy yellow cocktails in the glass pitcher in the center. The men babbled, "Oh, gosh, have a look," and "This gets me right where I live," and "Let me at it." But Chum Frink, a travelled man, and not unused to woes, was stricken by the thought that the potion might be merely fruit juice with a little neutral spirits. He looked timorous as Babitt, a moist and ecstatic almoner, held out a glass, but as he tasted it he piped, "Oh, man, let me dream on. It ain't true, but don't waken me, just let me slumber." 2 hours before, Frink had completed a newspaper lyric beginning, "I sat alone and groused and thunk, and scratched my head and sighed and wunk, and groaned. There still are boobs alack, who like the old-time gin back, that den that makes a sage a loon, the vile and smelly old saloon. I'll never miss their poison booze, whilst I the bubbling spring can use, that leaves my head at merry morn as clear as any babe new-born." Babitt drank with the others. His moment's depression was gone. He perceived that these were the best fellows in the world. He wanted to give them 1,000 cocktails. "Think you could stand another?" he cried. The wives refused with giggles. But the men, speaking in a wide, elaborate, enjoyable manner, gloated, "Well, sooner than have you get sore at me, Georgie." "You get a little dividend coming," said Babitt to each of them, and each intoned, "Squeeze it, Georgie, squeeze it." When, beyond hope, the pitcher was empty, they stood and talked about prohibition. The men leaned back on their heels, put their hands in their trousers' pockets, and proclaimed their views with the booming profundity of a prosperous male repeating a thoroughly hackneyed statement about a matter of which he knows nothing whatever. "Now, I'll tell you," said Virgil Gunch, "way I figure it is this, and I can speak by the book because I've talked to a lot of doctors and fellows that ought to know, and the way I see it is that it's a good thing to get rid of the saloon, but they ought to let a fellow have beer and light wines." Howard Littlefield observed, "What isn't generally realized is that it's a dangerous proposition to invade the rights of personal liberty. Now, take this, for instance. The King of Bavaria, I think it was. Bavaria, yes, Bavaria it was, in 1862, March 1862. Well, he issued a proclamation against public grazing of livestock. The peasantry had stood for overtaxation without the slightest complaint, but when this proclamation came out, they rebelled. Or it may have been Saxony, but it just goes to show the dangers of invading the rights of personal liberty." "That's it. No one got a right to invade personal liberty," said Orville Jones. "Just the same, you don't want to forget prohibition is a mighty good thing for the working classes, keeps them from wasting their money and lowering their productiveness," said Virgil Gunch. "Yes, that's so, but the trouble is the manner of enforcement," insisted Howard Littlefield. "Congress didn't understand the right system. Now, if I'd been running the thing, I'd have arranged it so that the drinker himself was licensed, and then we could have taken care of the shiftless workman, kept him from drinking, and yet not have interfered with the rights, with the personal liberty of fellows like ourselves." They bobbed their heads, looked admiringly at one another, and stated, "That's so. That would be the stunt." "The thing that worries me is that a lot of these guys will take to cocaine," sighed Eddie Swanson. They bobbed more violently and groaned, "That's so. There is a danger of that." Chum Frink chanted, "Oh, say, I got hold of a swell new receipt for homemade beer the other day. You take—" Gunch interrupted. "Wait, let me tell you mine." Littlefield snorted. "Beer, rats. Thing to do is ferment cider." Jones insisted. "I've got the receipt that does the business." Swanson begged, "Oh, say, let me tell you the story." But Frink went on resolutely. "You take and save the shells from peas, and pour 6 gallons of water on a bushel of shells, and boil the mixture till—" Mrs. Babitt turned toward them with yearning sweetness. Frink hastened to finish even his best beer recipe, and she said gaily, "Dinner is served." There was a good deal of friendly argument among the men as to which should go in last, and while they were crossing the hall from the living-room to the dining-room, Virgil Gunch made them laugh by thundering, "If I can't sit next to Myra Babitt and hold her hand under the table, I won't play. I'm going home." In the dining-room they stood embarrassed while Mrs. Babitt fluttered, "Oh, now let me see. Oh, I was going to have some nice hand-painted place cards for you, but... Oh, let me see. Mr. Frink, you sit there." The dinner was in the best style of women's magazine art, whereby the salad was served in hollowed apples, and everything but the invincible fried chicken resembled something else. Ordinarily, the men found it hard to talk to the women. Flirtation was an art unknown on Floral Heights, and the realms of offices and of kitchens had no alliances. But under the inspiration of the cocktails, conversation was violent. Each of the men still had a number of important things to say about prohibition, and now that each had a loyal listener in his dinner partner, he burst out. "I found a place where I can get all the hooch I want at 8 a quart. Did you read about this fellow that went and paid $1,000 for 10 cases of red-eye that proved to be nothing but water? Well, it seems this fellow was standing on the corner, and a fellow comes up to him. They say there's a whole raft of stuff being smuggled across to Detroit. Well, what I always say is, what a lot of folks don't realize about prohibition. And then you get all this awful poison stuff, wood alcohol and everything. Of course, I believe it on principle, but I don't propose to have anybody telling me what I got to think and do. No American will ever stand for that." But they all felt that it was rather in bad taste for Orville Jones, and he not recognized as one of the wits of the occasion anyway, to say, "In fact, the whole thing about prohibition is this. It isn't the initial cost, it's the humidity." Not till the one required topic had been dealt with did the conversation become general. It was often and admiringly said of Virgil Gunch, "Gee, that fella can get away with murder. Why, he can pull a raw one in mixed company and all the ladies will laugh their heads off, but me, gosh, if I crack anything that's just the least bit off color, I get the raz for fair." Now Gunch delighted them by crying to Mrs. Eddie Swanson, youngest of the women, "Louetta, I managed to pinch Eddie's door key out of his pocket, and what say you and me sneak across the street when the folks aren't looking? Got something," with a gorgeous leer, "awful important to tell you." The women wriggled, and Babitt was stirred to like naughtiness. "Say, folks, I wished I'd dare show you a book I borrowed from Doc Patton." "Now, George, the idea!" Mrs. Babitt warmed him. "This book, racy isn't the word. It's some kind of an anthropological report about customs in the South Seas, and what it doesn't say, well, it's a book you can't buy. Virg, I'll lend it to you." "Me first," insisted Eddie Swanson. "Sounds spicy." Orville Jones announced, "Say, I heard a good one the other day about a couple of Swedes and their wives," and in the best Jewish accent he resolutely carried the good one to a slightly disinfected ending. Gunch capped it, but the cocktails waned, the seekers dropped back into cautious reality. Chum Frink had recently been on a lecture tour among the small towns, and he chuckled, "Awful good to get back to civilization. I've certainly been seeing some hick towns. Of course, the folks there are the best on earth, but gee whiz, those Main Street burgs are slow, and you fellas can't hardly appreciate what it means to be here with a bunch of live ones." "You bet," exulted Orville Jones. "They're the best folks on earth, those small-town folks, but oh, mama, what conversation! Why, say, they can't talk about anything but the weather and the new Ford by Heckalorum." "That's right, they all talk about just the same things," said Eddie Swanson. "Don't they, though? They just say the same things over and over," said Virgil Gunch. "Yes, it's really remarkable. They seem to lack all power of looking at things impersonally. They simply go over and over the same talk about Fords and the weather and so on," said Howard Littlefield. "Still at that, you can't blame 'em. They haven't got any intellectual stimulus such as you get up here in the city," said Chum Frink. "Gosh, that's right," said Babitt. "I don't want you highbrows to get stuck on yourselves, but I must say it keeps a fellow right up on his toes to sit in with a poet, and with Howard, the guy that put the con in economics. But these small-town boobs with nobody but each other to talk to, no wonder they get so sloppy and uncultured in their speech and so balled up in their thinking." Orville Jones commented, "And then take our other advantages. The movies, for instance. These Yapville sports think they're all get out if they have one change of bill a week, where here in the city you get your choice of a dozen different movies any evening you want to name." "Sure, and the inspiration we get from rubbing up against high-class hustlers every day and getting jam full of ginger," said Eddie Swanson. "Same time," said Babitt, "no sense excusing these Rube Bergs too easy. Fellow's own fault if he doesn't show the initiative to up and beat it to the city like we did. And just speaking in confidence among friends, they're jealous as the devil of a city man. Every time I go up to Catawba, I have to go around apologizing to the fellows I was brought up with because I've more or less succeeded and they haven't. And if you talk natural to 'em, way we do here, and show finesse and what you might call a broad point of view, why, they think you're putting on side. There's my own half-brother Martin, runs the little old general store my dad used to keep. Say, I bet he don't know there is such a thing as a tux, as a dinner jacket. If he was to come in here now, he'd think we were a bunch why, gosh, I swear he wouldn't know what to think. Yes, sir, they're jealous." Chum Frink agreed. "That's so, but what I mind is their lack of culture and appreciation of the beautiful. If you'll excuse me for being highbrow. Now, I like to give a high-class lecture and read some of my best poetry, not the newspaper stuff, but the magazine things. But say, when I get out in the tall grass, there's nothing will take but a lot of cheesy old stories and slang and junk that if any of us were to indulge in it here, he'd get the gate so fast it would make his head swim." Virgil Gunch summed it up. "Fact is, we're mighty lucky to be living among a bunch of city folks that recognize artistic things and business punch equally. We'd feel pretty glum if we got stuck in some Main Street burg and tried to wise up the old codgers to the kind of life we're used to here. But by golly, there's this you got to say for 'em. Every small American town is trying to get population and modern ideals, and darn if a lot of 'em don't put it across. Somebody starts panning a Rube Crossroads, telling how he was there in 1900, and it consisted of one muddy street, count 'em one, and 900 human clams. Well, you go back there in 1920, and you find pavements and a swell little hotel and a first-class ladies-ready-to-wear shop, real perfection. In fact, You don't want to look just at what these small towns are. You want to look at what they're aiming to become. And they all got an ambition that, in the long run, is going to make them the finest spots on earth. They all want to be just like Zenith. However intimate they might be with T. Cholmondeley Frink as a neighbor, as a borrower of lawnmowers and monkey wrenches, they knew that he was also a famous poet and a distinguished advertising agent, that behind his easiness were sultry literary mysteries which they could not penetrate. But tonight, in the gin-evolved confidence, he admitted them to the arcanum. "I've got a literary problem that's worrying me to death. I'm doing a series of ads for the Zico car, and I want to make each of them a real little gem, regular stylistic stuff. I'm all for this theory that perfection is the stunt, or nothing at all, and these are as tough things as I ever tackled. You might think it'd be harder to do my poems, all these hot topics, home, fireside, and happiness, but they're cinches. You can't go wrong on 'em. You know what sentiments any decent go-ahead fellow must have if he plays the game, and you stick right to 'em. But the poetry of industrialism, now there's a literary line where you got to open up new territory. Do you know the fella who's really the American genius? The fella who you don't know his name, and I don't either, but his work ought to be preserved so future generations can judge our American thought and originality today? Why, the fella that writes the Prince Albert tobacco ads. Just listen to this. It's P.A. that jams such joy in Jimmy pipes. Say, bet you've often bent an ear to that spill of speech about hopping from 5 to 50 per by stepping on her a bit. Guess that's going some all right. But just among ourselves, you better start a rapid whiz system to keep tabs as to how fast you'll buzz from low smoke spirits to tip-top high once you line up behind a Jimmy pipe that's all aglow with that peach of a pal, Prince Albert. Prince Albert is John on the job, always joyously Moorish in flavor, always delightfully cool and fragrant. For a fact, you never hooked such double-decked, copper-riveted, two-fisted smoke enjoyment. Go to a pipe, speed or quick, like you light on a good thing. Why, packed with Prince Albert, you can play a joyous Jimmy straight across the boards, and you know what that means. Now that, caroled the motor agent Eddie Swanson, that's what I call he-literature. That Prince Albert fellow, though, gosh, there can't be just one fellow that writes him, must be a big board of classy ink-slingers in conference. But anyway, now, he doesn't write for long-haired pikers, he writes for regular guys. He writes for me, and I tip my benny to him. The only thing is, I wonder if it sells the goods. Of course, like all these poets, this Prince Albert fellow lets his idea run away with him. It makes elegant reading, but it don't say nothing. I'd never go out and buy Prince Albert tobacco after reading it because it doesn't tell me anything about the stuff. It's just a bunch of fluff. Frink faced him. Oh, you're crazy. Have I got to sell you the idea of style? Anyway, that's the kind of stuff I'd like to do for the Zico, but I simply can't. So I decided to stick to the straight poetic, and I took a shot at a highbrow ad for the Zico. Now, how do you like this? The long white trail is calling, and it's over the hills and far away for every man or woman that has red blood in his veins and on his lips the ancient song of the buccaneers. It's away with dull drudging and a fig for care. Speed, glorious speed. It's more than just a moment's exhilaration. It's life for you and me. This great new truth the makers of the Zico car have considered as much as price and style. It's fleet as the antelope, smooth as the glide of a swallow, yet powerful as the charge of a bull elephant. Class breathes in every line. Listen, brother, you'll never know what the high art of hiking is till you try life's zippingest zest, the Zico. Yes, Frink mused. That's got an elegant color to it, if I do say so, but it ain't got the originality of spill of speech. The whole company sighed with sympathy and admiration. The end of Chapter 8 of Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Read by Rick Kishner for Let to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 7. He solemnly finished the last copy of the American magazine, while his wife sighed, laid away her darning, and looked enviously at the lingerie designs in a woman's magazine. The room was very still. It was a room which observed the best floral height standards. The grey walls were divided into artificial panelling by strips of white-enameled pine. From the Babitts' former house had come 2 much-carved rocking chairs, but the other chairs were new, very deep and restful, upholstered in blue and gold-striped velvet. A blue velvet davenport faced the fireplace, and behind it was a cherrywood table and a tall piano lamp with a shade of golden silk.
2 out of every 3 houses in Floral Heights had before the fireplace a davenport, a mahogany table, real or imitation, and a piano lamp or a reading lamp with a shade of yellow or rose silk. On the table was a runner of gold-threaded Chinese fabric, 4 magazines, a silver box containing cigarette crumbs, and 3 gift books, large expensive editions of fairy tales illustrated by English artists and as yet unread by any Babitt save Tinka. In a corner by the front windows was a large cabinet Victrola. 8 out of every 9 Floral Heights houses had a cabinet phonograph. Among the pictures hung in the exact center of each gray panel were a red and black imitation English hunting print, an anemic imitation boudoir print with a French caption of whose morality Babitt had always been rather suspicious, and a hand-colored photograph of a colonial room, rag rug, maiden spinning, cat demure before a white fireplace. 19 out of every 20 houses in Floral Heights had either a hunting print, a Madame Fête la Toilette print, a colored photograph of a New England house, a photograph of a Rocky Mountain, or all 4. It was a room as superior in comfort to the parlor of Babitt's boyhood as his motor was superior to his father's buggy. Though there was nothing in the room that was interesting, there was nothing that was offensive. It was as neat and as negative as a block of artificial ice. The fireplace was unsoftened by downy ashes or by sooty brick. The brass fire irons were of immaculate polish, and the grenadier andirons were like samples in a shop, desolate, unwanted, lifeless things of commerce. Against the wall was a piano, with another piano lamp. But no one used it, save Tinka. The hard briskness of the phonograph contented them. Their store of jazz records made them feel wealthy and cultured, and all they knew of creating music was the nice adjustment of a bamboo needle. The books on the table were unspotted and laid in rigid parallels. Not one corner of the carpet rug was curled, and nowhere was there a hockey stick, a torn picture book, an old cap, or a gregarious and disorganizing dog. At home, Babitt never read with absorption. He was concentrated enough at the office, but here he crossed his legs and fidgeted. When his story was interesting, he read the best, that is, the funniest paragraphs to his wife. When it did not hold him, he coughed, scratched his ankles and his right ear, thrust his left thumb into his vest pocket, jingled his silver, whirled the cigar cutter and the keys on one of his watch chain, yawned, rubbed his nose, and found errands to do. He went upstairs to put on his slippers, his elegant slippers of seal brown, shaped like medieval shoes. He brought up an apple from the barrel which stood by the trunk closet in the basement. "An apple a day keeps the doctor away," he enlightened Mrs. Babitt for quite the first time in 14 hours. "That's so. An apple is nature's best regulator." "Yes, trouble with women is they never have sense enough to form regular habits." "Well, I always nibbling and eating between meals." "George," she looked up from her reading, "did you have a light lunch today like you were going to? I did." This malicious and unprovoked attack astounded him. "Well, maybe it wasn't as light as I went to lunch with Paul and didn't have much chance to diet. Oh, you needn't to grin like a Chessy cat. If it wasn't for me watching out and keeping an eye on our diet, I'm the only member of this family that appreciates the value of oatmeal for breakfast. She stooped over her story while he piously sliced and gulped down the apple, discoursing. "One thing I've done, cut down my smoking. Had kind of a run-in with Graff in the office. He's getting too darn fresh. I'll stand for a good deal, but once in a while I got to assert my authority, and I jumped him. 'Stan,' I said. Well, I told him just exactly where he got off. Funny kind of day. Makes you feel restless. Well, that sleepiest sound in the world, the terminal yawn. Mrs. Babitt yawned with it, and looked grateful as he droned. How about going to bed, huh? Don't suppose Rowan and Ted will be in till all hours. Yep, funny kind of a day. Not terribly warm, but yet... Gosh, someday I'm going to take a long motor trip." "Yes, we'd enjoy that," she yawned. He looked away from her as he realized that he did not wish to have her go with him. As he locked doors and tried windows and set the heat regulator so that the furnace drafts would open automatically in the morning, he sighed a little, heavy with a lonely feeling which perplexed and frightened him. So absent-minded was he that he could not remember which window catches he had inspected, and through the darkness, fumbling at unseen perilous chairs, he crept back to try them all over again. His feet were loud on the steps as he clumped upstairs at the end of this great and treacherous day of veiled rebellions. Before breakfast, he always reverted to upstate village boyhood and shrank from the complex urban demands of shaving, bathing, deciding whether the current shirt was clean enough for another day. Whenever he stayed home in the evening, he went to bed early and thriftily got ahead in those dismal duties. It was his luxurious custom to shave while sitting snugly in a tub full of hot water. He may be viewed tonight as a plump, smooth, pink, baldish, podgy goodman, robbed of the importance of spectacles, squatting in breast-high water, scraping his lather-smeared cheeks with a safety razor like a tiny lawn-mower, and with melancholy dignity clawing through the water to recover a slippery and active piece of soap. He was lulled to dreaming by the caressing warmth. The light fell on the inner surface of the tub in a pattern of delicate wrinkled lines which slipped with a green sparkle over the curving porcelain as the clear water trembled. Babitt lazily watched it, noted that along the silhouette of his legs against the radiance on the bottom of the tub, the shadows of the air bubbles clinging to the hairs were reproduced as strange jungle mosses. He patted the water, and the reflected light capsized and leaped and volleyed. He was content and childish. He played. He shaved a swath down the calf of one plump leg. The drain-pipe was dripping, a dulcet and lively song, drippity-drip-drip, dribble, drippity-drip-drip-drip, dribble. He was enchanted by it. He looked at the solid tub, the beautiful nickel taps, the tiled walls of the room, and felt virtuous in the possession of this splendor. He roused himself and spoke gruffly to his bath things. "Come here. You've done enough fooling." He reproved the treacherous soap, and defied the scratchy nail-brush with, "Oh, you would you?" He soaped himself, and rinsed himself, and austerely rubbed himself. He noted a hole in the Turkish towel, and meditatively thrust a finger through it, and marched back to the bedroom, a grave and unbending citizen. There was a moment of gorgeous abandon, a flash of melodrama such as he found in traffic driving, when he laid out a clean collar, discovered that it was frayed in front, and tore it up with a magnificent yeeing sound. Most important of all was the preparation of his bed and the sleeping porch. It is not known whether he enjoyed his sleeping porch because of the fresh air, or because it was the standard thing to have a sleeping porch. Just as he was an elk, a booster, and a member of the Chamber of Commerce, just as the priests of the Presbyterian Church determined his every religious belief, and the senators who controlled the Republican Party decided in little smoky rooms in Washington what he should think about disarmament, tariff, and Germany, so did the large national advertisers fix the surface of his life, fix what he believed to be his individuality. These standard advertised wares, toothpastes, socks, tires, cameras, instantaneous hot water heaters, were his symbols and proofs of excellence, at first the signs, then the substitutes for joy, and passion, and wisdom. But none of these advertised tokens of financial and social success was more significant than a sleeping porch with a sun parlor below. The rites of preparing for bed were elaborate and unchanging. The blankets had to be tucked in at the foot of his cot. Also, the reason why the maid hadn't tucked in the blankets had to be discussed with Mrs. Babitt. The rag rug was adjusted so that his bare feet would strike it when he arose in the morning. The alarm clock was wound. The hot water bottle was filled and placed precisely 2 feet from the bottom of the cot. These tremendous undertakings yielded to his determination. One by one they were announced to Mrs. Babitt and smashed through to accomplishment. At last his brow cleared, and in his good-night rang virile power. But there was yet need of courage. As he sank into sleep, just at the first exquisite relaxation, the Doppelbra car came home. He bounced into wakefulness, lamenting, "Why the devil can't some people never get to bed at a reasonable hour?" So familiar was he with the process of putting up his own car that he awaited each step like an able executioner condemned to his own rack. The car insultingly cheerful on the driveway. The car door opened and banged shut. Then the garage door slid open, grating on the sill, and the car door again. The motor raced for the climb up into the garage and raced once more, explosively, before it was shut off. A final opening and slamming of the car door. Silence then, a horrible silence filled with waiting, till the leisurely Mr. Doppelbra had examined the state of his tires and had at last shut the garage door. Instantly, for Babitt, a blessed state of oblivion. At that moment in the city of Zenith, Horace Updike was making love to Lucille McKelvey in her mauve drawing-room on Royal Ridge after their return from a lecture by an eminent English novelist. Updike was Zenith's professional bachelor, a slim-waisted man of 46 with an effeminate voice and taste in flowers, crotons, and flappers. Mrs. McKelvey was red-haired, creamy, discontented, exquisite, rude, and honest. Updike tried his invariable first maneuver, touching her nervous wrist. "Don't be an idiot," she said. "Do you mind awfully?" "No, that's what I mind." He changed to conversation. He was famous at conversation. He spoke reasonably of psychoanalysis, Long Island polo, and the Ming platter he had found in Vancouver. She promised to meet him in Deauville the coming summer, though, she sighed, "It's becoming too dreadfully banal, nothing but Americans and frowsy English baronesses." And at that moment in Zenith, a cocaine runner and a prostitute were drinking cocktails in Healy Hanson's saloon on Front Street. Since national prohibition was now in force, and since Zenith was notoriously law-abiding, they were compelled to keep the cocktails innocent by drinking them out of teacups. The lady threw her cup at the cocaine runner's head. He worked his revolver out of the pocket in his sleeve and casually murdered her. At that moment in Zenith, two men sat in a laboratory. For 37 hours now they had been working on a report of their investigations of synthetic rubber. At that moment in Zenith, there was a conference of 4 union officials as to whether the 12,000 coal miners within 100 miles of the city should strike. Of these men, one resembled a testy and prosperous grocer, one a Yankee carpenter, one a soda clerk, and one a Russian Jewish actor. The Russian Jew quoted Kautsky, Gene Debs, and Abraham Lincoln. At that moment a GAR veteran was dying. He had come from the Civil War straight to a farm which, though it was officially within the city limits of Zenith, was primitive as the backwoods. He had never ridden in a motor car, never seen a bathtub, never read any book save the Bible, McGuffey's Readers, and religious tracts, and he believed that the earth is flat, that the English are the lost 10 tribes of Israel, and that the United States is a democracy. At that moment the steel and cement town which composed the factory of the Pullmore Tractor Company of Zenith was running on night shift to fill an order of tractors for the Polish army. It hummed like a million bees, glared through its wide windows like a volcano. Among the high-wire fences, searchlights played on cinder-lined yards, switch tracks, and armed guards on patrol. At that moment, Mike Monday was finishing a meeting. Mr. Monday, the distinguished evangelist, the best-known Protestant pontiff in America, had once been a prize-fighter. Satan had not dealt justly with him. As a prize-fighter he gained nothing but his crooked nose, his celebrated vocabulary, and his stage presence. The service of the Lord had been more profitable. He was about to retire with a fortune. It had been well earned, for, to quote his last report, Reverend Mr. Monday, the prophet with a punch, has shown that he is the world's greatest salesman of salvation, and that by efficient organization the overhead of spiritual regeneration may be kept down to an unprecedented rock-bottom basis. He has converted over 200,000 lost and priceless souls at an average cost of less than $10 a head. Of the larger cities of the land, only Zenith had hesitated to submit its vices to Mike Monday and his expert reclamation corps. The more enterprising organizations of the city had voted to invite him. Mr. George F. Babitt had once praised him in a speech at the Boosters Club. But there was opposition from certain Episcopalian and Congregationalist ministers, those renegades whom Mr. Monday so finely called a bunch of gospel pushers with dishwater instead of blood, a gang of squealers that need more dust on the knees of their pants and more hair on the skinny old chests. This opposition had been crushed when the Secretary of the Chamber of Commerce had reported to a committee of manufacturers that in every city where he had appeared, Mr. Monday had turned the minds of workmen from wages and hours to higher things, and thus averted strikes. He was immediately invited. An expense fund of $40,000 had been underwritten. Out on the county fairgrounds, a Mike Monday tabernacle had been erected to seat 15,000 people. In it, the prophet was at this moment concluding his message. "There's a lot of smart college professors and tea-guzzling slobs in this burg that say I'm a roughneck, and I never was and my knowledge of history is not yet. Oh, there's a gang of woolly-whiskered book lice that think they know more than Almighty God and prefer a lot of Hun science and smutty German criticism to the straight and simple word of God. Oh, there's a swell bunch of Lizzie boys and lemon suckers and pie faces and infidels and beer-bloated scribblers that love to fire off their filthy mouths and yip that Mike Monday is vulgar and full of mush. Those pups are saying now that I hog the gospel show, that I'm in it for the coin. Well, now, listen, folks, I'm going to give those birds a chance. They can stand right up here and tell me to my face that I'm a galoot and a liar and a hick. Only if they do, don't faint with surprise if some of those rum-dum liars get one good, swift poke from Mike with all the kick of God's flaming righteousness behind the wallop. Well, come on, folks. Who says it? Who says Mike Monday is a four-flush and a yahoo? Huh?
Don't I see anybody standing up? Well, there you are. Now I guess the folks in this man's town will quit listening to all this cayudeling from behind the fence. I guess you'll quit listening to the guys that pan and roast and kick and beef and vomit out filthy atheism. And all of you'll come in with every grain of pep and reverence you got and boost all together for Jesus Christ and his everlasting mercy and tenderness. At that moment, Seneca Doane, the radical lawyer, and Dr. Kurt Yavich, the histologist, whose report on the destruction of epithelial cells under radium had made the name of Zenith known in Munich, Prague, and Rome, were talking in Doane's library. Zenith's a city with gigantic power, gigantic buildings, gigantic machines, gigantic transportation, meditated Doane. I hate your city. It has standardized all the beauty out of life. It is one big railroad station with all the people taking tickets for the best cemeteries, Dr. Yavich said placidly. Doane roused. I'm hanged if it is. You make me sick, Kurt, with your perpetual whine about standardization. Don't you suppose any other nation is standardized? Is anything more standardized than England, with every house that can afford it having the same muffins at the same tea hour, and every retired general going to exactly the same evensong at the same grey stone church with a square tower, and every golfing prig in Harris Tweed saying, right yaw, to every prosperous ass? Yet I love England, and for standardization just look at the sidewalk cafes in France and the love-making in Italy. Standardization is excellent per se. When I buy an Ingersoll watch or a Ford, I get a better tool for less money, and I know precisely what I'm getting, and that leaves me more time and energy to be individual in. And I remember once in London I saw a picture of an American suburb in a toothpaste ad on the back of the Saturday Evening Post, an elm-lined snowy street of these new houses, Georgian some of them, with low raking roofs, and the kind of street you'd find here in Zenith, say in Floral Heights. Open, trees, grass, and I was homesick. There's no other country in the world that has such pleasant houses. And I don't care if they are standardized. It's a corking standard. No, what I fight in Zenith is standardization of thought, and of course the traditions of competition. The real villains of the piece are the clean, kind, industrious family men who use every known brand of trickery and cruelty to ensure the prosperity of their curbs. The worst thing about these fellows is that they're so good, and in their work at least so intelligent. You can't hate them properly, and yet their standardized minds are the enemy. Then this boosting. Sneakingly, I have a notion that Zenith is a better place to live in than Manchester or Glasgow or Leon or Berlin or Turin. It is not, and I have lived in most of them, murmured Dr. Yavich. Well, matter of taste. Personally, I prefer a city with a future so unknown that it excites my imagination. But what I particularly want... You, said Dr. Yavich, are a middle-road liberal, and you haven't the slightest idea what you want. I, being a revolutionist, know exactly what I want, and what I want now is a drink. At that moment in Zenith, Jake Offutt the politician and Henry T. Thompson were in conference. Offutt suggested, the thing to do is to get your fool son-in-law Babitt to put it over. He's one of these patriotic guys. When he grabs a piece of property for the gang, he makes it look like we were dying of love for the dear people, and I do love to buy respectability, reasonable. I wonder how long we can keep it up, Hank. We're safe as long as the good little boys like George Babitt and all the nice, respectable labor leaders think you and me are rugged patriots. There's swell pickings for an honest politician here, Hank. A whole city working to provide cigars and fried chicken and dry martinis for us and rallying to our banner with indignation. Oh, fierce indignation, whenever some squealer like this fellow Seneca Doane comes along. Honest, Hank, a smart codger like me ought to be ashamed of himself if he didn't milk cattle like them when they come around mooing for it. But the traction gang can't get away with grand larceny like it used to. I wonder when... Hank, I wish we could fix some way to run this fella Seneca Doane out of town. It's him or us. At that moment in Zenith, 340 or 50,000 ordinary people were asleep, a vast, unpenetrated shadow. In the slum, beyond the railroad tracks, a young man who for 6 months had sought work, turned on the gas, and killed himself and his wife. At that moment, Lloyd Mallam, the poet, owner of the Haffett's bookshop, was finishing a rondeau to show how diverting was life amid the feuds of medieval Florence, but how dull it was in so obvious a place as Zenith. And at that moment, George F. Babitt turned ponderously in bed, the last turn signifying that he'd had enough of this worried business of falling asleep, and was about it in earnest. Instantly, he was in the magic dream. He was somewhere among unknown people who laughed at him. He slipped away, ran down the paths of a midnight garden, and at the gate
The fairy child was waiting. Her dear and tranquil hand caressed his cheek. He was gallant and wise and well-beloved. Warm ivory were her arms, and beyond perilous moors the brave sea glittered. The end of Chapter 7 of Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Read by Rick Kishner for Lit2Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 10. No apartment house in Zenith had more resolutely experimented in condensation than the Revelstoke Arms, in which Paul and Zillah Reisling had a flat. By sliding the beds into low closets, the bedrooms were converted into living rooms. The kitchens were cupboards, each containing an electric range, a copper sink, a glass refrigerator, and, very intermittently, a Balkan maid. Everything about the Arms was excessively modern, and everything was compressed, except the garages. The Babitts were calling on the Reislings at the Arms. It was a speculative venture to call on the Reislings. Interesting and sometimes disconcerting. Zillah was an active, strident, full-blown, high-bosomed blonde. When she condescended to be good-humored, she was nervously amusing. Her comments on people were saltily satiric and penetrative of accepted hypocrisies. "That's so," you said, and looked sheepish. She danced wildly and called on the world to be merry, but in the midst of it she would turn indignant. She was always becoming indignant. Life was a plot against her, and she exposed it furiously. She was affable tonight. She merely hinted that Orville Jones wore a toupee, and that Mrs. T. Cholmondeley Frink's singing resembled a Ford going into high, and that the Honorable Otis Diebel, mayor of Zenith and a candidate for Congress, was a flatulent fool, which was quite true. The Babitts and Reisling sat doubtfully on stone-hard brocade chairs in the small living room of the flat, with its mantel unprovided with a fireplace, and its strip of heavy gilt fabric upon a glaring new player piano, till Mrs. Reisling shrieked, "Come on! Let's put some pep in it! Get out your fiddle, Paul, and I'll try to make Georgie dance decently." The Babitts were in earnest. They were plotting for the escape to Maine, but when Mrs. Babitt hinted with plump smilingness, "Does Paul get as tired after the winter's work as Georgie does?" Then Zillah remembered an injury, and when Zillah Reisling remembered an injury, the world stopped till something had been done about it. "Does he get tired?" "No, he doesn't get tired. He just goes crazy, that's all. You think Paul is so reasonable? Oh, yes, and he loves to make out he's a little lamb, but he's stubborn as a mule. Oh, if you had to live with him, you'd find out how sweet he is. He just pretends to be meek so he can have his own way, and me, I get the credit for being a terrible old crank. But if I didn't blow up once in a while and get something started, we'd die of dry rot. He never wants to go any place, and, why, last evening, just because the car was out of order, and that was his fault too, because he ought to have taken it to the service station and had the battery looked at, and he didn't want to go down to the movies on the trolley. But we went, and then there was one of those impudent conductors, and Paul wouldn't do a thing. I was standing on the platform, waiting for the people to let me into the car, and this beast, this conductor, hollered at me. 'Come on, you, move up.' Why, I've never had anybody speak to me that way in all my life. I was so astonished, I just turned to him and said, 'I thought there must be some mistake.' And so I said to him, perfectly pleasant, 'Were you speaking to me?' And he went on and bellowed at me, 'Yes, I was. You're keeping the whole car from starting,' he said. And then I saw he was one of these dirty, ill-bred hogs that kindness is wasted on, and so I stopped and looked right at him, and I said, 'I beg your pardon, I am not doing anything of the kind,' I said. 'It's the people ahead of me who won't move up,' I said. 'And furthermore, let me tell you, young man, that you're a low-down, foul-mouthed, impertinent skunk,' I said, 'and you're no gentleman. I certainly intend to report you, and we'll see,' I said, 'whether a lady is to be insulted by any drunken bum that chooses to put on a ragged uniform, and I'd thank you,' I said, 'to keep your filthy abuse to yourself.' And then I waited for Paul to show he was half a man and come to my defense, and he just stood there and pretended he hadn't heard a word, and so I said to him, well, I said, 'Oh, cut it, Zill,' Paul groaned. 'We all know I'm a mollycoddle, and you're a tender bud, and let's let it go at that.' 'Let it go?' Zillah's face was wrinkled like the Medusa. Her voice was a dagger of corroded brass. She was full of the joy of righteousness and bad temper. She was a crusader, and like every crusader, she exulted in the opportunity to be vicious in the name of virtue. Let it go! If people knew how many things I've let go. Oh, quit being such a bully. Oh, yes, a fine figure you'd cut if I didn't bully you. You'd lie abed till noon and play your idiotic fiddle till midnight. You're born lazy, and you're born shiftless, and you're born cowardly, Paul Reisling." "Oh, now, don't say that, Zillah. You don't mean a word of it."
protested Mrs. Babitt. "I will say that, and I mean every single last word of it." "Oh, now, Zillah, the idea!" Mrs. Babitt was maternal and fussy. She was no older than Zillah, but she seemed so at first. She was placid and puffy and mature, whereas Zillah at 45 was so bleached and tight-corseted that you knew only that she was older than she looked. The idea of talking to poor Paul like that. Poor Paul is right. We'd both be poor. We'd be in the poorhouse if I didn't jazz him up. Why, now, Zillah, George and I were just saying how hard Paul's been working all year, and we were thinking it would be lovely if the boys could run off by themselves. I've been coaxing George to go up to Maine ahead of the rest of us and get the tired out of his system before we come, and I think it would be lovely if Paul could manage to get away and join him." At this exposure of his plot to escape, Paul was startled out of impassivity. He rubbed his fingers. His hands twitched. Zillah bayed. "Yes, you're lucky. You can let George go and not have to watch him. Fat old Georgie never peeps at another woman, hasn't got the spunk." "The hell I haven't." Babitt was fervently defending his priceless immorality when Paul interrupted him, and Paul looked dangerous. He rose quickly. He said gently to Zillah, "I suppose you imply I have a lot of sweethearts." "Yes, I do." "Well then, my dear, since you ask for it, there hasn't been a time in the last 10 years when I haven't found some nice little girl to comfort me, and as long as you continue your amiability, I shall probably continue to deceive you. It isn't hard, you're so stupid." Zillah gibbered. She howled. Words could not be distinguished in her slaver of abuse. Then the bland George F. Babitt was transformed. If Paul was dangerous, if Zillah was a snake-locked fury, if the neat emotions suitable to the Revelstoke arms had been slashed into raw hatreds, it was Babitt who was the most formidable. He leaped up. He seemed very large. He seized Zillah's shoulder. The cautions of the broker were wiped from his face, and his voice was cruel. "I've had enough of all this damn nonsense. I've known you for 25 years, Zill, and I never knew you to miss a chance to take your disappointments out on Paul. You're not wicked, you're worse. You're a fool. And let me tell you that Paul is the finest boy God ever made. Every decent person is sick and tired of your taking advantage of being a woman and springing every mean innuendo you can think of. Who the hell are you that a person like Paul should have to ask your permission to go with me? You act like you're a combination of Queen Victoria and Cleopatra, you fool. Can't you see how people snicker at you and sneer at you?" Zillah was sobbing. I've never, nobody ever talked to me like this in all my life." "No, but that's the way they talk behind your back, always. They say you're a scolding old woman, old, by God." That cowardly attack broke her. Her eyes were blank. She wept. But Babitt glared stolidly. He felt that he was the all-powerful official in charge, that Paul and Mrs. Babitt looked on him with awe, that he alone could handle this case. Zillah writhed. She begged. "Oh, they don't." "They certainly do." "I've been a bad woman. I'm terribly sorry. I'll kill myself. I'll do anything. What do you want?" She abased herself completely. Also, she enjoyed it. To the connoisseur of scenes, nothing is more enjoyable than a thorough, melodramatic, egoistic humility. "I want you to let Paul beat it off to Maine with me," Babitt demanded. "Well, how can I help his going? You've just said I was an idiot and nobody paid any attention to me." "Oh, you can help it, all right. What you got to do is cut out hinting that the minute he gets out of your sight, he'll go chasing after some petticoat. Matter of fact, that's the way you start the boy off wrong. You ought to have more sense." "Oh, I will, honestly. I will, George. I know I was bad. Oh, forgive me. All of you, forgive me." She enjoyed it. So did Babitt. He condemned magnificently and forgave piously, and as he went parading out with his wife, he was grandly explanatory to her. "Kind of ashamed to bully Zillah, but of course it was the only way to handle her. Gosh, I certainly did have her crawling." She said calmly, "Yes, you were horrid. You were showing off. You were having a lovely time thinking what a great fine person you were." "Well, by golly, can you beat it? Of course I might have expected you to not stand by me. I might have expected you to stick up for your own sex." "Yes. Poor Zillah, she's so unhappy. She takes it out on Paul. She hasn't a single thing to do in that little flat, and she broods too much, and she used to be so pretty and gay, and she resents losing it. And you were just as nasty and mean as you could be. I'm not a bit proud of you, or of Paul, boasting about his horrid love affairs." He was sulkily silent. He maintained his bad temper at a high level of outraged nobility all the 4 blocks home. At the door he left her in self-approving haughtiness and tramped the lawn. With a shock, it was revealed to him. "Gosh, I wonder if she was right, if she was partly right. Overwork must have flayed him to abnormal sensitiveness. It was one of the few times in his life when he had queried his eternal excellence, and he perceived the summer night, smelled the wet grass. Then, I don't care, I pulled it off. We're going to have our spree, and for Paul, I'd do anything. They were buying the main tackle at Igem's Brothers, the sporting goods mart, with the help of Willis Igems, fellow member of the Boosters Club. Babitt was completely mad. He trumpeted and danced. He muttered to Paul, "Say, this is pretty good, huh? To be buying the stuff, huh? And good old Willis Igems himself coming down on the floor to wait on us. Say, if those fellers that are getting their kit for the North Lakes knew we were going clear up to Maine, they'd have a fit, huh? Well, come on, Brother Igems, Willis, I mean. Here's your chance. We're a couple of easy marks. Whew, ha! Let me at it. I'm going to buy out the store." He gloated on fly rods and gorgeous rubber hip boots, on tents with celluloid windows and folding chairs and ice boxes. He simple-heartedly wanted to buy all of them. It was the Paul whom he was always vaguely protecting who kept him from his drunken desires. But even Paul lightened when Willis Igems, a salesman with poetry and diplomacy, discussed flies. "Of course you boys know," he said, "the great scrap is between dry flies and wet flies. Personally, I'm for dry flies. More sportin'." "That's so. Lots more sportin'," fulminated Babitt, who knew very little about flies, either wet or dry. "Now, if you'll take my advice, Georgie, you'll stock up well on these pale evening dims and silver sedges and red ants. Oh, boy, there's a fly, that red ant." "You bet. That's what it is, a fly," rejoiced Babitt. "Yes, sir, that red ant," said Igems, "is a real, honest-to-God fly." "Oh, I guess old Mr. Trout won't come a-hustling when I drop one of these red ants on the water," asserted Babitt, and his thick wrists made a rapturous motion of casting. "Yes, and the landlocked salmon will take it, too," said Igems, who had never seen a landlocked salmon. "Salmon? Trout? Say, Paul, can you see Uncle George with his khaki pants on, hauling 'em in some morning about 7? Whoo!" They were on the New York Express, incredibly bound for Maine, incredibly without their families. They were free in a man's world, in the smoking compartment of the Pullman. Outside the car window was a glaze of darkness stippled with the gold of infrequent mysterious lights. Babitt was immensely conscious, in the sway and authoritative clatter of the train, of going on. Leaning toward Paul, he grunted, "Gosh, pretty nice to be hiking, eh?" The small room, with its walls of ochre-colored steel, was filled mostly with the sort of men he classified as the best fellows you'll ever meet, real good mixers. There were 4 of them on the long seat, a fat man with a shrewd, fat face, a knife-edged man in a green velour hat, a very young man with an imitation amber cigarette-holder, and Babitt. Facing them on 2 movable leather chairs were Paul and a lanky old-fashioned man, very cunning, with wrinkles bracketing his mouth. They all read newspapers or trade journals, boot and shoe journals, crockery journals, and waited for the joys of conversation. It was the very young man, now making his first journey by Pullman, who began it. "Say, gee, I had a wild old time in Zenith," he gloried. "Say, if a fellow knows the ropes there, he can have as wild a time as he can in New York." "Yeah, I bet you simply raised the old Ned. I figured you were a bad man when I saw you get on the train," chuckled the fat one. The others delightedly laid down their papers. "Well, that's all right now. I guess I seen some things in the arbor you never seen," complained the boy. "Oh, I bet you did. I bet you lapped up the malted milk like a regular little devil." Then the boy, having served as introduction, they ignored him and charged into real talk. Only Paul, sitting by himself, reading at a serial story in a newspaper, failed to join them, and all but Babitt regarded him as a snob, an eccentric, a person of no spirit. Which of them said which has never been determined, and does not matter, since they all had the same ideas, and expressed them always with the same ponderous and brassy assurance. If it was not Babitt who was delivering any given verdict, at least he was beaming on the Chancellor who did deliver it. "At that, though," announced the first, "they're selling quite some booze in Zenith. Guess they are everywhere. I don't know how you fellows feel about prohibition, but the way it strikes me is that it's a mighty beneficial thing for the poor zob that hasn't got any willpower, but for fellows like us, it's an infringement of personal liberty." "Well, that's a fact. Congress has got no right to interfere with a fellow's personal liberty," contended the second. A man came in from the car, but as all the seats were full, he stood up while he smoked a cigarette. He was an outsider. He was not one of the old families of the smoking compartment. They looked upon him bleakly, and after trying to appear at ease by examining his chin in the mirror, he gave it up and went out in silence. "Just been making a trip through the South. Business conditions not very good down there," said one of the council. "Is that a fact? Not very good, huh?" "No, didn't strike me they were up to normal." "Not up to normal, huh?" "No, I wouldn't hardly say they were." The whole council nodded sagely and decided, "Yep, not hardly up to snuff." "Well, business conditions ain't what they ought to be out west, neither, not by a long shot." "That's a fact, and I guess the hotel business feels it. That's one good thing, though. These hotels that have been charging $5 a day, yes, and maybe 6, 7 for a rotten room, are going to be darn glad to get 4 and maybe give you a little service." "That's a fact. Say, speaking about hotels, I hit the St. Francis at San Francisco for the first time the other day, and say, it certainly is a first-class place." "You're right, brother. The St. Francis is a swell place. Absolutely A1. "That's a fact. I'm right with you. It's a first-class place." "Yeah, but say, any of you fellas ever stay at the Rippleton in Chicago?" "Oh, I don't want to knock. I believe in boosting wherever you can, but say, of all the rotten dumps that pass themselves off as first-class hotels, that's the worst. I'm going to get those guys one of these days, and I told them so. You know how I am? Well, maybe you don't know, but I'm accustomed to first-class accommodations, and I'm perfectly willing to pay a reasonable price. Well, I got into Chicago late the other night, and the Rippleton's near the station. I'd never been there before, but I says to the taxi driver, I always believe in taking a taxi when you get in late. May cost a little more money, but gosh, it's worth it when you got to be up early next morning and out selling a lot of crabs. And I said to him, just drive me over to the Rippleton. Well, we got there, and I breezed up to the desk and said to the clerk, "Well, brother, got a nice room with bath for Cousin Bill?" Say, you'd have thought I'd sold him a second or asked him to work on Yom Kippur. He hands me the cold-boiled stare and yaps, "I don't know, friend, I'll see." And he ducks behind the rigamajig they keep track of the rooms on. Well, I guess he called up the Credit Association and the American Security League to see if I was all right. He certainly took long enough, or maybe he just went to sleep. But finally he comes out and looks at me like it hurts him and croaks, "I think I can let you have a room with a bath." "Well, that's awful nice of you. Sorry to trouble you. How much will it set me back?" I says, real sweet. "It'll cost you $7 a day, friend," he says. Well, it was late, and anyway, it went down on my expense account. Gosh, if I'd have been paying it instead of the firm, I'd have tramped the streets all night before I'd have let any hick tavern stick me 7 great big round dollars, believe me. So I lets it go at that. Well, the clerk wakes a nice young bellhop, fine lad, not a day over 79 years old, fought at the battle at Gettysburg and doesn't know it's over yet, thought I was one of the Confederates, I guess, from the way he looked at me, and Rip Van Winkle, well, he took me up to something. I found out afterwards they called it a room, but first I thought there'd been some mistake. I thought they were putting me in the Salvation Army collection box, at 7 per each and every diem. Gosh! Yeah, I've heard the Rippleton was pretty cheesy. Now, when I go to Chicago, I always stay at the Blackstone or the LaSalle, first-class places. Say, any of you fellows ever stay at the Birchdale at Terre Haute? How is it? Oh, the Birchdale. That's a first-class hotel. 12 minutes of conference on the state of hotels in South Bend, Flint, Dayton, Tulsa, Wichita, Fort Worth, Winona, Erie, Fargo, and Moose Jaw. "Speaking about prices," the man in the velour hat observed, fingering the elk tooth on his heavy watch chain, "I'd like to know where they get this stuff about clothes coming down. Now, you take this suit I got on." He pinched his trousers leg. 4 years ago, I paid $42.50 for it, and it was real sure enough value. Well, here the other day, I went into a store back home and asked to see a suit, and the fella yanks out some hand-me-downs that, honest, I wouldn't put on a hired man. Just out of curiosity, I asks him, "What are you charging for that junk?" "Junk," he says. "What do you mean, junk? That's a swell piece of goods, all wool." Like hell, it was nice vegetable wool right off the old plantation. "It's all wool," he says, "and we get $67.90 for it." "Oh, you do you?" I says. "Not for me, you don't," I says, and I walks right out on him. "You bet," I says to the wife. "Well," I says, "as long as your strength holds out and you can't go on putting a few more patches on Papa's pants, we'll just pass up buying clothes. That's right, brother. And just look at collars, for instance." "Hey, wait," the fat man protested. "What's the matter with collars? I'm selling collars. Do you realize the cost of labor on collars is still 207% above—" They voted that if their old friend, the fat man, sold collars, then the price of collars was exactly what it should be, but all other clothing was tragically too expensive. They admired and loved one another now. They went profoundly into the science of business, and indicated that the purpose of manufacturing a plow or a brick was so that it might be sold. To them, the romantic hero was no longer the knight, the wandering poet, the cow-puncher, the aviator, nor the brave young district attorney, but the great sales manager who had an analysis of merchandising problems on his glass-topped desk, whose title of nobility was go-getter, and who devoted himself and all his young samurai to the cosmic purpose of selling, not of selling anything in particular, for or to anybody in particular, but pure selling. The shop talk roused Paul Risling. Though he was a player of violins and an interestingly unhappy husband, he was also a very able salesman of tar roofing. He listened to the fat man's remarks on the value of house organs and bulletins as a method of jazzing up the boys out on the road, and he himself offered 1 or 2 excellent thoughts on the use of 2-cent stamps on circulars. Then he committed an offense against the holy law of the clan of Goodfellows. He became highbrow. They were entering a city. On the outskirts they passed a steel mill which flared in scarlet and orange flame that licked at the cadaverous stacks at the iron-sheathed walls and sullen converters. "My lord, look at that." "Beautiful," said Paul. "You bet it's beautiful, friend. That's the Schelling-Horton steel plant, and they tell me old John Schelling made a good 3 million bones out of munitions during the war," the man with the velour hat said reverently. I mean it's lovely the way the light pulls that picturesque yard all littered with junk right out of the darkness," said Paul. They stared at him while Babitt crowed. "Paul there certainly got one great little eye for picturesque places and quaint sights and all that stuff. 'D've been an author or something if he hadn't gone into the roofing line." Paul looked annoyed. Babitt sometimes wondered if Paul appreciated his loyal boosting. The man in the velour hat grunted. "Well, personally, I think Schelling-Horton keeps their works awful dirty, bum routing, but I don't suppose there's any law against calling 'em picturesque, if it gets you that way." Paul sulkily returned to his newspaper, and the conversation logically moved on to trains. "What time do we get into Pittsburgh?" asked Babitt. "Pittsburgh? Well, I think we get in at... No, that was last year's schedule. Wait a minute, let's see. I got a timetable right here. I wonder if we're on time. Oh, yeah, sure, we must be just about on time. No, we aren't. We were 7 minutes late last station." "Were we? Straight?" "Why, gosh, I thought we were right on time." No, we're about 7 minutes late." Yeah, that's right, 7 minutes late." The porter entered, a Negro in white jacket with brass buttons. "How late are we, George?" growled the fat man. "'Deed, I don't know, sir. I think we're about on time," said the porter, folding towels and deftly tossing them up on the rack above the wash-bowls. The counsel stared at him gloomily, and when he was gone they wailed. "I don't know what's come over these niggers nowadays. They never give you a civil answer." "Well, that's a fact. They're getting so they don't have a single bit of respect for you. The old-fashioned coon was a fine old cuss. He knew his place. But these young dingers don't want to be porters or cotton pickers. Oh, no. They got to be lawyers and professors and Lord knows what all. I tell you, it's becoming a pretty serious problem. We ought to get together and show the black man, yes, and the yellow man, his place. Now, I haven't got one particle of race prejudice. I'm the first to be glad when a nigger succeeds, so long as he stays where he belongs and doesn't try to usurp the rightful authority and business ability of the white man." "That's the eye. And another thing we got to do," said the man with the velour hat, whose name was Koplinski, "is to keep these damn foreigners out of the country. Thank the Lord we're putting a limit on immigration. These Dagos and hunkies have got to learn that this is a white man's country, and they ain't wanted here. When we've assimilated the foreigners we got here now and learned them the principles of Americanism and turned them into regular folks, why then maybe we'll let in a few more." "You bet. That's a fact," they observed, and passed on to lighter topics. They rapidly reviewed motor car prices, tire mileage, oil stocks, fishing, and the prospects for the wheat crop in Dakota. But the fat man was impatient at this waste of time. He was a veteran traveler and free of illusions. Already he had asserted that he was an old he-one. He leaned forward, gathered in their attention by his expression of sly humor, and grumbled, "Oh, hell, boys, let's cut out the formality and get down to the stories." They became very lively and intimate. Paul and the boy vanished. The others slid forward on the long seat, unbuttoned their vests, thrust their feet up on the chairs, pulled the stately brass cuspidors nearer, and ran the green window shade down on its little trolley to shut them in from the uncomfortable strangeness of night. After each bark of laughter, they cried, "Say, did you never hear the one about—" Well, Babitt was expansive and virile. When the train stopped at an important station, the four men walked up and down the cement platform under the vast, smoky train-shed roof like a stormy sky, under the elevated footways beside crates of ducks and sides of beef in the mystery of an unknown city. They strolled abreast, old friends and well content. At the long-drawn, "All aboard!" like a mountain call at dusk, they hastened back into the smoking compartment, and till 2 of the morning continued the droll tales, their eyes damp with cigar smoke and laughter. When they parted, they shook hands and chuckled. "Well, sir, it's been a great session. Sorry to bust it up. Mighty glad to meet you." Babitt lay awake in the close, hot tomb of his Pullman berth, shaking with remembrance of the fat man's limerick about the lady who wished to be wild. He raised the shade. He lay with a puffy arm tucked between his head and the skimpy pillow, looking out on the sliding silhouettes of trees and village lamps like exclamation points. He was very happy. The end of Chapter 10 of Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Read by Rick Kistner for Lit to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 11. They had 4 hours in New York between trains. The one thing Babitt wished to see was the Pennsylvania Hotel, which had been built since his last visit. He stared up at it, muttering, 2,200 rooms and 2,200 baths. That's got everything in the world beat. Lord, their turnover must be... Well, suppose price of rooms is $4 to $8 a day, and I suppose maybe some 10, and, well, let's see, 4 times 2,200, say 6 times 2,200, well, anyway, with restaurants and everything, say somewhere between 8 and 15,000 a day. Oh, every day. I never thought I'd see a thing like that. Some town. Of course, the average fellow in Zenith has got more individual initiative than the four flushers here, but I got to hand it to New York. Yes, sir. Town, you're all right. Some ways. Well, old Polsky, I guess we've seen everything that's worthwhile. How'll we kill the rest of the time? Movie? But Paul desired to see a liner. Always wanted to go to Europe, and by thunder I will, too, some day before I passed out, he sighed. From a rough wharf on the North River, they stared at the stern of the Aquitania and her stacks and wireless antenna lifted above the dockhouse which shut her in. "By golly," Babitt droned, "wouldn't be so bad to go over to the old country and take a squint at all those ruins and the place where Shakespeare was born, and think of being able to order a drink whenever you wanted one. Just range up to a bar and holler out loud, 'Give me a cocktail,' and darn the police. Not bad at all. What'd you like to see over there, Paulibus?" Paul did not answer. Babitt turned. Paul was standing with clenched fists, head drooping, staring at the liner as in terror. His thin body, seen against the summer glaring planks of the wharf, was childishly meager. Again, "What would you hit for on the other side, Paul?" Scowling at the steamer, his breast heaving, Paul whispered, "Oh, my God." While Babitt watched him anxiously, he snapped, "Come on, let's get out of this," and hastened down the wharf, not looking back. "That's funny," considered Babitt. "The boy didn't care for seeing the ocean boats after all. I thought he'd be interested in them." Though he exulted and made sage speculations about locomotive horsepower as their train climbed the main mountain ridge, and from the summit he looked down the shining way among the pines, though he remarked, "Well, by golly," when he discovered that the station at Cadadamcook, the end of the line, was an aged freight car, Babitt's moment of impassioned release came when they sat on a tiny wharf on Lake Sunasquam, awaiting the launch from the hotel. A raft had floated down the lake. Between the logs and the shore the water was transparent, thin-looking, flashing with minnows. A guide in black felt hat, with trout flies in the band, and flannel shirt of a peculiarly daring blue, sat on a log and whittled and was silent. A dog, a good country dog, black and woolly gray, a dog rich in leisure and in meditation, scratched and grunted and slept. The thick sunlight was lavish on the bright water, on the rim of gold-green balsam boughs, the silver birches and tropic ferns, and across the lake it burned on the sturdy shoulders of the mountains. Over everything was a holy peace. Silent, they loafed on the edge of the wharf, swinging their legs above the water. The immense tenderness of the place sank into Babitt, and he murmured, "I'd like to sit here the rest of my life and whittle and sit, and never hear a typewriter or Stan Graff fussing on the phone, or Roan and Ted a-scrapping, just sit. Gosh." He patted Paul's shoulder. "How does it strike you, old snoozer?" "Oh, it's darn good, Georgie. There's something sort of, well, eternal about it." For once, Babitt understood him. Their launch rounded the bend. At the head of the lake, under a mountain slope, they saw the little central dining shack of their hotel and the crescent of squat log cottages which served as bedrooms. They landed and endured the critical examination of the habitués who had been at the hotel for a whole week. In their cottage, with its high stone fireplace, they hastened, as Babitt expressed it, to get into some regular he-togs. They came out, Paul in an old grey suit and soft white shirt, Babitt in khaki shirt and vast and flapping khaki trousers. It was excessively new khaki, his rimless spectacles belonged to a city office, and his face was not tan but a city pink. He made a discordant noise in the place, but with infinite satisfaction he slapped his legs and crowed, "Say, this is getting back home, huh?" They stood on the wharf before the hotel. He winked at Paul and drew from his back pocket a plug of chewing tobacco, a vulgarism forbidden in the Babitt home. He took a chew, beaming and wagging his head as he tugged at it. Oh, maybe I haven't been hungry for a wad of eating tobacco. Have some?" They looked at each other in a grin of understanding. Paul took the plug, gnawed at it. They stood quiet, their jaws working. They solemnly spat, one after the other, into the placid water. They stretched voluptuously with lifted arms and arched backs. From beyond the mountains came the shuffling sound of a far-off train. A trout leaped and fell back in a silver circle. They sighed together. They had a week before their families came. Each evening they planned to get up early and fish before breakfast. Each morning they lay abed till the breakfast bell, pleasantly conscious that there were no efficient wives to rouse them. The mornings were cold. The fire was kindly as they dressed. Paul was distressingly clean, but Babitt revelled in a good sound dirtiness, in not having to shave till his spirit was moved to it. He treasured every grease spot and fish scale on his new khaki trousers. All morning they fished unenergetically, or tramped the dim and aqueous lighted trails among rank ferns and moss sprinkled with crimson bells. They slept all afternoon, and till midnight played stud poker with the guides. Poker was a serious business to the guides. They did not gossip. They shuffled the thick, greasy cards with a deft ferocity menacing to the sports, and Joe Paradise, king of guides, was sarcastic to loiterers who halted the game even to scratch. At midnight, as Paul and he blundered to their cottage over the pungent wet grass and pine roofs confusing in the darkness, Babitt rejoiced that he did not have to explain to his wife where he had been all evening. They did not talk much. The nervous loquacity and opinionation of the Zenith Athletic Club dropped from them. But when they did talk, they slipped into the naive intimacy of college days. Once they drew their canoe up to the bank of the Sunnisquam water, a stream walled in by the dense green of the hardhack. The sun roared on the green jungle, but in the shade was sleepy peace, and the water was golden and rippling. Babitt drew his hand through the cool flood and mused, "We never thought we'd come to Maine together." "No, we've never done anything the way we thought we would. I expected to live in Germany with my granddad's people and study the fiddle." "That's so. And remember how I wanted to be a lawyer and go into politics? I still think I might have made a go of it. I've kind of got the gift of the gab. Anyway, I can think on my feet and make some kind of a spiel on most anything, and of course that's the thing you need in politics. Oh, by golly, Ted's going to law school even if I didn't. Well, I guess it's worked out all right. Myra's been a fine wife, and Zilla means well, Paulibus." "Yes. Up here I figure out all sorts of plans to keep her amused. I kind of feel life is going to be different now that we're getting a good rest and can go back and start over again." "I hope so, old boy," shyly. "Say, gosh, it's been awful nice to sit around and loaf and gamble and act regular with you along, you old horse thief." "Well, you know what it means to me, Georgie. Saved my life." The shame of emotion overpowered them. They cursed a little to prove they were good rough fellows, and in a mellow silence, Babitt, whistling while Paul hummed, they paddled back to the hotel. Though it was Paul who had seemed overwrought, Babitt who had been the protecting big brother, Paul became clear-eyed and merry while Babitt sank into irritability. He uncovered layer on layer of hidden weariness. At first he had played nimble jester to Paul, and for him sought amusements. By the end of the week, Paul was nurse, and Babitt accepted favors with the condescension one always shows a patient nurse. The day before their families arrived, the women guests at the hotel bubbled, "Oh, isn't it nice? You must be so excited." And the proprieties compelled Babitt and Paul to look excited. But they went to bed early and grumpy. When Myra appeared, she said at once, "Now, we want you boys to go on playing around just as if we weren't here." The first evening he stayed out for poker with the guides, and she said in placid merriment, "My, you're a regular bad one." The second evening she groaned sleepily, "Good heavens, are you going to be out every single night?" The third evening he didn't play poker. He was tired now, in every cell. "Funny, vacation doesn't seem to have done me a bit of good," he lamented. "Paul's frisky as a colt, but I swear I'm crankier and nervouser than when I come up here." He had 3 weeks of Maine. At the end of the second week he began to feel calm and interested in life. He planned an expedition to climb Sachem Mountain and wanted to camp overnight at Boxcar Pond. He was curiously weak, yet cheerful, as though he had cleansed his veins of poisonous energy and was filling them with wholesome blood. He ceased to be irritated by Ted's infatuation with a waitress, his 7th tragic affair this year. He played catch with Ted, and with pride taught him to cast a fly in the pine-shadowed silence of Scatuit Pond. At the end he sighed, "Hang it, I'm just beginning to enjoy my vacation, but, well, I feel a lot better, and it's going to be one great year. Maybe the real estate board will elect me president instead of some fuzzy old-fashioned faker like Chan Mott." On the way home, whenever he went into the smoking compartment, he felt guilty at deserting his wife and angry at being expected to feel guilty, but each time he triumphed, "Oh, this is going to be a great year, a great old year." The end of Chapter 11 of Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Read by Rick Kishner for Lit2Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu.
Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 34. The Good Citizens League had spread through the country, but nowhere was it so effective and well esteemed as in cities of the type of Zenith, commercial cities of a few 100,000 inhabitants, most of which, though not all, lay inland, against a background of cornfields and mines, and of small towns which depended upon them for mortgage loans, table manners, art, social philosophy, and millinery. To the League belonged most of the prosperous citizens of Zenith. They were not all of the kind who called themselves regular guys. Besides these hardy fellows, these salesmen of prosperity, there were the aristocrats, that is, the men who were richer, or had been rich for more generations, the presidents of banks and of factories, the landowners, the corporation lawyers, the fashionable doctors, and the few young old men who worked not at all, but reluctantly remaining in Zenith, collected lustreware and first editions as though they were back in Paris. All of them agreed that the working classes must be kept in their place, and all of them perceived that American democracy did not imply any equality of wealth, but did demand a wholesome sameness of thought, dress, painting, morals, and vocabulary. In this they were like the ruling class of any other country, particularly of Great Britain, but they differed in being more vigorous and in actually trying to produce the accepted standards which all classes, everywhere, desire, but usually despair of realizing. The longest struggle of the Good Citizens League was against the open shop, which was secretly a struggle against all union labor. Accompanying it was an Americanization movement, with evening classes in English and history and economics and daily articles in the newspapers so that newly arrived foreigners might learn that the true blue and 100% American way of settling labor troubles was for workmen to trust and love their employers. The League was more than generous in approving other organizations which agreed with its aims. It helped the YMCA to raise a $200,000 fund for a new building. Babitt, Virgil Gunch, Sidney Finkelstein, and even Charles McKelvey told the spectators at movie theaters how great an influence for manly Christianity the good old Y had been in their own lives, and the hoar and mighty Colonel Rutherford Snow, owner of the Advocate-Times, was photographed clasping the hand of Sheldon Smith of the YMCA. It is true that afterward, when Smith lisped, "You must come to one of our prayer meetings," the ferocious colonel bellowed, "What the hell would I do that for? I've got a bar of my own." But this did not appear in the public prints. The League was of value to the American Legion, at a time when certain of the lesser and looser newspapers were criticizing that organization of veterans of the Great War. One evening, a number of young men raided the Zenith Socialist headquarters, burned its records, beat the office staff, and agreeably dumped desks out of the window. All of the newspapers, save the Advocate-Times and the Evening Advocate, attributed this valuable but perhaps hasty direct action to the American Legion. Then, a flying squadron from the Good Citizens League called on the unfair papers and explained that no ex-soldier could possibly do such a thing, and the editors saw the light and retained their advertising. When Zenith's lone conscientious objector came home from prison and was righteously run out of town, the newspapers referred to the perpetrators as an unidentified mob. In all the activities and triumphs of the Good Citizens League, Babitt took part and completely won back to self-respect, placidity, and the affection of his friends. But he began to protest. "Gosh, I've done my share in cleaning up the city. I want to tend to business. Think I'll just kind of slacken up on this GCL stuff now." He had returned to the church as he had returned to the Boosters' Club. He had even endured the lavish greeting which Sheldon Smith gave him. He was worried lest, during his late discontent, he had imperiled his salvation. He was not quite sure there was a heaven to be attained, but Dr. John Jennison Drew said there was, and Babitt was not going to take a chance. One evening, when he was walking past Dr. Drew's parsonage, he impulsively went in and found the pastor in his study. "Just a minute, getting phone call," said Dr. Drew in businesslike tones, then aggressively to the telephone. "Hello? Hello? This Berkey and Hannes? Reverend Drew speaking. Where the dickens is the proof for next Sunday's calendar? Huh? Well, you ought to have it here. Well, I can't help it if they're all sick. I got to have it tonight. Get an ADT boy and shoot it up here quick." He turned without slackening his briskness. "Well, Brother Babitt, what can I do for you?" "I just want to ask, tell you how it is, Dominie. Here, a while ago, I guess I got kind of slack, took a few drinks and so on. What I wanted to ask is, well, how is it if a fellow cuts that all out and comes back to his senses? Does it sort of, well, you might say, does it score against him in the long run?" The Reverend Dr. Drew was suddenly interested. "And, brother, the other things too? Women?" "Oh, no, practically, you might say. Practically not at all." "Don't hesitate to tell me, brother. That's what I'm here for. Been going on joy rides, squeezing girls in cars?" The Reverend's eyes glistened. No. Well, I'll tell you. I've got a deputation from the Don't Make Prohibition a Joke Association coming to see me in a quarter of an hour, and one from the Anti-Birth Control Union at 9:45. He busily glanced at his watch. "But I can take 5 minutes off and pray with you. Kneel right down by your chair, brother. Don't be ashamed to seek the guidance of God." Babitt's scalp itched, and he longed to flee. But Dr. Drew had already flopped down beside his desk chair, and his voice had changed from rasping efficiency to an unctuous familiarity with sin and with the Almighty. Babitt also knelt while Drew gloated. "O Lord, thou seest our brother here, who has been led astray by manifold temptations. O Heavenly Father, make his heart to be pure as a little child's. O let him know again the joy of a manly courage to abstain from evil." Sheldon Smith came frolicking into the study. At the sight of the two men, he smirked, forgivingly patted Babitt on the shoulder, and knelt beside him, his arm about him, while he authorized Dr. Drew's imprecations with moans of, "Yes, Lord. Help our brother, Lord." Though he was trying to keep his eyes closed, Babitt squinted between his fingers and saw the pastor glance at his watch as he concluded with a triumphant, "And let him never be afraid to come to us for counsel and tender care, and let him know that the church can lead him as a little lamb." Dr. Drew sprang up, rolled his eyes in the general direction of heaven, chucked his watch into his pocket, and demanded, "Has the deputation come yet, Sheldy?" "Yep, right outside," Sheldy answered with equal liveliness, then caressingly to Babitt, "Brother, if it would help, I'd love to go into the next room and pray with you while Dr. Drew is receiving the brothers from the Don't Make Prohibition a Joke Association." No, thanks, can't take the time," yelped Babitt, rushing toward the door. Thereafter he was often seen at the Chatham Road Presbyterian Church, but it is recorded that he avoided shaking hands with the pastor at the door. If his moral fibre had been so weakened by rebellion that he was not quite dependable in the more rigorous campaigns of the Good Citizens League, nor quite appreciative of the church, yet there was no doubt of the joy with which Babitt returned to the pleasures of his home and of the athletic club, the Boosters, and the Elks. Verona and Kenneth Escott were eventually and hesitatingly married. For the wedding, Babitt was dressed as carefully as was Verona. He was crammed into the morning coat he wore to teas thrice a year, and with a certain relief, after Verona and Kenneth had driven away in a limousine, he returned to the house, removed the morning coat,
sat with his aching feet up on the davenport, and reflected that his wife and he could have the living room to themselves now, and not have to listen to Verona and Kenneth worrying in a cultured collegiate manner about minimum wages and the Drama League. But even this sinking into peace was less consoling than his return to being one of the best-loved men in the Boosters Club. President Willis Ijems began that Boosters Club luncheon by standing quiet and staring at them so unhappily that they feared he was about to announce the death of a brother Booster. He spoke slowly, then, and gravely. "Boys, I have something shocking to reveal to you, something terrible about one of our own members." Several boosters, including Babitt, looked disconcerted. "A knight of the grip, a trusted friend of mine, recently made a trip upstate, and in a certain town where a certain booster spent his boyhood, he found out something which can no longer be concealed. In fact, he discovered the inward nature of a man whom we have accepted as a real guy and as one of us. Gentlemen, I cannot trust my voice to say it, so I have written it down." He uncovered a large blackboard, and on it, in huge capitals, was the legend, "George Follansby Babitt, oh, you folly." The boosters cheered. They laughed. They wept. They threw rolls at Babitt. They cried, "Speech! Speech! Oh, you folly!" President Ijems continued, "That, gentlemen, is the awful thing Georgie Babitt has been concealing all these years, when we thought he was just plain George F. Now, I want you to tell us, taking it in turn, what you always suspected the F stood for." "Flivver," they suggested, and Frogface, and Flathead, and Farinaceous, and Freezone, and Flapdoodle, and Foghorn. By the joviality of their insults, Babitt knew that he had been taken back to their hearts, and happily he rose. "Boys, I've got to admit it. I've never worn a wristwatch or parted my name in the middle, but I will confess to Follansby. My only justification is that my old dad, though otherwise he was perfectly sane and packed an awful wallop when it came to trimming the city fellers at checkers, named me after the family doc, old Dr. Ambrose Follansby. I apologize, boys. In my next what'd-you-call-it, I'll see to it that I get practically something really practical, something that sounds swell and yet is good and virile, something, in fact, like that grand old name so familiar to every household, that bold and almost overpowering name, Willis Jim Jams Ijams." He knew by the cheer that he was secure again and popular. He knew that he would no longer endanger his security and popularity by straying from the clan of good fellows. Henry Thompson dashed into the office, clamoring, "George! Big news! Jake Offutt says the Traction bunch are dissatisfied with the way Sanders, Torrey, and Wing handled their last deal, and they're willing to dicker with us." Babitt was pleased in the realization that the last scar of his rebellion was healed. Yet, as he drove home, he was annoyed by such background thoughts as had never weakened him in his days of belligerent conformity. He discovered that he actually did not consider the Traction group quite honest. Well, he'd carry out one more deal for them, but as soon as it was practicable, maybe as soon as old Henry Thompson died, he'd break away from all association from them. He was 48. In 12 years, he'd be 60. He wanted to leave a clean business to his grandchildren. Of course, there was a lot of money in negotiating for the Traction people, and a fella had to look at things in a practical way, only, He wriggled uncomfortably. He wanted to tell the Traction group what he thought of them. Oh, he couldn't do it, not now. If he offended them this second time, they would crush him. But he was conscious that his line of progress seemed confused. He wondered what he would do with his future. He was still young. Was he through with all adventuring? He felt that he had been trapped into the very net from which he had with such fury escaped, and, supremest jest of all, been made to rejoice in the trapping. "They have licked me to a finish," he whimpered. The house was peaceful that evening, and he enjoyed a game of pinochle with his wife. He indignantly told the tempter that he was content to do things in the good old-fashioned way. The day after, he went to see the purchasing agent of the Street Traction Company, and they made plans for the secret purchase of lots along the Evanston Road. But as he drove to his office, he struggled. "I'm going to run things and figure out things to suit myself when I retire." Ted had come down from the university for the weekend. Though he no longer spoke of mechanical engineering, and though he was reticent about his opinion of his instructors, he seemed no more reconciled to college, and his chief interest was his wireless telephone set. On Saturday evening, he took Eunice Littlefield to a dance at Devon Woods.
Babitt had a glimpse of her bouncing in the seat of the car, brilliant in a scarlet cloak over a frock of thinnest creamy silk. They two had not returned when the Babitts went to bed at 11:30. At a blurred, indefinite time of late night, Babitt was awakened by the ring of the telephone and gloomily crawled downstairs. Howard Littlefield was speaking. "George, Eunie isn't back yet. Is Ted?" "No, at least his door is open." "Well, they ought to be home. Eunice said the dance would be over at midnight. What's the name of those people where they're going?" "Why, gosh, tell the truth, I don't know, Howard. It's some classmate of Ted's out in Devon Woods. Don't see what we can do. Wait, I'll skip up and ask Myra if she knows their name." Babitt turned on the light in Ted's room. It was a brown, boyish room, disordered dresser, worn books, a high school pennant, photographs of basketball teams and baseball teams. Ted was decidedly not there. Mrs. Babitt, awakened, irritably observed that she certainly did not know the name of Ted's host, that it was late, that Howard Littlefield was but little better than a born fool, and that she was sleepy. But she remained awake and worrying while Babitt, on the sleeping porch, struggled back into sleep through the incessant soft rain of her remarks. It was after dawn when he was aroused by her shaking him and calling, "George! George!" in something like horror. "What? What is it?" "Come here, quick, and see. Be quiet." She led him down the hall to the door of Ted's room and pushed it gently open. On the brown, worn rug he saw a froth of rose-colored chiffon lingerie. On the sedate Morris chair a girl's silver slipper, and on the pillows were two sleepy heads, Ted's and Eunice's. Ted woke to grin and to mutter with unconvincing defiance, "Good morning. Let me introduce my wife, Mrs. Theodore Roosevelt Eunice Littlefield Babitt, Esquires." "Good God!" from Babitt, and from his wife a long wailing, "You've gone and—" "We got married last evening. Wife, sit up and say a pretty good morning to mother-in-law." But Eunice hid her shoulders and her charming wild hair under the pillow. By 9 o'clock the assembly which was gathered about Ted and Eunice in the living room included Mr. and Mrs. George Babitt, Dr. and Mrs. Howard Littlefield, Mr. and Mrs. Kenneth Eskett, Mr. and Mrs. Henry T. Thompson, and Tinka Babitt, who was the only pleased member of the Inquisition. A crackling shower of phrases filled the room. "At their age," "ought to be annulled," "never heard of such a thing in," "fault of them both," and "keep it out of the papers," "ought to be packed off to school," "do something about it at once," and what I say is, "damn good old-fashioned spanking." Worst of them all was Verona. "Ted, some way must be found to make you understand how dreadfully serious this is, instead of standing around with that silly, foolish smile on your face." He began to revolt. "Gee whittakers, Roan, you got married yourself, didn't you?" "That's entirely different." "You bet it is. They didn't have to work on you and me with a chain and tackle to get us to hold hands." "Now, young man, we'll have no more flippancy," old Henry Thompson ordered. "You listen to me." "You listen to grandfather," said Verona. "Yes, listen to your grandfather," said Mrs. Babitt. "Ted, you listen to Mr. Thompson," said Howard Littlefield. "Oh, for the love of Mike, I am listening," Ted shouted. "But you look here, all of you. I'm getting sick and tired of being the corpse in this post-mortem. If you want to kill somebody, go kill the preacher that married us. Why, he stung me $5, and all the money I had in the world was $6.02. I'm getting just about enough of being hollered at." A new voice, booming, authoritative, dominated the room. It was Babitt. "Yeah, there's too darn many putting in their oar. Broan, you dry up. Howard and I are still pretty strong and able to do our own cussing. Ted, come into the dining room. We'll talk this over." In the dining room, the door firmly closed, Babitt walked to his son, put both hands on his shoulders. "You're more or less right. They all talk too much. Now, what do you plan to do, old man?" "Gosh, Dad, are you really going to be human?" "Well, remember, one time you called us the Babitt men and said we ought to stick together. I want to. I don't pretend to think this isn't serious. The way the cards are stacked against a young fellow today, I can't say I approve of early marriages. But you couldn't have married a better girl than Eunice, the way I figure it. Littlefield is darn lucky to get a Babitt for a son-in-law. But what do you plan to do? Of course, you could go right ahead with the U, and when you're finished—" "Dad, I can't stand it any more. Maybe it's all right for some fellas. Maybe I'll want to go back someday. But me, I want to get into mechanics. I think I'd get to be a good inventor. There's a fellow that would give me $20 a week in a factory right now."
Well, Babitt crossed the floor, slowly, ponderously, seeming a little old. I've always wanted you to have a college degree. He meditatively stamped across the floor again. But I've never. Now, for heaven's sake, don't repeat this to your mother, or she'd remove what little hair I've got left. But practically, I've never done a single thing I've wanted to in my whole life. I don't know as I've accomplished anything except just get along. I figure out I've made about 1/4 of an inch out of a possible 100 rods. Well, maybe you'll carry things on farther. I don't know. But I do get a kind of sneaking pleasure out of the fact that you knew what you wanted to do and did it. Well, those folks in there will try to bully you and tame you down. Tell 'em to go to the devil. I'll back you. Take your factory job if you want to. Don't be scared of the family. No, nor all of Zenith, nor of yourself the way I've been. Go ahead, old man. The world is yours. Arms about each other's shoulders, the Babitt men marched into the living room and faced the swooping family. The end of Chapter 34, and the end of Babitt, by Sinclair Lewis. Read by Rick Kishner for Let to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu.
Babitt, by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 33. He tried to explain to his wife as they prepared for bed how objectionable was Sheldon Smeath, but all her answer was, "He has such a beautiful voice, so spiritual. I don't think you ought to speak of him like that just because you can't appreciate music." He saw her then as a stranger. He stared bleakly at this plump and fussy woman with the broad bare arms and wondered how she had ever come here. In his chilly cot, turning from aching side to side, he pondered of Tanis. He'd been a fool to lose her. He'd had to have somebody he could really talk to. He'd bust if he went on stewing about things by himself. And Myra, useless to expect her to understand. Well, rats, no use dodging the issue. Darn shame for two married people to drift apart after all these years. Darn rotten shame. But nothing could bring them together now, as long as he refused to let Zenith bully him into taking orders, and he was, by golly, not going to let anybody bully him into anything, or wheedle him, or coax him either. He woke at 3, roused by a passing motor, and struggled out of bed for a drink of water. As he passed through the bedroom, he heard his wife groan. His resentment was night-blurred. He was solicitous, inquiring, "What's the trouble, hon?" "I've got such a pain down here in my side. Oh, it tears at me." "Bad indigestion? Shall I get you some bicarb?" "Don't think that would help. I felt funny last evening and yesterday, and then... it passed away, and I got to sleep, and that auto woke me up." Her voice was laboring, like a ship in a storm. He was alarmed. "I'd better call the doctor." No, it'll go away, but maybe you might get me an ice bag." He stalked to the bathroom for the ice bag, down to the kitchen for ice. He felt dramatic in this late-night expedition, but as he gouged the chunk of ice with the dagger-like pick, he was cool, steady, mature, and the old friendliness was in his voice as he patted the ice bag into place on her groin, rumbling, There, that'll be better now." He retired to bed, but he did not sleep. He heard her groan again. Instantly he was up, soothing her. "Still pretty bad, honey?" "Yes, it just grips me, and I can't get to sleep." Her voice was faint. He knew her dread of doctors' verdicts, and he did not inform her, but he creaked downstairs, telephoned to Dr. Earl Patton, and waited, shivering, trying with fuzzy eyes to read a magazine till he heard the doctor's car. The doctor was youngish and professionally breezy. He came in as though it were sunny noontime. "Well, George, little trouble, eh? How is she now?" he said busily, as, with tremendous and rather irritating cheerfulness, he tossed his coat on a chair and warmed his hands at a radiator. He took charge of the house. Babitt felt ousted and unimportant as he followed the doctor up to the bedroom, and it was the doctor who chuckled. "Oh, just a little morning stomachache," when Verona peeped through her door, begging, "What is it, Dad? What is it?" To Mrs. Babitt, the doctor said with amiable belligerence after his examination, "Kind of a bad old pain, huh? Well, I'll give you something to make you sleep, and I think you'll feel better in the morning. I'll come in right after breakfast." But to Babitt, lying in wait in the lower hall, the doctor sighed. "I don't like the feeling there in her belly. There's some rigidity and some inflammation. She's never had her appendix out, has she? Huh. Well, no use worrying. I'll be here first thing in the morning, and meantime she'll get some rest. I've given her a hypo. Good night." Then was Babitt caught up in the black tempest. Instantly, all the indignations which had been dominating him and the spiritual dramas through which he had struggled became pallid and absurd before the ancient and overwhelming realities, the standard and traditional realities of sickness and menacing death, the long night and the thousand steadfast implications of married life. He crept back to her. As she drowsed away in the tropic languor of morphia, he sat on the edge of her bed, holding her hand, and for the first time in many weeks her hand abode trustfully in his. He draped himself grotesquely in his toweling bathrobe and a pink and white couch cover, and sat lumpishly in a wing chair. The bedroom was uncanny in its half-light, which turned the curtains to lurking robbers, the dressing-table to a turreted castle. It smelled of cosmetics, of linen, of sleep. He napped and woke 100 times. He heard her move and sigh in slumber. He wondered if there wasn't some officious brisk thing he could do for her, and before he could quite form the thought he was asleep, racked and aching. The night was infinite. When dawn came and the waiting seemed at an end, he fell asleep, and was vexed to have been caught off his guard, to have been aroused by Verona's entrance and her agitated, "Oh, what is it, Dad?" His wife was awake, her face sallow and lifeless in the morning light. But now he did not compare her with Tanis. She was not merely a woman, to be contrasted with other women, but his own self, and though he might criticize her and nag her, it was only as he might criticize and nag himself, interestedly, unpatronizingly, without the expectation of changing or any real desire to change the eternal essence. With Verona he sounded fatherly again and firm. He consoled Tinka, who satisfactorily pointed the excitement of the hour by wailing. He ordered early breakfast and wanted to look at the newspaper, and felt somehow heroic and useful in not looking at it. But there were still crawling and totally unheroic hours of waiting before Dr. Patton returned. "Don't see much change," said Patton. "I'll be back about 11, and if you don't mind, I think I'll bring in some other world-famous pill peddler for consultation, just to be on the safe side. Now, George, there's nothing you can do. I'll have Verona keep the ice bag filled. Might as well leave that on, I guess. And you better beat it to the office instead of standing around here looking as if you were the patient. The nerve of husbands, a lot more neurotic than the women. They always have to horn in and get all the credit for feeling bad when their wives are ailing. Now, have another nice cup of coffee and get." Under this derision, Babitt became more matter-of-fact. He drove to the office, tried to dictate letters, tried to telephone, and before the call was answered, forgot to whom he was telephoning. At 10:15 he returned home. As he left the downtown traffic and sped up the car, his face was as grimly creased as the mask of tragedy. His wife greeted him with surprise. "Why did you come back, dear?" "I think I feel a little better. I told Verona to skip off to her office. Was it wicked of me to go and get sick?" He knew that she wanted petting, and she got it, joyously. They were curiously happy when he heard Dr. Patton's car in front. He looked out of the window. He was frightened. With Patton was an impatient man with turbulent black hair and a hussar mustache, Dr. A.I. Dilling, the surgeon. Babitt sputtered with anxiety, tried to conceal it, and hurried down to the door. Dr. Patton was profusely casual. "Don't want to worry, old man, but I thought it might be a good stunt to have Dr. Dilling examine her." He gestured toward Dilling as toward a master. Dilling nodded in his curtest manner and strode upstairs. Babitt tramped the living room in agony. Except for his wife's confinements, there had never been a major operation in the family, and to him surgery was at once a miracle and an abomination of fear. But when Dilling and Patton came down again, he knew that everything was all right, and he wanted to laugh, for the two doctors were exactly like the bearded physicians in a musical comedy, both of them rubbing their hands and looking foolishly sagacious. Dr. Dilling spoke. "I'm sorry, old man, but it's acute appendicitis. We ought to operate. Of course, you must decide, but there's no question as to what has to be done." Babitt did not get all the force of it. He mumbled, "Well, I suppose we could get her ready in a couple of days. Probably Ted ought to come down from the university, just in case anything happened." Dr. Dilling growled, "No, if you don't want peritonitis to set in, we'll have to operate right away. I must advise it strongly. If you say go ahead, I'll phone for the St. Mary's ambulance at once, and we'll have her on the table in 3/4 of an hour." Of course, I suppose you know what, but great God, man, I can't get her clothes ready and everything in 2 seconds, and in her state so wrought up and weak."
"Just throw a hairbrush and comb and toothbrush in a bag. That's all she'll need for a day or two," said Dr. Dilling, and went to the telephone. Babitt galloped desperately upstairs. He sent the frightened Tinker out of the room. He said gaily to his wife, "Well, old thing, the doctor thinks maybe we better have a little operation and get it over. Just take a few minutes, not half as serious as a confinement, and you'll be all right in a jiffy." She gripped his hand till the fingers ached. She said patiently, like a cowed child, "I'm afraid to go into the dark all alone." Maturity was wiped from her eyes. They were pleading and terrified. "Will you stay with me? Darling, you don't have to go to the office now, do you? Could you just go down to the hospital with me? Could you come see me this evening if everything's all right? You won't have to go out this evening, will you?" He was on his knees by the bed. While she feebly ruffled his hair, he sobbed. He kissed the lawn of her sleeve and swore, "Old honey, I love you more than anything in the world. I've kind of been worried by business and everything, but that's all over now, and I'm back again." "Are you really, George? I was thinking lying here, maybe it would be a good thing if I just went. I was wondering if anybody really needed me, or wanted me. I was wondering what was the use of my living. I've been getting so stupid and ugly." "Why, you old humbug, fishing for compliments when I ought to be packing your bag. Me, sure, I'm young and handsome and a regular village cut-up, and—" He could not go on. He sobbed again, and in muttered incoherencies they found each other. As he packed, his brain was curiously clear and swift. He'd have no more wild evenings, he realized. He admitted that he would regret them. A little grimly he perceived that this had been his last despairing fling before the paralyzed contentment of middle age. Well, and he grinned impishly, it was one doggone good party while it lasted. And how much was the operation going to cost? I ought to have fought that out with Dilling, but no, damn it, I don't care how much it costs. The motor ambulance was at the door. Even in his grief, the Babitt, who admired all technical excellences, was interested in the kindly skill with which the attendant slid Mrs. Babitt upon a stretcher and carried her downstairs. The ambulance was a huge, suave, varnished white thing. Mrs. Babitt moaned, "It frightens me. It's just like a hearse, just like being put in a hearse. I want you to stay with me." "I'll be right up front with the driver," Babitt promised. "No, I want you to stay inside with me," to the attendants. "Can he be inside?" "Sure, ma'am, you bet. There's a fine little camp stool in there," the older attendant said with professional pride. He sat beside her in that traveling cabin with its cot, its stool, its active little electric radiator, and its quite unexplained calendar displaying a girl eating cherries and the name of an enterprising grocer. But as he flung out his hand in hopeless cheerfulness, it touched the radiator, and he squealed, "Ouch! Jesus!" "Why, George Babitt, I won't have you cursing and swearing and blaspheming." "I know, awful sorry, but gosh, all fish hooks, look how I burned my hand. Gee whiz, it hurts. It hurts like the mischief. Why, that damn radiator is hot as, it's hotter than the hinges of Hades. Look, you can see the mark." So, as they drove up to St. Mary's Hospital with the nurses already laying out the instruments for an operation to save her life, it was she who consoled him and kissed the place to make it well, and though he tried to be gruff and mature, he yielded to her and was glad to be babied. The ambulance whirled under the hooded carriage entrance of the hospital, and instantly he was reduced to a zero in the nightmare succession of cork-floored halls, endless doors open on old women sitting up in bed, an elevator, the anesthetizing room, a young intern contemptuous of husbands. He was permitted to kiss his wife. He saw a thin, dark nurse fit the cone over her mouth and nose. He stiffened at a sweet and treacherous odor. Then he was driven out, and on a high stool in the laboratory he sat dazed, longing to see her once again, to insist that he had always loved her, had never for a second loved anybody else or looked at anybody else. In the laboratory he was conscious only of a decayed object preserved in a bottle of yellowing alcohol. It made him very sick, but he could not take his eyes from it. He was more aware of it than of waiting. His mind floated in abeyance, coming back always to that horrible bottle. To escape it, he opened the door to the right, hoping to find a sane and businesslike office. He realized that he was looking into the operating room. In one glance he took in Dr. Dilling, strange in white gown and bandaged head, bending over the steel table with its screws and wheels, then nurses holding basins and cotton sponges, and a swathed thing, just a lifeless chin and a mound of white, in the midst of which was a square of sallow flesh, with a gash a little bloody at the edges, protruding from the gash a cluster of forceps, like clinging parasites. He shut the door with haste. It may be that his frightened repentance of the night and morning had not eaten in,
But this dehumanizing interment of her who had been so pathetically human shook him utterly, and as he crouched again on the high stool in the laboratory, he swore faith to his wife, to Zenith, to business efficiency, to the Boosters Club, to every faith of the clan of Goodfellows. Then a nurse was soothing. "All over. Perfect success. She'll come out fine. She'll be out from under the anesthetic soon, and you can see her." He found her on a curious tilted bed, her face an unwholesome yellow, but her purple lips moving slightly. Then only did he really believe that she was alive. She was muttering. He bent and heard her sighing. "Hard get real maple syrup for pancakes." He laughed inexhaustibly. He beamed on the nurse and proudly confided, "Think of her talking about maple syrup. By golly, I'm going to go over and order 100 gallons of it right from Vermont." She was out of the hospital in 17 days. He went to see her each afternoon, and in their long talks they drifted back to intimacy. Once he hinted something of his relations to Tanis and the bunch, and she was inflated by the view that a wicked woman had captivated her poor George. If once he had doubted his neighbors and the supreme charm of the Goodfellows, he was convinced now. You didn't, he noted, see Seneca Doane coming around with any flowers or dropping in to chat with the missus, but Mrs. Howard Littlefield brought to the hospital her priceless wine jelly, flavored with real wine. Orville Jones spent hours in picking out the kind of novels Mrs. Babitt liked, nice love stories about New York millionaires and Wyoming cowpunchers. Louetta Swanson knitted a pink bed jacket. Sidney Finkelstein and his merry brown-eyed flapper of a wife selected the prettiest nightgown in all the stock of Parcher and Stein. All his friends ceased whispering about him, suspecting him. At the athletic club, they asked after her daily. Club members, whose names he did not know, stopped him to inquire, "How's your good lady getting on?" Babitt felt that he was swinging from bleak uplands down into the rich, warm air of a valley pleasant with cottages. One noon, Virgil Gunch suggested, "You planning to be at the hospital about 6? The wife and I thought we'd drop in." They did drop in. Gunch was so humorous that Mrs. Babitt said he must stop making her laugh because, honestly, it was hurting her incision. As they passed down the hall, Gunch demanded amiably, "George, old scout, you were sore-headed about something here a while back. I don't know why, and it's none of my business, but you seem to be feeling all hunky-dory again, and why don't you come join us in the Good Citizens League, old man? We have some corking times together, and we need your advice." Then did Babitt, almost tearful with joy at being coaxed instead of bullied, at being permitted to stop fighting, at being able to desert without injuring his opinion of himself, cease utterly to be a domestic revolutionist. He patted Gunch's shoulder, and next day he became a member of the Good Citizens League. Within 2 weeks, no one in the League was more violent regarding the wickedness of Seneca Doane, the crimes of labor unions, the perils of immigration, and the delights of golf, morality, and bank accounts than was George F. Babitt. The end of Chapter 33 of Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Read by Rick Kishner for Lit2Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu.
Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 30. The summer before, Mrs. Babitt's letters had crackled with desire to return to Zenith. Now they said nothing of returning, but a wistful, "I suppose everything is going on all right without me," among her dry chronicles of weather and sicknesses hinted to Babitt that he hadn't been very urgent about her coming. He worried it. "If she were here, and I went on raising Cain like I've been doing, she'd have a fit. I got to get hold of myself. I got to learn to play around and yet not make a fool of myself. I can do it, too, if folks like Virg Gunch will let me alone, and Myra will stay away. But poor kid, she sounds lonely. Lord, I don't want to hurt her." Impulsively he wrote that they missed her, and her next letter said happily that she was coming home. He persuaded himself that he was eager to see her. He bought roses for the house. He ordered squab for dinner. He had the car cleaned and polished. All the way home from the station with her, he was adequate in his accounts of Ted's success in basketball at the university. But before they reached Floral Heights, there was nothing more to say, and already he felt the force of her stolidity, wondering whether he could remain a good husband and still sneak out of the house this evening for half an hour with the bunch. When he had housed the car, he blundered upstairs into the familiar talcum-scented warmth of her presence, blaring, "Help you unpack your bag?" "No, I can do it." Slowly she turned, holding up a small box, and slowly she said, "I brought you a present. Just a new cigar case. I don't know if you'd care to have it." She was the lonely girl, the brown, appealing Myra Thompson,
whom he had married, and he almost wept for pity as he kissed her and besought, "Oh, honey, honey, care to have it? Of course I do. I'm awful proud you brought it to me, and I needed a new case badly." He wondered how he would get rid of the case he had bought the week before. "And you really are glad to see me back?" "Why, you poor kitty, what have you been worrying about?" "Well, you didn't seem to miss me very much." By the time he had finished his stint of lying, they were firmly bound again. By 10 that evening it seemed improbable that she had ever been away. There was but one difference, the problem of remaining a respectable husband, a Floral Heights husband, yet seeing Tanis and the bunch with frequency. He had promised to telephone to Tanis that evening, and now it was melodramatically impossible. He prowled about the telephone, impulsively thrusting out a hand to lift the receiver, but never quite daring to risk it. Nor could he find a reason for slipping down to the drugstore on Smith Street with its telephone booth. He was laden with responsibility till he threw it off with the speculation, "Why the deuce should I fret so about not being able to phone Tanis? She can get along without me. I don't owe her anything. She's a fine girl, but I've given her just as much as she has me. Oh, damn these women, and the way they get you all tied up in complications." For a week he was attentive to his wife, took her to the theatre, to dinner at the Littlefields. Then the old weary dodging and shifting began, and at least 2 evenings a week he spent with the bunch. He still made pretense of going to the Elks and to committee meetings, but less and less did he trouble to have his excuses interesting, less and less did she affect to believe them. He was certain that she knew he was associating with what Floral Heights called a sporty crowd, yet neither of them acknowledged it. In matrimonial geography, the distance between the first mute recognition of a break and the admission thereof is as great as the distance between the first naive faith and the first doubting. As he began to drift away, he also began to see her as a human being, to like and dislike her instead of accepting her as a comparatively movable part of the furniture, and he compassionated that husband and wife relation which, in 25 years of married life, had become a separate and real entity. He recalled their highlights, the summer vacation in Virginia meadows under the blue wall of the mountains, their motor tour through Ohio, and the exploration of Cleveland, Cincinnati, and Columbus, the birth of Verona, their building of this new house, planned to comfort them through a happy old age. Chokingly, they had said that it might be the last home either of them would ever have. Yet his most softening remembrance of these dear moments did not keep him from barking at dinner, "Yep, going out for a few hours, don't sit up for me." He did not dare now to come home drunk, and though he rejoiced in his return to high morality, and spoke with gravity to Pete and Fulton Bemis about their drinking, he prickled at Myra's unexpressed criticisms and sulkily meditated that a fella couldn't ever learn to handle himself if he was always bossed by a lot of women. He no longer wondered if Tanis wasn't a bit worn and sentimental. In contrast to the complacent Myra, he saw her as swift and airborne and radiant, a fire spirit tenderly stooping to the hearth, and however pitifully he brooded on his wife, he longed to be with Tanis. Then Mrs. Babitt tore the decent cloak from her unhappiness, and the astounded male discovered that she was having a small determined rebellion of her own. They were beside the fireless fireplace in the evening. "Georgie," she said, "you haven't given me the list of your household expenses while I was away." "No, I haven't made it out yet." Very affably. "Gosh, we must try to keep down expenses this year." "That's so. I don't know where all the money goes to. I try to economize, but it just seems to evaporate." "Well, I suppose I oughtn't to spend so much on cigars. Don't know but what I'll cut down my smoking, maybe cut it out entirely. I was thinking of a good way to do it the other day. Start on these Cubeb cigarettes, and they'd kind of disgust me with smoking." "Oh, I do wish you would. It isn't that I care, but honestly, George, it is so bad for you to smoke so much. Don't you think you could reduce the amount? And, George, I notice now, well, when you come home from these lodges and all, that sometimes you smell of whiskey. Dearie, you know I don't worry so much about the moral side of it, but you have a weak stomach, and you can't stand all this drinking." "Weak stomach, hell! I guess I can carry my booze about as well as most folks." "Well, I do think you ought to be careful. Don't you see, dear, I don't want you to get sick." "Sick rats! I'm not a baby. I guess I ain't going to get sick just because maybe once a week I shoot a highball. That's the trouble with women. They always exaggerate so." "George, I don't think you ought to talk that way when I'm just speaking for your own good." "I know, but gosh all fish hooks.
That's the trouble with women. They're always criticizing and commenting and bringing things up, and then they say it's for your own good.
Why, George, that's not a nice way to talk, to answer me so short.
Well, I didn't mean to answer short, but gosh, talking as if I was a kindergarten brat, not able to tote one highball without calling for the St. Mary's ambulance. A fine idea you must have of me.
Oh, it isn't that. It's just, I don't want to see you get sick, and, oh my, I didn't know it was so late. Don't forget to give me those household accounts for the time while I was away.
Oh, thunder, what's the use of taking the trouble to make 'em out now? Let's just skip 'em for that period.
Why, George Babitt, in all the years we've been married, we've never failed to keep a complete account of every penny we've spent.
No, maybe that's the trouble with us.
What in the world do you mean?
Oh, I don't mean anything, only, well, sometimes I get so darn sick and tired of all this routine and the accounting at the office and expenses at home and fussing and stewing and fretting and wearing myself out worrying over a lot of junk that don't really mean a doggone thing and being so careful and, well, good Lord, what do you think I'm made for? I could have been a darn good orator, and here I fuss and fret and worry.
Don't you suppose I ever get tired of fussing? I get so bored with ordering 3 meals a day, 365 days a year, and ruining my eyes over that horrid sewing machine, and looking after your clothes and Roan's and Ted's and Tinker's and everybody's, and the laundry and darning socks, and going down to the Piggly Wiggly to market, and bringing my basket home to save money on the cash and carry, and everything.
Well, gosh, with a certain astonishment, I suppose maybe you do. But talk about, here I have to be in the office every single day while you can go out all afternoon and see folks and visit with the neighbors and do any blinking thing you want to.
Yes, and a fine lot of good that does me, just talking over the same old things with the same old crowd while you have all sorts of interesting people coming in to see you at the office.
Interesting? Cranky old dames that want to know why I haven't rented their dear precious homes for about 7 times the value, and a bunch of old crabs panning the everlasting daylights out of me because they don't receive every cent of their rentals by 3 GM on the 2nd of the month. Sure, interesting, just as interesting as the smallpox.
Now, George, I will not have you shouting at me that way.
Well, it gets my goat, the way women figure out that a man doesn't do a darn thing but sit on his chair and have lovey-dovey conferences with a lot of classy dames and give 'em the glad eye.
I guess you manage to give them a glad enough eye when they do come in.
What do you mean? Mean I'm chasing flappers?
I should hope not, at your age.
Now, you look here. You may not believe it. Of course, all you see is fat little Georgie Babitt. Sure, handyman around the house, fixes the furnace when the furnace man doesn't show up, and pays the bills. But dull, awful dull. Well, you may not believe it, but there are some women that think old Georgie Babitt isn't such a bad scout. They think he's not so bad looking, not so bad that it hurts anyway, and he's got a pretty good line of guff, and some even think he shakes a darn wicked walkover at dancing.
Yes, she spoke slowly. I haven't much doubt that when I'm away you manage to find people who properly appreciate you.
Well, I just mean, he protested with a sound of denial. Then he was angered into semi-honesty. You bet I do. I find plenty of folks, and doggone nice ones, that don't think I'm a weak-stomached baby.
That's exactly what I was saying. You can run around with anybody you please, but I'm supposed to sit here and wait for you. You have the chance to get all sorts of culture and everything, and I just stay home.
Well, gosh almighty, there's nothing to prevent your reading books and going to lectures and all that junk, is there?
George, I told you. I won't have you shouting at me like that. I don't know what's come over you. You never used to speak to me in this cranky way.
I didn't mean to sound cranky, but gosh, it certainly makes me sore to get the blame because you don't keep up with things.
I'm going to. Will you help me?
Well, sure. Anything I can do to help you in the culture-grabbing line. Yours to oblige, G.F. Babitt.
Very well, then. I want you to go to Mrs. Mudge's New Thought meeting with me next Sunday afternoon.
Mrs. Who's which?
Mrs. Opal Emerson Mudge, the field lecturer for the American New Thought League. She's going to speak on cultivating the sun spirit before the League of the Higher Illumination at the Thornley.
Oh, punk. New Thought. Hash thought with a poached egg. Cultivating the... It sounds like why is a mouse when it spins? That's a fine spiel for a good Presbyterian to be going to when you can hear Doc Drew.
Reverend Drew is a scholar and a pulpit orator and all that, but he hasn't got the inner ferment, as Mrs. Mudge calls it. He hasn't any inspiration for the new era. Women need inspiration now, so I want you to come, as you promised. The Zenith branch of the League of the Higher Illumination met in the smaller ballroom at the Hotel Thornley,
a refined apartment with pale green walls and plaster wreaths of roses, refined parquet flooring, and ultra-refined frail gilt chairs. Here were gathered 65 women and 10 men. Most of the men slouched in their chairs and wriggled, while their wives sat rigidly at attention. But 2 of them, red-necked, meaty men, were as respectably devout as their wives. They were newly rich contractors who, having bought houses, motors, hand-painted pictures, and gentlemanliness, were now buying a refined, ready-made philosophy. It had been a toss-up with them whether to buy New Thought, Christian Science, or a good standard high church model of Episcopalianism. In the flesh, Mrs. Opal Emerson Mudge fell somewhat short of a prophetic aspect. She was pony-built and plump, with the face of a haughty Pekingese, a button of a nose and arms so short that despite her most indignant endeavours, she could not clasp her hands in front of her as she sat on the platform waiting. Her frock of taffeta and green velvet, with 3 strings of glass beads and large folding eyeglasses dangling from a black ribbon, was a triumph of refinement. Mrs. Mudge was introduced by the president of the League of the Higher Illumination, an oldish young woman with a yearning voice, white spats, and a mustache. She said that Mrs. Mudge would now make it plain to the simplest intellect how the sun spirit could be cultivated, and they who had been thinking about cultivating one would do well to treasure Mrs. Mudge's words, because even Zenith, and everybody knew that Zenith stood in the van of spiritual and New Thought progress, didn't often have the opportunity to sit at the feet of such an inspiring optimist and metaphysical seer as Mrs. Opal Emerson Mudge, who had lived the life of wider usefulness through concentration and in the silence found those secrets of mental control and the inner key which were immediately going to transform and bring peace, power, and prosperity to the unhappy nations. And so, friends, would they, for this precious gem-studded hour, forget the illusions of the seeming real, and in the actualization of the deep-lying veritas pass, along with Mrs. Opal Emerson Mudge, to the realm beautiful? If Mrs. Mudge was rather pudgier than one would like one's swamis, yogis, seers, and initiates, yet her voice had the real professional note. It was refined and optimistic. It was overpoweringly calm. It flowed on relentlessly, without one comma, till Babitt was hypnotized. Her favorite word was always, which she pronounced oilways. Her principal gesture was a pontifical but thoroughly ladylike blessing with 2 stubby fingers. She explained about this matter of spiritual saturation. There are those... Of those she made a linked sweetness long drawn out, a far-off delicate call in a twilight minor. It chastely rebuked the restless husbands, yet brought them a message of healing. There are those who have seen the rim and outer seaming of the logos. There are those who have seen the rim and outer seaming of the logos. There are those who have glimpsed and in enthusiasm possessed themselves of some segment and portion of the logos. There are those who thus flicked but not penetrated and radioactivated by the dynamis, go always to and fro, assertative that they possess and are possessed of the logos and the metaphysicos. But this word I bring you, this concept I enlarge, that those that are not udder are not even inceptive, and that holiness is, in its definitive essence, always, always, always holiness, and... It proved that the essence of the sun spirit was truth, but its aura and effluxion were cheerfulness. Face always the day with the dawn laugh, with the enthusiasm of the initiate who perceives that all works together in the revolutions of the wheel, and who answers the strictures of the soured souls of the destructionists with a glad affirmation. It went on for about an hour and 7 minutes. At the end, Mrs. Mudge spoke with more vigor and punctuation. Now, let me suggest to all of you the advantages of the theosophical and pantheistic Oriental reading circle which I represent. Our object is to unite all the manifestations of the new era into one cohesive whole: New Thought, Christian Science, Theosophy, Vedanta, Bahaism, and the other sparks from the one new light. The subscription is but $10 a year, and for this mere pittance the members receive not only the monthly magazine, Pearls of Healing, but the privilege of sending right to the President
our revered Mother Dobbs, any questions regarding spiritual progress, matrimonial problems, health and well-being questions, financial difficulties, and—" They listened to her with adoring attention. They looked genteel. They looked ironed out. They coughed politely and crossed their legs with quietness, and in expensive linen handkerchiefs they blew their noses with a delicacy altogether optimistic and refined. As for Babitt, he sat and suffered. When they were blessedly out in the air again, when they drove home through a wind smelling of snow and honest sun, he dared not speak. They had been too near to quarrelling these days. Mrs. Babitt forced it. "Did you enjoy Mrs. Mudge's talk?" Well, what did you get out of it?" "Oh, it starts a person thinking. It gets you out of a routine of ordinary thoughts." "Well, I'll hand it to Opal. She isn't ordinary, but, gosh, honest, did that stuff mean anything to you?" "Of course, I'm not trained in metaphysics, and there was lots I couldn't quite grasp, but I did feel it was inspiring, and she speaks so readily. I do think you ought to have got something out of it." "Well, I didn't. I swear I was simply astonished the way those women lapped it up. Why the dickens they want to put in their time listening to all that blah when they— It's certainly better for them than going to roadhouses and smoking and drinking." "I don't know whether it is or not. Personally, I don't see a whole lot of difference. In both cases, they're trying to get away from themselves. Most everybody is these days, I guess. And I'd certainly get a whole lot more out of hoofing it in a good lively dance, even in some dive, than sitting looking as if my collar was too tight and feeling too scared to spit and listening to Opal chewing her words." "I'm sure you do. You're very fond of dives. No doubt you saw a lot of them while I was away." "Look here. You've been doing a lot of insinuating and hitting around lately as if I were leading a double life or something, and I'm damn sick of it, and I don't want to hear anything more about it." "Why, George Babitt, do you realize what you're saying? Why, George, in all our years together you've never talked to me like that." "It's about time, then." "Lately you've been getting worse and worse, and now finally you're cursing and swearing at me and shouting at me, and your voice so ugly and hateful I just shudder." "Ah, rats, quit exaggerating. I wasn't shouting or swearing either." "I wish you could hear your own voice. Maybe you don't realize how it sounds, but even so, you never used to talk like that. You simply couldn't talk this way if something dreadful hadn't happened to you." His mind was hard. With amazement, he found that he wasn't particularly sorry. It was only with an effort that he made himself more agreeable. "Well, gosh, I didn't mean to get sore." "George, do you realize that we can't go on like this, getting farther and farther apart, and you ruder and ruder to me? I just don't know what's going to happen." He had a moment's pity for her bewilderment. He thought of how many deep and tender things would be hurt if they really couldn't go on like this. But his pity was impersonal, and he was wondering, wouldn't it maybe be a good thing if— not a divorce and all that, of course, but kind of a little more independence. While she looked at him pleadingly, he drove on in a dreadful silence. The end of Chapter 30 of Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Read by Rick Kishner for Lit2Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu.
Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 32. His wife was up when he came in. "Did you have a good time?" she sniffed. "I did not. I had a rotten time. Anything else I got to explain?" "George, how can you speak like— I don't know what's come over you." "Good Lord, there's nothing come over me. Why do you look for trouble all the time?" He was warning himself. Careful. Stop being so disagreeable. Of course she feels it, being left alone here all evening. But he forgot his warning as she went on. "Why do you go out and see all sorts of strange people? I suppose you'll say you've been to another committee meeting this evening." "Nope. I've been calling on a woman. We sat by the fire and kidded each other and had a whale of a good time, if you want to know." "Well, from the way you say it, I suppose it's my fault you went there. I probably sent you." "You did." "Well, upon my word." "You hate strange people, as you call 'em. If you had your way, I'd be as much of an old stick in the mud as Howard Littlefield. You never want to have anybody with any git to 'em at the house. You want a bunch of old stiffs that sit around and gas about the weather. You're doing your level best to make me old. Well, let me tell you, I'm not going to have—" Overwhelmed, she bent to his unprecedented tirade, and in answer she mourned, "Oh, dearest, I don't think that's true. I don't mean to make you old. I know. Perhaps you're partly right. Perhaps I am slow about getting acquainted with new people. But when you think of all the dear, good times we have, and the supper parties, and the movies and all—" With true masculine wiles, he not only convinced himself that she had injured him, but, by the loudness of his voice and the brutality of his attack, he convinced her also, and presently he had her apologizing for his having spent the evening with Tanis. He went up to bed well pleased, not only the master, but the martyr of the household. For a distasteful moment after he had lain down, he wondered if he had been altogether just. Ought to be ashamed bullying her. Maybe there is her side to things. Maybe she hasn't had such a bloomin' hectic time herself. But I don't care. Good for her to get waked up a little, and I'm going to keep free. Of her and Tanis and the fellows at the club and everybody. I'm going to run my own life. In this mood he was particularly objectionable at the Boosters' Club lunch next day. They were addressed by a congressman who had just returned from an exhaustive 3 months' study of the finances, ethnology, political systems, linguistic divisions, mineral resources, and agriculture of Germany, France, Great Britain, Italy, Austria, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, and Bulgaria. He told them all about those subjects, together with 3 funny stories about European misconceptions of America, and some spirited words on the necessity of keeping ignorant foreigners out of America. "Say, that was a mighty informative talk. Real he stuff," said Sidney Finkelstein. But the disaffected Babitt grumbled. "Four-flusher, bunch of hot air, and what's the matter with the immigrants? Gosh, they aren't all ignorant, and I got a hunch we're all descended from immigrants ourselves." "Oh, you make me tired," said Mr. Finkelstein. Babitt was aware that Dr. A.I. Dilling was sternly listening from across the table. Dr. Dilling was one of the most important men in the Boosters. He was not a physician, but a surgeon, a more romantic and sounding occupation. He was an intense large man with a boiling of black hair and a thick black mustache. The newspapers often chronicled his operations. He was professor of surgery in the State University. He went to dinner at the very best houses on Royal Ridge, and he was said to be worth several $100,000. It was dismaying to Babitt to have such a person glower at him. He hastily praised the congressman's wit to Sidney Finkelstein, but for Dr. Dilling's benefit. That afternoon 3 men shouldered into Babitt's office with the air of a vigilante committee in frontier days. They were large, resolute, big-jawed men, and they were all high lords in the land of Zenith. Dr. Dilling the surgeon, Charles McKelvey the contractor, and most dismaying of all, the white-bearded Colonel Rutherford Snow, owner of the Advocate-Times. In their whelming presence, Babitt felt small and insignificant. "Well, well, great pleasure. Have chairs. What can I do for you?" he babbled. They neither sat nor offered observations on the weather. "Babitt," said Colonel Snow, "we've come from the Good Citizens League. We've decided we want you to join. Virgil Gunch says you don't care to, but I think we can show you a new light. The League is going to combine with the Chamber of Commerce in a campaign for the open shop, so it's time for you to put your name down." In his embarrassment, Babitt could not recall his reasons for not wishing to join the League, if indeed he ever had definitely known them. But he was passionately certain that he did not wish to join, and at the thought of their forcing him he felt a stirring of anger against even these princes of commerce. "Sorry, Colonel, have to think it over a little," he mumbled. McKelvey snarled. "That means you're not going to join, George?" Something black and unfamiliar and ferocious spoke from Babitt. "Now you look here, Charlie. I'm damned if I'm going to be bullied into joining anything, not even by you ploots." "We're not bullying anybody," Dr. Dilling began, but Colonel Snow thrust him aside with, "Certainly we are. We don't mind a little bullying if it's necessary. Babitt, the GCL has been talking about you a good deal. You're supposed to be a sensible, clean, responsible man. You always have been. But here lately, for God knows what reason, I hear from all sorts of sources that you're running around with a loose crowd. And what's a whole lot worse, you've actually been advocating and supporting some of the most dangerous elements in town, like this fellow Doane." "Colonel, that strikes me as my private business." "Possibly. But we want to have an understanding. You've stood in, you and your father-in-law, with some of the most substantial and forward-looking interests in town, like my friends of the Street Traction Company, and my papers have given you a lot of boosts. Well, you can't expect the decent citizens to go on aiding you if you intend to side with precisely the people who are trying to undermine us." Babitt was frightened, but he had an agonized instinct that if he yielded in this, he would yield in everything. He protested. "You're exaggerating, Colonel. I believe in being broad-minded and liberal, but of course I'm just as much agin the cranks and blatherskites and labor unions and so on as you are. But fact is, I belong to so many organizations now that I can't do 'em justice, and I want to think it over before I decide about coming into the GCL." Colonel Snow condescended. "Oh, no, I'm not exaggerating. Why, the doctor here heard you cussing out and defaming one of the finest types of Republican congressman just this noon, and you have entirely the wrong idea about thinking over joining. We're not begging you to join the GCL. We're permitting you to join. I'm not sure, my boy, but what if you put it off? It'll be too late. I'm not sure we'll want you then. Better think quick. Better think quick. The three vigilantes, formidable in their righteousness, stared at him in a taut silence. Babitt waded through. He thought nothing at all. He merely waited while in his echoing head buzzed, "I don't want to join. I don't want to join. I don't want to." "All right. Sorry for you," said Colonel Snow, and the three men abruptly turned their beefy backs. As Babitt went out to his car that evening, he saw Virgil Gunch coming down the block. He raised his hand in salutation, but Gunch ignored it and crossed the street. He was certain that Gunch had seen him. He drove home in sharp discomfort. His wife attacked at once. "Georgie, dear, Muriel Frink was in this afternoon, and she says that Chum says the committee of this Good Citizens League especially asked you to join, and you wouldn't. Don't you think it would be better? You know all the nicest people belong, and the League stands for—" "I know what the League stands for. It stands for the suppression of free speech and free thought, and everything else. I don't propose to be bullied and rushed into joining anything, and it isn't a question of whether it's a good league or a bad league, or what the hell kind of a league it is. It's just a question of my refusing to be told I got to." "But, dear, if you don't join, people might criticize you." "Well, let 'em criticize. But I mean nice people." "Rats. Matter of fact, this whole league is just a fad. It's like all these other organizations that start off with such a rush and let on they're going to change the whole works, and pretty soon they peter out and everybody forgets all about 'em." "But if it's the fad now, don't you think you—" "No, I don't. Oh, Myra, please quit nagging me about it. I'm sick of hearing about the confounded GCL. I almost wish I'd joined when Verge first came around and got it over, and maybe I'd have come in today if the committee hadn't tried to bullyrag me, but by God, as long as I'm a free-born, independent American Now, George, you're talking exactly like the German furnace man." "Oh, I am I? Then I won't talk at all." He longed that evening to see Tanis Judique, to be strengthened by her sympathy. When all the family were upstairs, he got as far as telephoning to her apartment house, but he was agitated about it, and when the janitor answered, he blurted, "Never mind, I'll call later," and hung up the receiver. If Babitt had not been certain about Virgil Gunch's avoiding him, there could be little doubt about William Washington Ethorne next morning. When Babitt was driving down to the office, he overtook Ethorne's car with the great banker sitting in anemic solemnity behind his chauffeur. Babitt waved and cried, "Morning." Ethorne looked at him deliberately, hesitated, and gave him a nod more contemptuous than a direct cut. Babitt's partner and father-in-law came in at 10. "George, what's this I hear about some song and dance you gave Colonel Snow about not wanting to join the GCL? What the dickens you trying to do, wreck the firm? You don't suppose these big guns will stand your bucking them and springing all this liberal poppycock you've been getting off lately, do you?" "Aw, rats, Henry T., you've been reading bum fiction. There ain't any such a thing as these plots to keep folks from being liberal. This is a free country. A man can do anything he wants to." "Course, there ain't any plots. Who said they was? Only if folks get an idea you're scatterbrained and unstable, you don't suppose they'll want you to do business with them, do you? One little rumor about your being a crank would do more to ruin this business than all the plots and stuff that these fool story writers could think up in a month of Sundays." That afternoon, when the old reliable Conrad Light, the merry miser Conrad Light, appeared, and Babitt suggested his buying a parcel of land in the new residential section of Dorchester, Light said hastily, too hastily, No, don't want to go into anything new just now." A week later, Babitt learned, through Henry Thompson, that the officials of the Street Traction Company were planning another real estate coup, and that Sanders, Torrey, and Wing, not the Babitt-Thompson Company, were to handle it for them. "I figure that Jake Offord is kind of leery about the way folks are talking about you. Of course, Jake is a rock-ribbed old diehard, and he probably advised the Traction fellows to get some other broker. George, you got to do something," trembled Thompson. And, in a rush, Babitt agreed. All nonsense the way people misjudged him, but still. He determined to join the Good Citizens League the next time he was asked, and in furious resignation he waited. He wasn't asked. They ignored him. He did not have the courage to go to the League in Begian, and he took refuge in a shaky boast that he had gotten away with bucking the whole city. Nobody could dictate to him how he was going to think and act. He was jarred as by nothing else when the paragon of stenographers, Miss McCown, suddenly left him. Though her reasons were excellent, she needed a rest. Her sister was sick. She might not do any more work for 6 months. He was uncomfortable with her successor, Miss Havstad. What Miss Havstad's given name was, no one in the office ever knew. It seemed improbable that she had a given name, a lover, a powder puff, or a digestion. She was so impersonal, this slight, pale, industrious Swede, that it was vulgar to think of her as going to an ordinary home to eat hash. She was a perfectly oiled and enameled machine, and she ought each evening to have been dusted off and shut in her desk beside her two slim, too frail pencil points. She took dictation swiftly. Her typing was perfect, but Babitt became jumpy when he tried to work with her. She made him feel puffy, and at his best-loved daily jokes she looked gently inquiring. He longed for Miss McGowan's return and thought of writing to her. Then he heard that Miss McGowan had, a week after leaving him, gone over to his dangerous competitors, Sanders, Torrey, and Wing. He was not merely annoyed, he was frightened. "Why did she quit, then?" he worried. "Did she have a hunch my business is going on the rocks? And it was Sanders got the street traction deal. Rats, sinking ship." Grey fear loomed always by him now. He watched Fritz Weiliger, the young salesman, and wondered if he too would leave. Daily he fancied slights. He noted that he was not asked to speak at the annual Chamber of Commerce dinner. When Orville Jones gave a large poker party and he was not invited, he was certain that he had been snubbed. He was afraid to go to lunch at the athletic club, and afraid not to go. He believed that he was spied on, that when he left the table they whispered about him. Everywhere he heard the rustling whispers, in the offices of clients, in the bank when he made a deposit, in his own office, in his own home. Interminably he wondered what they were saying of him. All day long, in imaginary conversations, he caught them marveling. "Babitt? Why, say, he's a regular anarchist. You got to admire the fellow for his nerve, the way he turned liberal, and by golly, just absolutely runs his life to suit himself. But say, he's dangerous. That's what he is, and he's got to be shown up." He was so twitchy that when he rounded a corner and chanced on two acquaintances talking, whispering, his heart leaped, and he stalked by like an embarrassed schoolboy. When he saw his neighbors, Howard Littlefield and Orville Jones together, he peered at them, went indoors to escape their spying, and was miserably certain that they had been whispering, plotting, whispering. Through all his fear ran defiance. He felt stubborn. Sometimes he decided that he had been a very devil of a fellow, as bold as Seneca Doane. Sometimes he planned to call on Doane and tell him what a revolutionist he was, and never got beyond the planning. But just as often, when he heard the soft whispers enveloping him, he wailed, "Good Lord, what have I done? Just played with the bunch and called down Clarence Drum about being such a high and mighty codger. Never catch me criticizing people and trying to make them accept my ideas." He could not stand the strain. Before long he admitted that he would like to flee back to the security of conformity, provided there was a decent and creditable way to return. But stubbornly, he would not be forced back. He would not, he swore, eat dirt. Only in spirited engagements with his wife did these turbulent fears rise to the surface. She complained that he seemed nervous, that she couldn't understand why he did not want to drop in at the Littlefields for the evening. He tried, but he could not express to her the nebulous facts of his rebellion and punishment, and, with Paul and Tanis lost, he had no one to whom he could talk. "Good Lord, Tinker's the only real friend I have these days," he sighed, and he clung to the child, played floor games with her all evening. He considered going to see Paul in prison, but though he had a pale, curt note from him every week, he thought of Paul as dead. It was Tanis for whom he was longing. "I thought I was so smart and independent cutting Tanis out, and I need her, Lord, how I need her," he raged. "Myra simply can't understand. All she sees in life is getting along by being just like other folks. But Tanis, she'd tell me I was right." Then he broke, and one evening, late, he did run to Tanis. He had not dared to hope for it, but she was in, and alone. Only, she wasn't Tanis. She was a courteous, brow-lifting, ice-armored woman who looked like Tanis. She said, "Yes, George, what is it?" in even and uninterested tones, and he crept away, whipped. His first comfort was from Ted and Eunice Littlefield. They danced in one evening when Ted was home from the university, and Ted chuckled. "What's this I hear from Eunie, Dad? She says her dad says you raised Cain by boosting old Seneca Doane. Hot dog, give him fits, stir him up. This old Berger's asleep." Eunice plumped down on Babitt's lap, kissed him, nestled her bobbed hair against his chin, and crowed, "I think you're lots nicer than Howard. Why is it, confidentially, that Howard is such an old grouch? The man has a good heart, and honestly, he's awfully bright, but he never will learn to step on the gas after all the training I've given him. Don't you think we could do something with him, dearest?" "Why, Eunice, that isn't a nice way to speak of your papa," Babitt observed, in the best Floral Heights manner.
but he was happy for the first time in weeks. He pictured himself as the veteran Liberal strengthened by the loyalty of the young generation. They went out to rifle the icebox. Babitt gloated. "If your mother caught us at this, we'd certainly get our comeuppance." And Eunice became maternal, scrambled a terrifying number of eggs for them, kissed Babitt on the ear, and, in the voice of a brooding abbess, marveled, "It beats the devil why feminists like me still go on nursing these men." Thus stimulated, Babitt was reckless when he encountered Sheldon Smeath, educational director of the YMCA and choir leader of the Chatham Road Church. With one of his damp hands, Smeath imprisoned Babbitt's thick paw while he chanted, "Brother Babitt, we haven't seen you at church very often lately. I know you're busy with a multitude of details, but you mustn't forget your dear friends at the old church home." Babitt shook off the affectionate clasp. Sheldy liked to hold hands for a long time and snarled, "Well, I guess you fellas can run the show without me. Sorry, Smeath, got to beat it. Good day." But afterward he winced. If that white worm had the nerve to try to drag me back to the old church home, then the holy outfit must have been doing a lot of talking about me, too. He heard them whispering. Dr. John Jennison Drew, Chomanda Frink, even William Washington Ethorne. The independence seeped out of him, and he walked the streets alone, afraid of men's cynical eyes and the incessant hiss of whispering. The end of Chapter 32 of Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Read by Rick Kistner for Lit2Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 31. When he was away from her while he kicked about the garage and swept the snow off the running board and examined a cracked hose connection, he repented. He was alarmed and astonished that he could have flared out at his wife, and thought fondly how much more lasting she was than the flighty bunch. He went in to mumble that he was sorry, didn't mean to be grouchy, and to inquire as to her interest in movies. But in the darkness of the movie theater he brooded that he'd gone and tied himself up to Myra all over again. He had some satisfaction in taking it out on Tanis Judique. Hang Tanis anyway. Why'd she gone and got him into these mix-ups and made him all jumpy and nervous and cranky? Too many complications. Cut him out. He wanted peace. For 10 days he did not see Tanis nor telephone to her, and instantly she put upon him the compulsion which he hated. When he had stayed away from her for 5 days, hourly taking pride in his resoluteness, and hourly picturing how greatly Tanis must miss him, Miss McGowan reported, "Mrs. Judique on the phone. Like to speak to you about some repairs." Tanis was quick and quiet. "Mr. Babitt. Oh, George, this is Tanis. I haven't seen you for weeks. Days, anyway. You aren't sick, are you?" "No, just been terribly rushed. I think there'll be a big revival of building this year. Got to work hard." "Of course, my man, I want you to. You know I'm terribly ambitious for you, much more than I am for myself. I just don't want you to forget poor Tanis. Will you call me up soon?" Sure, you bet." "Please do. I shan't call you again." He meditated. "Poor kid. But gosh, she oughtn't to phone me at the office. She's a wonder, sympathy, ambitious for me. Huh. But gosh, I won't be made and compelled to call her up till I get ready. Darn these women, the way they make demands. It'll be one long old time before I see her. But gosh, I'd like to see her tonight. Sweet little thing. Ah, cut that, son. Now you've broken away. Be wise." She did not telephone again, nor he. But after 5 more days she wrote to him. "Have I offended you? You must know, dear, I didn't mean to. I'm so lonely, and I need somebody to cheer me up. Why didn't you come to the nice party we had at Carrie's last evening? I remember she invited you. Can't you come around here tomorrow, Thursday evening? I shall be alone and hope to see you." His reflections were numerous. Doggone it, why can't she let me alone? Why can't women ever learn a fellow hates to be bulldozed, and they always take advantage of you by yelling how lonely they are? Now, that isn't nice of you, young fellow. She's a fine, square, straight girl, and she does get lonely. She writes a swell hand. Nice-looking stationery. Plain, refined. Well, I guess I'll have to go see her. Well, thank God I got till tomorrow night, free of her anyway. She's nice, but hang it, I won't be made to do things. I'm not married to her. No, nor by golly going to be. Ah, rats, I suppose I'd better go see her. Thursday. The tomorrow of Tanis's note was full of emotional crises. At the Roughnecks table at the club, Burge Gunch talked of the Good Citizens League and, it seemed to Babitt,
deliberately left him out of the invitations to join. Old Matt Penniman, the general utility man at Babitt's office, had troubles, and came in to groan about them. His oldest boy was no good. His wife was sick, and he had quarreled with his brother-in-law. Conrad Light also had troubles, and since Light was one of his best clients, Babitt had to listen to them. Mr. Light, it appeared, was suffering from a peculiarly interesting neuralgia, and the garage had overcharged him. When Babitt came home, everybody had troubles. His wife was simultaneously thinking about discharging the impudent new maid, and worried lest the maid leave, and Tinka desired to denounce her teacher. "Oh, quit fussin'," Babitt fussed. "You never hear me whining about my troubles, and yet if you had to run a real estate office, why, today I found Miss Bannigan was 2 days behind with her accounts, and I pinched my finger in my desk, and Light was in and just as unreasonable as ever." He was so vexed that after dinner, when it was time for a tactful escape to Tanis, he merely grumped to his wife, "Gotta go out. Be back by 11, should think." "Oh, you're going out again?" "Again? What do you mean again? Haven't hardly been out of the house for a week." Are you going to the Elks?" "No, gotta go see some people." Though this time he heard his own voice and knew that it was curt, though she was looking at him with wide-eyed reproach, he stumped into the hall, jerked on his ulster and fur-lined gloves, and went out to start the car. He was relieved to find Tanis cheerful, unreproachful, and brilliant in a frock of brown net over gold tissue. "You poor man, having to come out on a night like this. It's terribly cold. Don't you think a small highball would be nice?" "Now, by golly, there's a woman with savvy. I think we could more or less stand a highball if it wasn't too long a one, not over a foot tall." He kissed her with careless heartiness. He forgot the compulsion of her demands. He stretched in a large chair and felt that he had beautifully come home. He was suddenly loquacious. He told her what a noble and misunderstood man he was, and how superior to Pete, Fulton Bemis, and the other men of their acquaintance, and she, bending forward, chin and charming hand, brightly agreed. But when he forced himself to ask, "Well, honey, how's things with you?" she took his duty question seriously, and he discovered that she, too, had troubles. "Oh, all right. But I did get so angry with Carrie. She told Minnie that I told her that Minnie was an awful tightwad, and Minnie told me Carrie had told her, and of course I told her I hadn't said anything of the kind, and then Carrie found Minnie had told me, and she was simply furious because Minnie had told me, and of course I was just boiling because Carrie had told her I'd told her, and then we all met up at Fulton's. His wife is away, thank heavens. Oh, there's the dandiest floor in his house to dance on, and, well, we were all of us simply furious at each other, and, oh, I do hate that kind of a mix-up, don't you? I mean, it's so lacking in refinement, but... And Mother wants to come and stay with me for a whole month, and of course I do love her, I suppose I do, but honestly she'll cramp my style something dreadful. She never can learn not to comment, and she always wants to know where I'm going when I go out evenings, and if I lie to her, she always spies around and ferrets out and finds out where I've been, and then she looks like Patience on a monument till I could just scream. And oh, I must tell you, you know I never talk about myself, I just hate people who do, don't you? But I feel so stupid tonight, and I know I must be boring you with all this, but what would you do about Mother?" He gave her facile, masculine advice. She was to put off her mother's stay. She was to tell Carrie to go to the deuce. For these valuable revelations she thanked him, and they ambled into the familiar gossip of the bunch, of what a sentimental fool was Carrie, of what a lazy brat was Pete, of how nice Fulton Bemis could be. Of course, lots of people think he's a regular old grouch when they meet him, 'cause he doesn't give 'em the glad hand the first crack out of the box, but when they get to know him, he's a corker. But as they had gone conscientiously through each of these analyses before, the conversation staggered. Babitt tried to be intellectual and deal with general topics. He said some thoroughly sound things about disarmament and broad-mindedness and liberalism, but it seemed to him that general topics interested Tanis only when she could apply them to Pete, Carrie, or themselves. He was distressingly conscious of their silence. He tried to stir her into chattering again, but silence rose like a grey presence and hovered between them. He labored. It strikes me that unemployment is lessening. Maybe Pete will get a decent job then." Silence. Desperately he essayed, "What's the trouble, old honey? You seem kind of quiet tonight." "Am I? Oh, I'm not, but do you really care whether I am or not?" "Care? Sure, of course I do." "Do you really?" She swooped on him, sat on the arm of his chair. He hated the emotional drain of having to appear fond of her.
He stroked her hand, smiled up at her dutifully, and sank back. "George, I wonder if you really like me at all."
"Of course I do, silly."
"Do you really, precious? Do you care a bit?"
"Why, certainly. You don't suppose I'd be here if I didn't."
"Now see here, young man, I won't have you speaking to me in that huffy way."
"Well, I didn't mean to sound huffy. I just—" in injured and rather childish tones. "Gosh almighty, it makes me tired the way everybody says I sound huffy when I just talk natural. Do they expect me to sing it or something?"
"Who do you mean by everybody? How many other ladies have you been consoling?"
"Look here now, I won't have this hittin'."
Humbly. "I know, dear, I was only teasing. I know it didn't mean to talk huffy, it was just tired. Forgive bad Tanis, but say you love me, say it."
"I love you, of course I do."
"Yes, you do." Cynically. "Oh, darling, I don't mean to be rude, but I get so lonely, I feel so useless. Nobody needs me, nothing I can do for anybody. And you know, dear, I'm so active. I could be if there was something to do, and I am young, aren't I? I'm not an old thing. I'm not old and stupid, am I?" He had to assure her. She stroked his hair, and he had to look pleased under that touch, the more demanding in its beguiling softness. He was impatient. He wanted to flee out to a hard, sure, unemotional man-world. Through her delicate and caressing fingers, she may have caught something of his shrugging distaste. She left him. He was, for the moment, buoyantly relieved. She dragged a footstool to his feet, and sat looking beseechingly up at him. But as in many men, the cringing of a dog, the flinching of a frightened child, roused not pity, but a surprised and jerky cruelty, so her humility only annoyed him. And he saw her now as middle-aged, as beginning to be old. Even while he detested his own thoughts, they rode him. She was old, he winced. Old! He noted how the soft flesh was creasing into webby folds beneath her chin, below her eyes, at the base of her wrists. A patch of her throat had a minute roughness like the crumbs from a rubber eraser. Old! She was younger in years than himself, yet it was sickening to have her yearning up at him with rolling great eyes, as if, he shuddered, his own aunt were making love to him. He fretted inwardly. "I'm through with this asinine fooling around. I'm going to cut her out. She's a darn decent, nice woman, and I don't want to hurt her, but it'll hurt a lot less to cut her right out like a good, clean surgical operation." He was on his feet. He was speaking urgently. By every rule of self-esteem, he had to prove to her and to himself that it was her fault. "I suppose maybe I'm kind of out of sorts tonight, but honest, honey, when I stayed away for a while to catch up on work and everything and figure out where I was at, you ought to have been cannier and waited till I came back. Can't you see, dear, when you made me come, being about an average bull-headed chump, my tendency was to resist. Listen, dear, I'm going now." "Not for a while, precious, no."
"Yep, right now, and then some time we'll see about the future."
"What do you mean, dear, about the future? Have I done something I oughtn't to? Oh, I'm so dreadfully sorry." He resolutely put his hands behind him.
"Not a thing, God bless you, not a thing. You're as good as they make 'em. But it's just... Good Lord, do you realize I've got things to do in the world? I've got a business to attend to, and you might not believe it, but I've got a wife and kids that I'm awful fond of."
Then, only during the murder he was committing was he able to feel nobly virtuous.
"I want us to be friends, but, gosh, I can't go on this way feeling I got to come up here every so often."
"Oh, darling, darling, and I've always told you so carefully that you were absolutely free. I just wanted you to come around when you were tired and wanted to talk to me, or when you could enjoy our parties." She was so reasonable, she was so gently right. It took him an hour to make his escape, with nothing settled, and everything horribly settled. In a barren freedom of icy northern wind, he sighed, "Thank God that's over. Poor Tanis. Poor, darling, decent Tanis. But it is over. Absolutely. I'm free." The end of Chapter 31 of Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Read by Rick Kishner for Lit to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Chapter 28. Miss McGowan came into his private office at 3 in the afternoon with,
"Listen, Mr. Babitt, there's a Mrs. Judique on the phone. Wants to see about some repairs, and the salesmen are all out. Want to talk to her?" "All right."
The voice of Tanis Judique was clear and pleasant. The black cylinder of the telephone receiver seemed to hold a tiny animated image of her. Lustrous eyes, delicate nose, gentle chin. "This is Mrs. Judique. Do you remember me? You drove me up here to the Cavendish Apartments and helped me find such a nice flat."
"Sure. Bet I remember. What can I do for you?" Why, it's just a little... I don't know that I ought to bother you, but the janitor doesn't seem to be able to fix it. You know, my flat is on the top floor, and with these autumn rains, the roof is beginning to leak. And I'd be awfully glad if...
Sure, I'll come up and take a look at it. Nervously. When do you expect to be in?
Why, I'm in every morning.
Be in this afternoon, in an hour or so?
Yes. Well, perhaps I could give you a cup of tea. I think I ought to, after all your trouble.
Fine. I'll be up there as soon as I can get away.
He meditated.
Now there's a woman that's got refinement, savvy, class, after all your trouble, gives you a cup of tea. She'd appreciate a fella. I'm a fool, but I'm not such a bad cuss. Get to know me, and not so much a fool as they think.
The great strike was over, the strikers beaten, except that Virgil Gunch seemed less cordial. There were no visible effects of Babitt's treachery to the clan. The oppressive fear of criticism was gone, but a diffident loneliness remained. Now he was so exhilarated that, to prove he wasn't, he droned about the office for 15 minutes, looking at blueprints, explaining to Miss McGowan that this Mrs. Scott wanted more money for her house, had raised the asking price, raised it from $7,000 to $8,500. Would Miss McGowan be sure and put it down on the card? Mrs. Scott's house, raise. When he had thus established himself as a person unemotional and interested only in business, he sauntered out. He took a particularly long time to start his car. He kicked the tires, dusted the glass of the speedometer, and tightened the screws holding the windshield spotlight. He drove happily off toward the Bellevue district, conscious of the presence of Mrs. Judique as of a brilliant light on the horizon. The maple leaves had fallen, and they lined the gutters of the asphalted streets. It was a day of pale gold and faded green, tranquil and lingering. Babitt was aware of the meditative day, and of the barrenness of Bellevue. Blocks of wooden houses, garages, little shops, weedy lots.
Needs pepping up. Needs the touch that people like Mrs. Judique could give a place,
he ruminated as he rattled through the long, crude, airy streets. The wind rose, enlivening, keen, and in a blaze of well-being, he came to the flat of Countess Judique. She was wearing, when she flutteringly admitted him, a frock of black chiffon cut modestly round at the base of her pretty throat. She seemed to him immensely sophisticated. He glanced at the crotons and colored prints in her living room and gurgled,
"Gosh, you've fixed the place nice. Takes a clever woman to know how to make a home, all right."
"You really like it. I'm so glad. But you've neglected me scandalously. You promised to come sometime and learn to dance."
Rather unsteadily. "Oh, but you didn't mean it seriously."
"Well, perhaps not, but you might have tried."
"Well, here I've come for my lesson, and you might just as well prepare to have me stay for supper."
They both laughed in a manner which indicated that, of course, he didn't mean it.
"But first I guess I better look at that leak."
She climbed with him to the flat roof of the apartment house, a detached world of slatted wooden walks, clothes lines, water tank, and a penthouse. He poked at things with his toe and sought to impress her by being learned about copper gutters, the desirability of passing plumbing pipes through a lead collar and sleeve, and flashing them with copper, and the advantages of cedar over boiler iron for roof tanks. "You have to know so much in real estate," she admired. He promised that the roof should be repaired within 2 days.
"Do you mind my phoning from your apartment?"
he asked. "Oh, heavens, no." He stood a moment at the coping, looking over a land of hard little bungalows with abnormally large porches, and new apartment houses, small, but brave, with variegated brick walls and terracotta trimmings. Beyond them was a hill with a gouge of yellow clay like a vast wound. Behind every apartment house, beside each dwelling, were small garages. It was a world of good little people, comfortable, industrious, credulous. In the autumnal light, the flat newness was mellowed, and the air was a sun-tinted pool.
"Golly, it's one fine afternoon. You get a great view, here, right up Tanner's Hill," said Babitt.
"Yes, isn't it nice and open?"
"So darn few people appreciate a view."
"Oh, don't you go raising my rent on that account."
"Oh, that was naughty of me.
I was just teasing. Seriously, though, there are so few who respond, who react to views. I mean, they haven't any feeling of poetry and beauty."
"That's a fact. They haven't,"
he breathed, admiring her slenderness and the absorbed, airy way in which she looked toward the hill, chin lifted, lips smiling.
"Well, guess I'd better telephone the plumbers so they'll get on the job first thing in the morning."
When he had telephoned, making it conspicuously authoritative and gruff and masculine, he looked doubtful and sighed,
Suppose I better be.
Oh, you must have that cup of tea first.
Well, it would go pretty good at that.
It was luxurious to loll in a deep green rep chair, his legs thrust out before him, to glance at the black Chinese telephone stand and the colored photograph of Mount Vernon, which he had always liked so much, while in the tiny kitchen, so near, Mrs. Judique sang My Creole Queen. In an intolerable sweetness, a contentment so deep that he was wistfully discontented, he saw magnolias by moonlight and heard plantation darkies crooning to the banjo. He wanted to be near her, on pretense of helping her, yet he wanted to remain in this still ecstasy. Languidly he remained. When she bustled in with the tea, he smiled up at her.
This is awfully nice.
For the first time he was not fencing, he was quietly and securely friendly, and friendly and quiet was her answer. It's nice to have you here. You were so kind, helping me to find this little home. They agreed that the weather would soon turn cold. They agreed that prohibition was prohibitive. They agreed that art in the home was cultural. They agreed about everything. They even became bold. They hinted that these modern young girls, well, honestly, their short skirts were short. They were proud to find that they were not shocked by such frank speaking. Tinus ventured, I know you'll understand. I mean, I don't quite know how to say it, but I do think that girls who pretend they're bad by the way they dress really never go any farther. They give away the fact that they haven't the instincts of a womanly woman. Remembering Ida Putiak, the manicure girl, and how ill she had used him, Babitt agreed with enthusiasm. Remembering how ill all the world had used him, he told of Paul Riesling, of Zilla, of Seneca Doane, of the strike.
See how it was? Of course, I was as anxious to have those beggars licked to a standstill as anybody else. But gosh, no reason for not seeing their side. For a fellow's own sake, he's got to be broad-minded and liberal. Don't you think so?
Oh, I do. Sitting on the hard little couch, she clasped her hands beside her, leaned toward him, absorbed him, and in a glorious state of being appreciated, he proclaimed,
So I look up and said to the fellows at the club, Look here,
Do you belong to the Union Club? I think it's...
No, the Athletic. Tell you, of course, they're always asking me to join the Union, but I always say, No, sir, nothing doing. I don't mind the expense, but I can't stand all the old fogies.
Oh, yes, that's so. But tell me, what did you say to them?
Oh, you don't want to hear it. I'm probably boring you to death with my troubles. You wouldn't hardly think I was an old duffer. I sound like a kid.
Oh, you're a boy yet. I mean, you can't be a day over 45.
Well, I'm not much. But by golly, I begin to feel middle-aged sometimes, all these responsibilities and all.
Oh, I know. Her voice caressed him. It cloaked him like warm silk. And I feel lonely, so lonely some days, Mr. Babitt.
We're a sad pair of birds, but I think we're pretty darn nice.
Yes, I think we're lots nicer than most people I know. They smiled. But please, tell me what you said at the club.
Well, it was like this. Of course, Seneca Doane is a friend of mine. They can say what they want to. They can call him anything they please, but what most folks here don't know is that Senny is the bosom pal of some of the biggest statesmen in the world. Lord Wycombe, for instance. You know, this big British nobleman. My friend Sir Gerald Doak told me that Lord Wycombe is one of the biggest guns in England. Well, Doak or somebody told me.
Oh, do you know Sir Gerald, the one that was here at the McKelveys?
Know him? Well, say, I know him just well enough, so we call each other George and Jerry, and we got so pickled together in Chicago.
Oh, that must have been fun, but... She shook a finger at him. I can't have you getting pickled. I'll have to take you in hand.
Wish you would. Well, as I was saying, you see, I happen to know what a big noise Senny Doane is outside of Zenith. But of course the prophet hasn't got any honor in his own country, and Senny, darn his old hide, he's so blame modest that he never lets folks know the kind of an outfit he travels with when he goes abroad. Well, during the strike, Clarence Drum comes pea-raiding up to our table, all dolled up fit to kill in his nice little captain's uniform, and somebody says to him, "Bustin' the strike, Clarence?" Well, he swells up like a pouter pigeon, and he hollers so as you could hear him way up in the reading room. "Yes, sure, I told the strike leaders where they got off, and so they went home." Well, I says to him, "Glad there wasn't any violence." "Yes," he says, "but if I hadn't kept my eyes skinned, there would have been. All those fellows had bombs in their pockets. They're regular anarchists." "Aw, rats, Clarence," I says. "I looked 'em all over carefully, and they didn't have any more bombs than a rabbit," I says. "Of course," I says, "they're foolish, but they're a good deal like you and me, after all."
And then Virgil Gunch, or somebody, no, it was Chum Frink, this famous poet, great pal of mine. He says to me, "Look here," he says, "do you mean to say you advocate these strikes?" Well, I was so disgusted with a fellow whose mind worked that way that I swear I had a good mind to not explain at all, to just ignore him.
"Oh, that's so wise," said Mrs. Judique.
But finally I explains to him, "If you'd done as much as I have on Chamber of Commerce committees and all," I says, "then you'd have the right to talk. But same time," I says, "I believe in treating your opponent like a gentleman." Well, sir, that held him. Frink, Chum, I always call him, he didn't have another word to say. But at that, I guess some of them kind of thought I was too liberal. Now, what do you think?
"Oh, you were so wise and courageous. I love a man to have the courage of his convictions."
But do you think it was a good stunt? After all, some of these fellows are so darn cautious and narrow-minded that they're prejudiced against the fellow that talks right out in meeting.
Well, what do you care? In the long run, they're bound to respect a man who makes them think. And with your reputation for oratory, you...
Well, what do you know about my reputation for oratory?
Oh, I'm not going to tell you everything I know, but seriously, you don't realize what a famous man you are.
Well, though I haven't done much orating this fall, too kind of bothered by this Paul Riesling business, I guess. But, do you know, you're the first person that's really understood what I was getting at, Tanis. Listen to me, will you? Fat nerve I've got, calling you Tanis.
Oh, do. And shall I call you George? Don't you think it's awfully nice when two people have so much, what shall I call it, so much analysis that they can discard all these stupid conventions and understand each other and become acquainted right away like ships that pass in the night?
I certainly do. I certainly do.
He was no longer quiescent in his chair. He wandered about the room. He dropped on the couch beside her. But as he awkwardly stretched his hand toward her fragile, immaculate fingers, she said brightly, "Oh, do give me a cigarette. Would you think poor Tanis was dreadfully naughty if she smoked?"
"Lord, no, I like it."
He had often and weightily pondered flappers smoking in Zenith restaurants, but he knew only one woman who smoked, Mrs. Sam Doppelbraw, his flighty neighbor. He ceremoniously lighted Tanis's cigarette, looked for a place to deposit the burnt match, and dropped it into his pocket. "I'm sure you want a cigar, you poor man," she crooned.
"Do you mind one?"
"Oh, no. I love the smell of a good cigar. So nice, and so nice and like a man. You'll find an ashtray in my bedroom, on the table beside the bed, if you don't mind getting it." He was embarrassed by her bedroom, the broad couch with a cover of violet silk, mauve curtains striped with gold, Chinese Chippendale bureau, and an amazing row of slippers with ribbon-wound shoe trees and primrose stockings lying across them. His manner of bringing the ashtray had just felt the right note of easy friendliness, he felt. A boob like Virg Gunch would try to get funny about seeing her bedroom, but I'd take it casually. He was not casual afterward. The contentment of companionship was gone, and he was restless with desire to touch her hand. But whenever he turned toward her, the cigarette was in his way. It was a shield between them. He waited till she should have finished, but as he rejoiced at her quick crushing of its light on the ashtray, she said, "Don't you want to give me another cigarette?" And hopelessly he saw the screen of pale smoke and her graceful tilted hand again between them. He was not merely curious now to find out whether she would let him hold her hand, all in the purest friendship, naturally, but agonized with need of it. On the surface appeared none of all this fretful drama. They were talking cheerfully of motors, of trips to California, of Chum Frink. Once he said delicately, "I do hate these guys. I hate these people that invite themselves to meals, but I seem to have a feeling I'm going to have supper with the lovely Mrs. Tanis Judique tonight, but I suppose you probably have 7 dates already." "Well, I was thinking some of going to the movies. Yes, I really think I ought to get out and get some fresh air." She did not encourage him to stay, but never did she discourage him. He considered. "I better take a sneak. She will let me stay. There is something doing, and I mustn't get mixed up with. I mustn't. I've got to beat it. Then, no, it's too late now." Suddenly, at 7, brushing her cigarette away, brusquely taking her hand. "Tanis, stop teasing me. You know well, here we are, a couple of lonely birds, and we're awful happy together. Anyway, I am. Never been so happy. Do let me stay. I'll gallop down to the delicatessen and buy some stuff, cold chicken maybe, or cold turkey, and we can have a nice little supper, and afterwards, if you want to chase me out, I'll be good and go like a lamb." "Well, yes, it would be nice," she said. Nor did she withdraw her hand.
He squeezed it, trembling, and blundered toward his coat. At the delicatessen he bought preposterous stores of food, chosen on the principle of expensiveness. From the drugstore across the street he telephoned to his wife. "I gotta get a fellow to sign a lease before he leaves town on the midnight. Won't be home till 8. Don't wait up for me. Kiss Tinker good night." He expectantly lumbered back to the flat. "Oh, you bad thing to buy so much food," was her greeting, and her voice was gay, her smile acceptant. He helped her in the tiny white kitchen. He washed the lettuce. He opened the olive bottle. She ordered him to set the table, and as he trotted into the living room, as he hunted through the buffet for knives and forks, he felt utterly at home. "Now the only other thing," he announced, "is what you're going to wear. I can't decide whether you're to put on your swellest evening gown or let your hair down and put on short skirts and make believe you're a little girl." "I'm going to dine just as I am in this old chiffon rag, and if you can't stand poor Tanis that way, you can go to the club for dinner." "Stand you?" He patted her shoulder. "Child, you're the brainiest and the loveliest and finest woman I've ever met. Come now, Lady Wykeham, if you'll take the Duke of Zenith's arm, we will perambulate into the Magnolious Feed." "Oh, you do say the funniest, nicest things." When they had finished the picnic supper, he thrust his head out of the window and reported, "It's turned awful chilly, and I think it's going to rain. You don't want to go to the movies?" "Well, wish we had a fireplace. I wish it was raining like all get out tonight, and we were in a funny little old-fashioned cottage, and the trees thrashing like everything outside, and a great big log fire, and I'll tell you, let's draw this couch up to the radiator and stretch our feet out and pretend it's a wood fire." "Oh, I think that's pathetic, you big child." But they did draw up to the radiator and prop their feet against it, his clumsy black shoes, her patent leather slippers. In the dimness they talked of themselves, of how lonely she was, how bewildered he, and how wonderful that they had found each other. As they fell silent, the room was stiller than a country lane. There was no sound from the street save the whir of motor tires, the rumble of a distant freight train. Self-contained was the room, warm, secure, insulated from the harassing world. He was absorbed by a rapture in which all fear and doubting were smoothed away, and when he reached home at dawn, the rapture had mellowed to contentment, serene and full of memories. The end of Chapter 28 of Babitt by Sinclair Lewis. Read by Rick Kistner. For Lit to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu.